kiss him. Head back, I whisper. He hesitates. Tit returns at me with wary, amused disbelief. Doing? He asks, his voice low. I shake my head slowly, deliberately, trying to look as serious as possible. He closes his eyes and shakes his head, then tilts it back in surrender. Holy shit, he's going to let me shave him. Tentatively, I slide my hand into the damp hair at his forehead, gripping tightly to hold him still. He clenches his eyes closed and parts his lips as he inhales. Very gently, I stroke his razor up from his neck to his chin, revealing a path of skin beneath the lather. Christian exhales. Did you think I was going to hurt you? I never know what you're going to do, Anna, but no, not intentionally. I run the razor up his neck again, clearing a wider path in the lather. I would never intentionally hurt you, Christian. He opens his eyes and circles his arms around me as I gently drag the razor down his cheek from the bottom of his sideburn. I know, he says, angling his face so I can shave the rest of his cheek. 2 more strokes, and I've finished. All done, and not a drop of blood spilled. I grin proudly. He runs his hand up my leg so that my nightdress rides up my thigh and pulls me onto his lap so that I'm astride him. I steady myself with my hands on his upper arms. He's really very muscular. Can I take you somewhere today? No sunbathing? I arch a caustic brow at him. He licks his lips nervously. No sunbathing today. I thought you might prefer something else. Well, since you've covered me in hickeys and effectively put the kibosh on that, sure, why not? Wisely, he chooses to ignore my tone. It's a drive, but it's worth a visit from what I've read. My dad recommended we visit. It's a hilltop village called Saint Paul de Vence. There are some galleries there. I thought we could pick out some paintings or sculptures for the new house, if we find anything we like. I lean back and gaze at him. Art. He wants to buy art. How can I buy art? What? He asks. I know nothing about art, Christian. He shrugs and smiles at me indulgently. We'll buy only what we like. This isn't about investment. Yes? Jeez. What? He says again. I shake my head. Look, I know we only got the architect's drawings the other day, but there's no harm in looking. And the town is an ancient medieval place. Oh, the architect. He had to remind me of her, Gia Mateo, a friend of Elliot's who worked on Christian's place in Aspen. During our meetings, she'd been all over Christian like a rash. What now? Christian exclaims. I shake my head. Tell me, he urges. How can I tell him that I don't like Gia? My dislike is irrational. I don't want to come across as a jealous wife. You're not still mad about what I did yesterday.
I need a fucking
He sighs and muzzles his face between my breasts. No, I'm hungry, I mutter, knowing full well that this will distract him from this line of questioning. Why didn't you say?
I know this sentence too.
He eases me off her lap and stands.
Because this is Yiddish.
Saint Paul de Vence is a fortified medieval hilltop village, one of the most picturesque places I have ever seen. I stroll arm in arm with Christian through the narrow cobblestone streets, with my hand in the back pocket of his shorts. Taylor and either Gaston or Philippe, I can't tell the difference between them, trail behind us. We pass a tree-covered square where 3 old men, one wearing a traditional beret and spiky feet, are playing pool. It's quite crowded with tourists, but I feel comfortable tucked under Christian's arm. There is so much to see. Little alleys and passageways leading to courtyards with intricate stone fountains, ancient and modern sculptures, and fascinating little boutiques and shops. In the first gallery, Christian gazes distractedly at the erotic photographs in front of us, sucking gently on the arm of his aviator specs. They are the work of Florence Dell, naked women in various poses. Not quite what I had in mind, I mumbled disapprovingly. They make me think of the box of photographs I found in his closet. Our closet. I wonder if he ever did destroy them. Me neither, Christian says, grinning down at me. He takes my hand and we stroll to the next artist. Idly, I wonder if I should let him take photos of me. The next display is by a female painter who specializes in still lifes, fruit and vegetables super close up and in rich, glorious color. I like those. I point to 3 paintings of peppers.
Are you done?
They remind me of you chopping vegetables in my apartment. I giggle. Christian's mouth twists as he tries and fails to hide his amusement. I thought I managed that quite competently. He mutters, I was just a bit slow, and anyway, he pulls me into an embrace. You were distracting me. Where would you put them? What? Christian is nuzzling my ear. The paintings. Where would you put them? He bites my earlobe and I feel it in my groin. Kitchen, I murmur. Nice idea, Mrs. Gray. I squint at the price. 5,000 euros each. Holy shit. They're really expensive, I gasp. So? He nuzzles me again. Get used to it, Anna. He releases me and saunters over to the desk where a young woman dressed entirely in white is gaping at him. I want to roll my eyes, but turn my attention back to the paintings. 5,000 euros. Jeez. We have finished lunch and are relaxing over coffee at the Hotel Le Saint Paul. The view of the surrounding countryside is stunning. Vineyards and fields of sunflowers form a patchwork across the plain, interspersed here and there with neat little French farmhouses. It's such a clear, beautiful day. We can see all the way to the sea, glinting faintly on the horizon. Christian interrupts my reverie. You asked me why I braid your hair, he murmurs. His tone alarms me. He looks guilty. Yes? Oh, shit. The crack whore used to let me play with her hair, I think. I don't know if it's a memory or a dream. Whoa, his birth mom. He gazes at me, his expression unreadable. My heart leaps into my mouth. What do I say when he says things like this? I like it when you play with my hair. My voice is hesitant. He regards me with uncertainty. Do you? Yes. It's the truth. I grasp his hand. I think you loved your birth mother, Christian. His eyes widen and he stares at me impassively, saying nothing. Holy shit. Have I gone too far? Say something, 50, please. But he remains resolutely mute, gazing at me with fathomless gray eyes while the silence stretches between us. He looks lost. He glances down at my hand on his, and he frowns. Say something, I whisper, because I cannot bear the silence any longer. He shakes his head, exhaling deeply. Let's go. He releases my hand and stands, his expression guarded. Have I overstepped the mark? I have no idea. My heart sinks. I don't know whether to say anything else or just let it go. I decide on the latter and follow him dutifully out of the restaurant. In the lovely narrow street, he takes my hand. Where do you want to go? He speaks, and he's not mad at me. Thank heavens. I exhale, relieved, and shrug. I am just glad you're still speaking to me. You know I don't like talking about all that shit. It's done. Finished, he says quietly. No, Christian, it isn't. The thought saddens me, and for the first time I wonder if it will ever be finished. He'll always be 50 Shades. My 50 Shades. Do I want him to change? No, not really. Only insofar as I want him to feel love. Peeking up at him, I take a moment to admire his captivating beauty. And he's mine. And it's not just the allure of his fine face and his body that has me spellbound. It's what's behind the perfection that draws me, that calls to me. His fragile, damaged soul. He gives me that look, down his nose, half amused, half wary, wholly sexy, then tucks me under his arm, and we make our way through the tourists toward the spot where Philippe/Gaston has parked the roomy Mercedes. I slip my hand back into the back pocket of Christian's shorts, grateful that he isn't mad. But honestly, what 4-year-old child doesn't love his mom, no matter how bad a mom she is? I sigh heavily and hug him closer. I know behind us the security team lurks, and I wonder idly if they've eaten. Christian stops outside a small boutique selling fine jewelry and gazes in the window, then down at me. He grasps my free hand and runs his thumb across the faded red line of the handcuff mark, inspecting it. It's not sore, I reassure him. He twists so that my other hand is freed from his pocket. He clasps that hand too, turning it gently over to examine my wrist. The platinum Omega watch he gave me at breakfast on our first morning in London obscures the red line. The inscription still makes me swoon. Anastasia, you are my more, my love, my life, Christian. In spite of everything, all his 50-ness, my husband can be so romantic. I gaze down at the faint marks on my wrist. Then again, he can be savage sometimes. Releasing my left hand, he tilts my chin up with his fingers and scrutinizes my expression, his eyes troubled. They don't hurt, I repeat. He pulls my hand to his lips and plants a soft, apologetic kiss on the inside of my wrist. Come, he says, and leads me into the shop. Here. Christian holds open the platinum bracelet he's just purchased. It's exquisite, so delicately crafted, the filigree in the shape of small abstract flowers with small diamonds at their hearts. He fastens it around my wrist. It's wide and cuff-like and hides the red marks. It also costs 30,000 euros, I think, though I couldn't really follow the conversation in French with the sales assistant. I have never worn anything so expensive. There, that's better, he murmurs. Better? I whisper, gazing into luminous gray eyes, conscious that the stick-thin sales assistant is staring at us with a jealous and disapproving look. You know why, Christian says uncertainly. I don't need this. I shake my wrist and the cuff moves. It catches the afternoon light streaming through the boutique window, and small sparkling rainbows dance off the diamonds all over the walls of the store. I do, he says with utter sincerity. Why? Why does he need this? Does he feel guilty? About what? The marks? His birth mother? Not confiding in me? Oh, 50. No, Christian, you don't. You've given me so much already. A magical honeymoon, London, Paris, the Côte d'Azur, and you. I'm a very lucky girl, I whisper, and his eyes soften. No, Anastasia, I'm a very lucky man. Thank you. Stretching up on tiptoes, I put my arms around his neck and kiss him, not for giving me the bracelet, but for being mine. Back in the car, he's introspective, gazing out at the fields of bright sunflowers, their heads following and basking in the afternoon sun. One of the twins, I think it's Gaston, is driving, and Taylor is beside him up front. Christian is brooding about something. I clasp his hand, giving it a reassuring squeeze. He glances at me before releasing my hand and caressing my knee. I'm wearing a short, full blue and white skirt and a blue, fitted, sleeveless shirt. Christian hesitates, and I don't know if his hand is going to travel up my thigh or down my leg. I tense with anticipation at the gentle touch of his fingers, and my breath catches. What's he going to do? He chooses down, suddenly grasping my ankle and pulling my foot onto his lap. I swivel my backside so I'm facing him in the back of the car. I want the other one too. I glance nervously toward Taylor and Gaston, whose eyes are resolutely on the road ahead, and place my other foot on his lap. His eyes cool. He reaches over and presses a button located on his door. In front of us, a lightly tinted privacy screen slides out of a panel, and 10 seconds later, we are effectively on our own. Wow, no wonder the back of this car has so much legroom. I want to look at your ankles. Christian offers his quiet explanation. His gaze is anxious. The cuff marks? Geez. I thought we'd dealt with this. If there are marks, they are hidden by my sandal straps. I don't recall seeing any this morning. Gently, he strokes his thumb up my right instep, making me wriggle. A smile plays on his lips, and deftly he undoes one strap, and his smile fades as he's confronted with the darker red marks. Doesn't hurt, I murmur. He glances at me, and his expression is sad, his mouth a thin line. He nods once as if he's taking me at my word while I shake my sandal loose so it falls to the floor. But I know I've lost him. He's distracted and brooding again, mechanically caressing my foot while he turns away to gaze out the car window once more. Hey, what did you expect? I ask softly. He glances at me and shrugs. I didn't expect to feel like I do looking at these marks, he says. Oh, reticent 1 minute and forthcoming the next? How 50? How can I keep up with him? How do you feel? Bleak eyes gaze at me. Uncomfortable. He murmurs, oh no. I unbuckle my seatbelt and scoot closer to him, leaving my feet in his lap. I want to crawl into his lap and hold him, and I would if it were just Taylor in the front. But knowing Gaston is there cramps my style despite the glass. If only it were darker. I clutch his hands. It's the hickeys I don't like, I whisper. Everything else, what you did? I lower my voice even further. With the handcuffs? I enjoyed that. Well, more than enjoyed. It was mind-blowing. You can do that to me again anytime. He shifts in his seat. Mind-blowing? My inner goddess looks up, startled from her Jackie Collins. Yes, I grin. I flex my toes into his hardening crotch and see, rather than hear, his sharp intake of breath, his lips parting. You should really be wearing your seatbelt, Mrs. Gray. His voice is low, and I curl my toes around him once more. He inhales and his eyes darken, and he clasps my ankle in warning. Does he want me to stop? Continue? He pauses, scowls, then fishes his ever-present BlackBerry out of his pocket to take an incoming call while glancing at his watch. His frown deepens. Barney, he snaps. Crap. Work interrupting us again. I try to remove my feet, and he tightens his fingers around my ankle. In the server room? He says in disbelief. Did it activate the fire suppression system? Fire? I take my feet off his lap, and this time he lets me. I sit back in my seat, buckle my seatbelt, and fiddle nervously with the €30,000 bracelet. Christian presses the button on his door armrest again, and the privacy glass slides down. Anyone injured? Damage? I see. When? Christian glances at his watch again, then runs his fingers through his hair. No, not the fire department or the police. Not yet, anyway. A fire? At Christian's office? I gape at him, my mind racing. Taylor shifts so he can hear Christian's conversation. Has he? Good. Okay. I want a detailed damage report and a complete rundown of everyone who had access over the last 5 days, including the cleaning staff. Get hold of Andrea and get her to call me. Yeah, sounds like the argon is just as effective, worth its weight in gold. Damage report? Argon? It rings a distant bell from chemistry class. An element, I think. I realize it's early. Email me in 2 hours. No, I need to know. Thank you for calling me. Christian hangs up, then immediately punches a number into the BlackBerry. Welch. Good. When? Christian glances at his watch, yet again. An hour then. Yes. 24/7 at the offsite data store. Good. He hangs up. Philippe, I need to be on board within the hour. Monsieur. Shit, it's Philippe, not Gaston. The car surges forward. Christian glances at me, his expression unreadable. Anyone hurt? I ask quietly. Christian shakes his head. Very little damage. He reaches over and clasps my hand, squeezing it reassuringly. Don't worry about this. My team is on it. And there he is, the CEO, in command, in control, and not flustered at all. Where was the fire? Server room. Grey House? Yes. His responses are clipped, so I know he doesn't want to talk about it. Why so little damage? The server room is fitted with a state-of-the-art fire suppression system. Of course it is. And please, don't worry. I'm not worried. I lie. We don't know for sure that it was arson, he says, cutting to the heart of my anxiety. My hand clutches my throat in fear. Charlie Tango, and now this? What next? Chapter 4. I'm restless. Christian has been holed up in the onboard study for over an hour. I have tried reading, watching TV, sunbathing, fully dressed sunbathing, but I can't relax, and I can't rid myself of this edgy feeling. After changing into shorts and a t-shirt, I remove the ludicrously expensive cuff and go to find Taylor. Mrs. Gray, he says, startled from his Anthony Burgess novel. He is sitting in the small salon outside Christian's study. I'd like to go shopping. Yes, ma'am. He stands. I'd like to take the jet ski. His mouth drops open. He frowns at a loss for words. I don't want to bother Christian with this. He represses a sigh. Mrs. Gray, I don't think Mr. Gray would be very comfortable with that, and I'd like to keep my job. Oh, for heaven's sake. I want to roll my eyes at him, but I narrow them instead, sighing heavily and expressing, I think, the right amount of frustrated indignation that I am not mistress of my own destiny. Then again, I don't want Christian to be mad at Taylor, or me, for that matter. Striding confidently past him, I knock on the study door and enter. Christian is on his BlackBerry, leaning against the mahogany desk. He glances up. Andrea, hold please. He mutters into the phone, his expression serious. His gaze is politely expectant. Shit. Why do I feel like I've entered the principal's office? This man had me in handcuffs yesterday. I refuse to be intimidated by him. He's my husband, damn it. I square my shoulders and give him a broad smile. I'm going shopping. I'll take security with me. Sure. Take one of the twins, and Taylor too, he says. And I know that whatever's happening is serious, because he doesn't question me further. I stand staring at him, wondering if I can help. Anything else? He asks. He wants me gone. Can I get you anything? I ask. He smiles his sweet, shy smile. No, baby, I'm good, he says. The crew will look after me. Okay. I want to kiss him. Hell, I can. He's my husband. Strolling purposefully forward, I plant a kiss on his lips, surprising him. Andrea, I'll call you back, he mutters. He puts the BlackBerry down on the desk behind him, pulls me into his embrace, and kisses me passionately. I am breathless when he releases me. His eyes are dark and needy. You're distracting me. I need to sort this so I can get back to my honeymoon. He runs an index finger down my face and caresses my chin, tilting my face up. Okay, I'm sorry. Please don't apologize, Mrs. Gray. I love your distractions. He kisses the corner of my mouth. Go spend some money. He releases me. Will do. I smirk at him as I exit his study. My subconscious shakes her head and purses her lips. You didn't tell him you were going on the jet ski. She chastises me in her sing-songy voice. I ignore her. Harpy. Taylor is patiently waiting. That's all cleared with high command. Can we go? I smile, trying to keep the sarcasm out of my voice. Taylor doesn't hide his admiring smile. Mrs. Gray, after you. Taylor patiently talks me through the controls on the jet ski and how to ride it. He has a calm, gentle authority about him. He's a good teacher. We are in the motor launch, bobbing and weaving on the calm waters of the harbor, beside the fair lady. Gaston looks on, his expression hidden by his shades, and one of the fair lady's crew is at the controls of the motor launch. Geez, 3 people with me, just because I want to go shopping. It's ridiculous. Zipping up my life jacket, I give Taylor a beaming grin. He holds out his hand to assist me as I climb onto the jet ski. Fasten the strap of the ignition key around your wrist, Mrs. Gray. If you fall off, the engine will cut out automatically, he explains. Okay. Ready? I nod enthusiastically. Press the ignition when you've drifted about 4 feet away from the boat. We'll follow you. Okay. He pushes the jet ski away from the launch and it floats gently into the main harbor. When he gives me the OK sign, I press the ignition button and the engine roars to life. Okay, Mrs. Gray. Easy does it, Taylor shouts. I squeeze the accelerator. The jet ski lurches forward, then stalls. Crap! How does Christian make it look so easy? I try again, and once again, I stall. Double crap. Just steady on the gas, Mrs. Gray, Taylor calls. Yeah, I mutter under my breath. I try once more, very gently squeezing the lever, and the jet ski lurches forward, but this time, it keeps going. Yes! It goes some more. Ha-ha! It still keeps going. I want to shout and squeal in excitement, but I resist. I cruise gently away from the yacht into the main harbor. Behind me, I hear the throaty roar of the motor launch. When I squeeze the gas further, the jet ski leaps forward, skating across the water. With the warm breeze in my hair and a fine sea spray on either side of me, I feel free. This rocks! No wonder Christian never lets me drive. Rather than head for the shore and curtail the fun, I veer around to do a circuit of the stately fair lady. Wow, this is so much fun! I ignore Taylor and the crew behind me and speed around the yacht for a second time. As I complete the circuit, I spot Christian on deck. I think he's gaping at me, though it's difficult to tell. Bravely, I lift one hand from the handlebars and wave enthusiastically at him. He looks like he's made of stone, but finally he raises his hand in the semblance of a stiff wave. I can't work out his expression, and something tells me I don't want to, so I head to the marina, speeding across the blue water of the Mediterranean, which shimmers in the late afternoon sun. At the dock, I wait and let Taylor pull up ahead of me. His expression is bleak, and my heart sinks, though Gaston looks vaguely amused. I wonder briefly if something has happened to chill Gallic-American relations, but deep down I suspect the problem is probably me. Gaston leaps out of the motorboat and ties it to the moorings, while Taylor directs me to come alongside. Very gently, I ease the jet ski into position beside the boat and line up beside him. His expression softens a little. "Just switch off the ignition, Mrs. Gray," he says calmly, reaching for the handlebars and holding out a hand to help me into the motorboat. I nimbly climb aboard, impressed that I don't fall in. "Mrs. Gray," Taylor says nervously, his cheeks pink once more. "Mr. Gray is not entirely comfortable with you riding on the jet ski." He's practically squirming with embarrassment, and I realize he's had an irate call from Christian. Oh, my poor, pathologically overprotective husband. What am I going to do with you? I smile serenely at Taylor. I see. Well, Taylor, Mr. Gray is not here, and if he's not entirely comfortable, I'm sure he'll give me the courtesy of telling me himself when I'm back on board. Taylor winces. "Very good, Mrs. Gray," he says quietly, handing me my purse. As I climb out of the boat, I catch a glimpse of his reluctant smile, and it makes me want to smile too. I cannot believe how fond I am of Taylor, but I really don't appreciate being scolded by him. He's not my father or my husband. I sigh. Christian's mad, and he has enough to worry about at the moment. What was I thinking? As I stand on the dock waiting for Taylor to climb up, I feel my BlackBerry vibrate in my purse and fish it out. Sade's "Your Love is King" is my ringtone for Christian. Only for Christian. "Hi," I murmur. "Hi," he says. "I'll come back on the boat. Don't be mad." I hear his small gasp of surprise. "It was fun though," I whisper. He sighs. "Well, far be it for me to curtail your fun, Mrs. Gray. Just be careful, please." Oh my! Permission to have fun? I will. Anything you want from town? Just you, back in one piece. I'll do my best to comply, Mr. Gray. I'm glad to hear it, Mrs. Gray. We aim to please, I respond with a giggle. I hear the smile in his voice. I have another call. Laters, baby. Laters, Christian. He hangs up. Jet ski crisis averted, I think. The car is waiting, and Taylor holds the door open for me. I wink at him as I climb in, and he shakes his head in amusement. In the car, I fire up the email on my BlackBerry. From Anastasia Gray. Subject, thank you. Date, August 17, 2011, 16:55. To Christian Gray. For not being too grouchy, your loving wife, XXX. From Christian Gray. Subject, trying to stay calm. Date, August 17th, 2011, 16:59. To Anastasia Gray. You're welcome. Come back in one piece. This is not a request. X. Christian Gray, CEO and overprotective husband, Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc. His response makes me smile. My control freak.
Eric was accompanied by his family.
Why did I want to come shopping? I hate shopping, but deep down, I know why. And I walk determinedly past Chanel, Gucci, Dior, and the other designer boutiques, and eventually find the antidote to what ails me in a small, overstocked, touristy store. It's a little silver ankle bracelet with small hearts and little bells. It tinkles sweetly and it costs €5. As soon as I've bought it, I put it on. This is me. This is what I like. Immediately, I feel more comfortable. I don't want to lose touch with the girl who likes this, ever. Deep down, I know that I'm not only overwhelmed by Christian himself, but also by his wealth. Will I ever get used to it? Taylor and Gaston follow me dutifully through the late afternoon crowds, and I soon forget they are there. I want to buy something for Christian. Something to take his mind off what's happening in Seattle. But what do I buy for the man who has everything? I pause in a small modern square surrounded by stores and gaze at each one in turn. When I spy an electronics store, our visit to the gallery earlier today, and our visit to the Louvre come back to me. We were looking at the Venus de Milo at the time. Christian's words echo in my head. We can all appreciate the female form. We love to look whether in marble or oils or satin or film. It gives me an idea, a daring idea. I just need help choosing the right one, and there's only one person who can help me. I wrestle my BlackBerry out of my purse and call Jose. Who? He mumbles sleepily. Jose, it's Anna. Anna, hi. Where are you? You okay? He sounds more alert now, concerned. I'm in Cannes in the south of France, and I'm fine. South of France, huh? You in some fancy hotel? No. We're staying on a boat. A boat? A big boat, I clarify, sighing. I see. His tone chills. Shit. I should not have called him. I don't need this right now. Jose, I need your advice. My advice? He sounds stunned. Sure, he says, and this time he's much more friendly. I tell him my plan. 2 hours later, Taylor helps me out of the motor launch onto the steps up to the deck. Gaston is helping the deckhand with the jet ski. Christian is nowhere to be seen, and I scurry down to our cabin to wrap his present, feeling a childish sense of delight. You were gone some time. Christian startles me just as I am applying the last piece of tape. I turn to find him standing in the doorway to the cabin, watching me intently. Am I still in trouble over the jet ski, or is it the fire at his office? Everything in control at your office? I ask tentatively. More or less, he says, an annoyed frown flitting across his face. I did a little shopping, I murmur, hoping to lighten his mood, and praying his annoyance is not directed at me. He smiles warmly, and I know we're okay. What did you buy? This. I put my foot up on the bed and show him my ankle chain. Very nice, he says. He steps over to me and fondles the tiny bells so that they jingle sweetly around my ankle. He frowns again and runs his fingers lightly along the mark, sending tingles up my leg. And this. I hold out the box, hoping to distract him. For me? He asks in surprise. I nod shyly. He takes the box and shakes it gently. He grins his boyish, dazzling smile and sits down beside me on the bed. Leaning over, he grasps my chin and kisses me. Thank you, he says with shy delight. You haven't opened it yet. I'll love it, whatever it is. He gazes down at me, his eyes glowing. I don't get many presents. It's hard to buy you things. You have everything. I have you. You do. I grin at him. Oh, you so do, Christian. He makes short work of the wrapping paper. A Nikon? He glances up at me, puzzled. I know you have your compact digital camera, but this is for, portraits and the like. It comes with 2 lenses. He blinks at me, still not understanding. Today in the gallery, you liked the Florence Dell photographs, and I remember what you said in the Louvre. And, of course, there were those other photographs. I swallow, trying my best not to recall the images I found in his closet. He stops breathing, his eyes widening as realization dawns. And I continue hurriedly before I lose my nerve. I thought you might, like to take pictures of me. Pictures of you? He gapes at me, ignoring the box on his lap. I nod, desperately trying to gauge his reaction. Finally, he gazes back down at the box, his fingers tracing over the illustration of the camera on the front with fascinated
Thank
reverence.
you very much for
What
listening to
is
this
he
week's
thinking?
podcast episode about
Oh,
Vikings.
this is not the reaction I was expecting, and my subconscious glares at me like I'm a domesticated farm animal. Christian never reacts the way I expect. He looks back up, his eyes filled with what? Pain? Why do you think I want this? He asks, bemused. No. You said you'd love it. Don't you? I ask, refusing to acknowledge my subconscious, who is questioning why anyone would want erotic photographs of me. Christian swallows and runs a hand through his hair, and he looks so lost, so confused. He takes a deep breath. For me, photos like those have usually been an insurance policy, Anna. I know I've objectified women for so long, he says, and pauses awkwardly. And you think taking pictures of me is, objectifying me? All the air leaves my body, and the blood drains from my face. He scrunches up his eyes. I am so confused, he whispers. When he opens his eyes again, they are wide and wary, full of some raw emotion. Shit. Is it me? My questions earlier about his birth mom? The fire at his office? Why do you say that? I whisper, panic rising in my throat. I thought he was happy. I thought we were happy. I thought I made him happy. I don't want to confuse him. Do I? My mind starts racing. He hasn't seen Flynn in nearly 3 weeks. Is that it? Is that the reason he's unraveling? Shit, should I call Flynn? And in a possibly unique moment of extraordinary depth and clarity, it comes to me. The fire, Charlie Tango, the jet ski. He's scared. He's scared for me. And seeing these marks on my skin must bring that home. He's been fussing about them all day, confusing himself because he's not used to feeling uncomfortable about inflicting pain. The thought chills me. He shrugs, and once more his eyes move down to my wrist, where the cuff he bought me this afternoon used to be. Bingo. Christian, these don't matter. I hold up my wrist, revealing the fading welt. You gave me a safe word. Shit, yesterday was fun. I enjoyed it. Stop brooding about it. I like rough sex. I've told you that before. I blush scarlet as I try to quash my rising panic. He gazes at me intently, and I have no idea what he's thinking. Maybe he's measuring my words. I stumble on. Is this about the fire? Do you think it's connected somehow to Charlie Tango? Is this why you're worried? Talk to me, Christian, please. He stares at me, saying nothing, and the silence expands between us again as it did this afternoon. Holy fucking crap. He's not going to talk to me. I know. Don't overthink this, Christian, I scold quietly, and the words echo, disturbing a memory from the recent past, his words to me about his stupid contract. I reach over, take the box from his lap, and open it. He watches me passively as if I'm a fascinating alien creature. Knowing that the camera is prepped by the overly helpful salesman in the store and ready to go, I fish it out of the box and remove the lens cap. I point the camera at him, so his beautiful, anxious face fills the frame. I press the button and keep it pressed, and 10 pictures of Christian's alarmed expression are captured digitally for posterity. I'll objectify you then, I murmur, pressing the shutter again. On the final still, his lips twitch almost imperceptibly. I press again, and this time he smiles. A small smile, but a smile nevertheless. I hold down the button once more and see him physically relax in front of me and pout. a full-on, posed, ridiculous, blue steel pout, and it makes me giggle. Oh, thank heavens! Mr. Mercurial is back, and I've never been so pleased to see him. I thought it was my present, he mutters sulkily, but I think he's teasing. Well, it was supposed to be fun, but apparently it's a symbol of women's oppression. I snap away, taking more pictures of him, and watch the amusement grow on his face and super close up. Then his eyes darken, and his expression changes to predatory. You want to be oppressed, he murmurs silkily. Not oppressed, no, I murmur back, snapping again. I could oppress you big time, Mrs. Gray, he threatens, his voice husky. I know you can, Mr. Gray, and you do. Frequently, his face falls. Shit. I lower the camera and stare at him. What's wrong, Christian? My voice oozes frustration. Tell me! He says nothing. Gah, he's so infuriating. I lift the camera to my eye again. Tell me, I insist. Nothing, he says, and abruptly disappears from the viewfinder. In one swift, smooth move, he sweeps the camera box onto the cabin floor, grabs me, and pushes me down onto the bed. He sits astride me. Hey! I exclaim, and take more photographs of him, smiling down at me with dark intent. He grabs the camera by the lens, and the photographer becomes the subject as he points the Nikon at me and presses the shutter down. So you want me to take pictures of you, Mrs. Gray, he says, amused. All I can see of his face is his unruly hair and a broad grin on his sculptured mouth. Well, for a start, I think you should be laughing, he says, and he tickles me ruthlessly under my ribs, making me squeal and giggle and squirm beneath him until I grasp his wrists in a vain attempt to make him stop. His grin widens, and he renews his efforts while snapping pictures. No! Stop! I scream. Are you kidding? He growls and puts the camera down beside us so that he can torture me with both hands. Christian! I splutter and gasp my laughing protest. He has never, ever tickled me before. Fuck! Stop! I thrash my head from side to side, trying to wiggle out from under him, giggling and pushing both of his hands away, but he's unrelenting, grinning down at me, enjoying my torment. Christian, stop! I plead, and he stops suddenly. Grabbing both of my hands, he holds them down on either side of my head while looming over me. I am panting and breathless with laughter. His breathing mirrors mine, and he gazes down at me with, what? My lungs stop functioning. Wonder? Love? Reverence? Holy cow, that look! You are so beautiful, he breathes. I stare up at his dear, dear face bathed in the intensity of his gaze, and it's as if he's seeing me for the first time. Leaning down, he closes his eyes and kisses me, enraptured. His response is a wake-up call to my libido, seeing him like this, undone by me. Oh my. He releases my hands and curls his fingers around my head and into my hair, holding me gently in place, and my body rises and fills with my arousal, responding to his kiss. And suddenly, the nature of his kiss alters, no longer sweet, reverential, and admiring, but carnal, deep, and devouring. His tongue invading my mouth, taking, not giving, his kiss possessing a desperate, needy edge. As desire courses through my blood, awakening every muscle and sinew in its wake, I feel a frisson of alarm. Oh, 50, what's wrong? He inhales sharply and groans. Oh, what you do to me. He murmurs, lost and raw. He moves suddenly, lying down on top of me. pressing me into the mattress, one hand cupping my chin, the other skimming over my body, my breast, my waist, my hip, and around my behind. He kisses me again, pushing his leg between mine, raising my knee and grinding against me, his erection straining against our clothes and my sex. I gasp and moan against his lips, losing myself to his fervent passion. I dismiss the distant alarm bells in the back of my mind, knowing that he wants me, that he needs me, and that when it comes to communicating with me, this is his favorite form of self-expression. I kiss him with renewed abandon, running my fingers through his hair, fisting my hands, holding tight. He tastes so good and smells of Christian, my Christian. Abruptly, he stops, stands up, and pulls me off the bed so that I am standing in front of him, dazed. He undoes the button on my shorts and kneels quickly, yanking them and my panties down, and before I can breathe again, I am back on the bed beneath him and he's unbuttoning his fly. Whoa, he's not taking off his clothes or my t-shirt. He holds my head and with no preamble whatsoever, he thrusts himself inside me, making me cry out, more in surprise than anything else. But I can still hear the hiss of his breath forced through his clenched teeth. Yes, he hisses close to my ear. He stills, then swivels his hips once, pushing deeper, making me groan. I need you, he growls, his voice low and husky. He runs his teeth along my jaw, nipping and sucking, and then he's kissing me again hard. I wrap my legs and arms around him, cradling and holding him hard against me, determined to wipe out whatever's worrying him. And he starts to move like he's trying to climb inside me, over and over, frantic, primal, desperate, and before I lose myself to the insane rhythm and pace he's setting, I briefly wonder once more what's driving him, worrying him. But my body takes over, obliterating the thought, climbing and building so I am awash with sensation, meeting him thrust for thrust, listening to his harsh breathing, labored and fierce at my ear, knowing that he's lost in me. I groan loudly, panting. It's so erotic, his need for me. I am reaching, and he's driving me higher, overwhelming me, taking me. And I want this. I want this so much, for him and for me. Come with me, he gasps, and he rears up over me so I have to break my hold around him. Open your eyes, he orders. I need to see you. His voice is urgent, implacable. My eyes flicker open momentarily, and the sight of him above me, his face taut with ardor, his eyes raw and glowing. His passion and his love is my undoing, and on cue I come, throwing my head back as my body pulses around him. Oh, Anna, he cries, and he joins my climax, driving into me, then stilling and collapsing onto me. He rolls over so that I'm sprawled on top of him, and he's still inside me. As I surface from my orgasm and my body steadies and calms, I want to make some quip about being objectified and oppressed, but hold my tongue, uncertain of his mood. I glance up from Christian's chest to examine his face. His eyes are closed and his arms are wrapped around me, clinging tight. I kiss his chest through the thin fabric of his linen shirt. Tell me, Christian, what's wrong? I ask softly, and wait anxiously to see if even now, sated by sex, he'll tell me. I feel his arms tighten around me further, but it's his only response. He's not going to talk. Inspiration hits me. I give you my solemn vow to be your faithful partner in sickness and in health, to stand by your side in good times and in bad, to share your joy as well as your sorrow. I murmur. He freezes. His only movement is to open wide his fathomless eyes and gaze at me as I continue my wedding vows. I promise to love you unconditionally, to support you in your goals and dreams, to honor and respect you, to laugh with you and cry with you, to share my hopes and dreams with you, and bring you solace in times of need. I pause, willing him to talk to me. He watches me, his lips parted, but says nothing. And to cherish you for as long as we both shall live. I sigh. Oh, Anna, he whispers, and moves again, breaking our precious contact so that we're lying side by side. He strokes my face with the backs of his knuckles. I solemnly vow that I will safeguard and hold dear and deep in my heart our union and you. He whispers, his voice hoarse. I promise to love you faithfully, forsaking all others, through the good times and the bad, in sickness and in health, regardless of where life takes us. I will protect you, trust you, and respect you. I will share your joys and sorrows, and comfort you in times of need. I promise to cherish you and uphold your hopes and dreams, and keep you safe at my side. All that is mine is now yours. I give you my hand, my heart, and my love, from this moment on, for as long as we both shall live. Tears spring to my eyes. His face softens as he gazes at me. Don't cry, he murmurs, his thumb catching and dispatching a stray tear. Why won't you talk to me? Please, Christian. He closes his eyes as if in pain. I vowed I would bring you solace in times of need. Please don't make me break my vows, I plead. He sighs and opens his eyes, his expression bleak. It's arson, he says simply, and he looks suddenly so young and vulnerable. Oh, and my biggest worry is that they are after me, and if they are after me, he stops, unable to continue. They might get me, I whisper. He blanches, and I know that I have finally uncovered the root of his anxiety. I caress his face. Thank you, I murmur. He frowns. What for? For telling me. He shakes his head, and a ghost of a smile touches his lips. You can be very persuasive, Mrs. Gray. And you can brood and internalize all your feelings and worry yourself to death. You'll probably die of a heart attack before you're 40, and I want you around far longer than that. You'll be the death of me. The sight of you on the jet ski, I nearly did have a coronary. He flops back on the bed and puts his hand over his eyes, and I feel him shudder. Christian, it's a jet ski. Even kids ride jet skis. Can you imagine what you'll be like when we visit your place in Aspen and I go skiing for the first time? He gasps and turns to face me, and I want to laugh at the horror on his face. Our place, he says eventually. I ignore him. I'm a grown-up, Christian, and much tougher than I look. When are you going to learn this? He shrugs and his mouth thins. I decide to change the subject. So, the fire. Do the police know about the arson? Yes. His expression is serious. Good. Security is going to get tighter, he says matter-of-factly. I understand. I glance down his body. He's still wearing his shorts and his shirt, and I still have my t-shirt on.
There was a pandemic, and then I was living
Talk
my
about
life
wham,
with the
bam,
Bill
thank you,
and Melinda
ma'am.
Gates Foundation
Thought
and
makes me
the
giggle.
and then they divorced.
What? Christian asks, bemused. You,
This was nothing like the
Me.
launch of Windows 95.
Yes, you,
Launch of Windows 95
still
seemed like
dressed.
a good fucking time.
Oh.
Around there.
He glances down at himself, then back at me, and his face erupts into an enormous smile. Well,
Man,
you know how hard it is for me to keep my hands off you, Mrs. Gray, especially when you're giggling like a schoolgirl. Oh yes,
this
the tickling.
stage
Ah, the tickling.
amazing.
I move quickly so that I'm straddling him. But immediately, understanding my evil intent, he grabs both of my wrists. No, he says, and he means it. I pout at him, but decide that he's not ready for this. Please don't. He whispers, I couldn't bear it. I was never tickled as a child. He pauses, and I relax my hands so he doesn't have to restrain me. I used to watch Carrot with Elliot and Mia, tickling them, and it looked like such fun, but I place my index finger on his lips. Hush, I know, I murmur, and plant a soft kiss on his lips where my finger has just been, then curl up on his chest. The familiar painful ache swells inside me, and the profound sadness that I hold in my heart for Christian as a little boy seizes me once more. I know I would do anything for this man because I love him so.
Full disclosure.
He puts his arms around me and presses his nose into my hair,
Real talk.
inhaling deeply as he gently strokes my back.
Was the
I don't
first
know
time you
how
did it
long
after
we
you
lie there,
made $1 billion?
but eventually
I'd be like,
I
okay,
break
no
the
problem.
comfortable
I
silence
know
between
how
us.
people started. I remember how I started.
What
With
is
a
the
bank account
longest
that
you've
was
gone
connected to my
without
father,
seeing Dr.
and he
Flynn?
would siphon money out of it
2
and put it in.
weeks.
So
Why?
I'm sure yours
Do you
wasn't
have
like that.
an
I'm sure
incorrigible
you
urge to
had one of
tickle
those
me?
nice bank accounts where shit went in
No,
instead of
I chuckle. I think he helps you.
Are you done?
Christian snorts.
You gotta make
You
mortgage
should.
payments.
I pay him enough. He pulls my
I can't
hair
believe I got
gently,
that fucking thing.
turning my face to look up at
I didn't
him.
get a chance to watch
I
it
lift
until
my
you
head
said
and meet
rock
his
and roll, rock
gaze.
and roll. That's the
Are
fucking
you
only
concerned
time.
for my well-being, Mrs. Gray?
This
He
stage
asks
is more
softly.
powerful than most countries.
Every good wife is
Because these
concerned
guys
for
had
her beloved
ideas.
husband's well-being, Mr.
They
Gray.
became more powerful
I
than
admonish him
even some of them
teasingly.
individually.
Beloved,
Really?
he whispers, and it's a poignant question hanging between us. Very much, beloved. I scoot up to kiss him, and he smiles his shy
Bill Gates
smile.
right now.
Do you want to go ashore
Not
to eat?
even Bill Gates. Fuck him.
I want to eat wherever you're happiest.
Steve Allen.
Good.
Steve Allen
He
from the fucking
grins.
Tonight Show or something?
Aboard is where I can
Ray
keep
Allen
you
from the
safe.
Celtics? No.
Thank you for my present. He reaches over and grabs the camera, and, holding it at arm's length, he snaps the two of us in our post-tickling, post-coital, post-professional embrace.
Is dirty.
The pleasure is all
But Ray
mine.
Allen has a spot.
I smile, and his eyes light up.
On the basketball. It's a very corner of a basketball court where
We wander through the opulent, gilt splendor of the 18th century Palace of
it's right next
Versailles.
to Larry Bird.
Once a humble
Larry Bird
hunting
has a
lodge,
spot.
it was transformed by the Roi Soleil into a magnificent, lavish seat of power.
Where they
But
did
even before
something,
the
or they were
18th
known to do
century
something.
ended, it saw the last of those absolute monarchs.
Shaq's got a spot like
The
that.
most stunning room by far is the Hall of Mirrors. The early afternoon light floods through the windows to the west, lighting up the mirrors that line the east wall and illuminating the gold leaf decor and the enormous crystal chandeliers. It's breathtaking. Interesting to see what becomes of a despotic megalomaniac who isolates himself in such splendor. I murmur to Christian as he stands at my side. He gazes down and cocks his head to one side, regarding me with humor. To your point, Mrs. Gray. Oh, merely an observation, Mr. Gray. I wave my hand airily at the surroundings. Smirking, he follows me to the center of the room, where I stand and gawk at the view. The spectacular gardens reflected in the looking glass and the spectacular Christian Grey, my husband, reflected back at me, his gaze bright and bold. I would build this for you, he whispers, just to see the way the light burnishes your hair, right here, right now. He tucks a strand of hair behind my ear. You look like an angel. He kisses me just below my earlobe, takes my hand in his, and murmurs, "We despots do that for the women we love." I flush at his compliment, smiling shyly, and follow him through the vast room.
They were ancestral.
What are you thinking about? Christian asks softly, taking a sip of his after-dinner coffee. Versailles, ostentatious, wasn't it? He grins. I glance around the more understated grandeur of the fair lady's dining room and purse my lips. This is hardly ostentatious, Christian says, a tad defensively. I know. It's lovely. The best honeymoon a girl could want. Really? He says, genuinely surprised, and he smiles his shy smile. Of course it is. We've got only 2 more days. Is there anything you'd like to see or do? Just be with you, I murmur. He rises from the table, comes around, and kisses me on the forehead. Well, can you do without me for about an hour? I need to check my emails, find out what's happening at home. Sure, I say brightly, trying to hide my disappointment that I'll be without him for an hour. Is it freaky that I want to be with him all the time? Thank you for the camera, he murmurs, and heads for the study. Back in our cabin, I decide to catch up on my correspondence and open my laptop. There are emails from my mom and from Kate, giving me the latest gossip from home and asking how the honeymoon is going. Well, great, until someone decided to burn down GEH Inc. As I finish my response to my mom, an email from Kate hits my inbox. From Catherine L. Kavanaugh. Date, August 17, 2011. 11:45. To Anastasia Gray. Subject, OMG. Anna, just heard about the fire at Christian's office. Do you think it's arson? K, XOX. Kate is online. I jump onto my newfound toy, Skype messaging, and see that she's available. I quickly type a message. Anna. Hey, are you there? Kate. Yes, Anna. How are you? How's the honeymoon? Did you see my email? Does Christian know about the fire? Anna. I'm good. Honeymoon's great. Yes, I saw your email. Yes, Christian knows. Kate, I thought he would. News is sketchy on what happened, and Elliot won't tell me anything. Anna, are you fishing for a story? Kate, you know me too well. Anna, Christian hasn't told me much. Kate, Elliot heard from Grace. Oh no, I'm sure Christian doesn't want this broadcast all over Seattle. I try my patented distract tenacious Kavanaugh technique. Anna, how are Elliot and Ethan? Kate, Ethan has been accepted into the psych course at Seattle for his master's degree. Elliot is adorable.
Did you ever just want to hear
Anna,
scream at the top?
way to go, Ethan.
Motherfucker at the
How's our favorite ex-dom? Anna, Kate? Kate, what? Anna, you know what? Kate, Kay, sorry. Anna, he's fine, more than fine. Smiley face emoticon. Kate, well, as long as you're happy, I'm happy. Anna, I'm blissfully happy. Kate, smiley face emoticon. I have to run. Can we talk later? Anna, not sure. See if I am online. Time zones suck. Kate, they do. Love you, Anna. Anna, love you too. Laters. X. Kate, laters. Heart emoticon.
Is there another one of these? Yeah.
Trust Kate to be on the trail of this story. I roll my eyes and shut Skype down before Christian sees the chat. He wouldn't appreciate the ex-dom comment, and I'm not sure he's entirely ex. I sigh loudly. Kate knows everything. Since our tipsy evening 3 weeks before the wedding, when I finally succumbed to the Kavanaugh Inquisition, it was a relief to finally talk to someone. I glance at my watch. It's been about an hour since dinner, and I am missing my husband. I head back on deck to see if he's finished his work. I am in the hall of mirrors, and Christian is standing beside me. smiling down at me with love and affection.
Personally,
You look like an angel. I beam back at him, but when I glance into the looking glass, I'm standing on my own, and the room is gray and drab. No! My head whips back to his face, to find his smile is sad and wistful. He tucks my hair behind my ear. Then he turns wordlessly and walks away slowly, the sound of his footsteps echoing off the mirrors as he paces the enormous room to the ornate double doors at the end. A man on his own, a man with no reflection. And I wait, gasping for air as panic seizes me. Hey, he whispers from beside me in the darkness, his voice filled with concern. Oh, he's here. He's safe. Relief courses through me. Oh, Christian, I mumble, trying to bring my pounding heartbeat under control. He wraps me in his arms, and it's only then that I realize I have tears streaming down my face. Anna, what is it? He strokes my cheek, wiping away my tears, and I can hear his anguish. Nothing. A silly nightmare. He kisses my forehead and my tear-stained cheeks, comforting me. Just a bad dream, baby. He murmurs, I've got you. I'll keep you safe. Drinking in his scent, I curl around him, trying to ignore the loss and devastation I felt in my dream. And in that moment, I know that my deepest, darkest fear would be losing him.
Right where your rib cage is. And she would
Chapter 5.
The story of the legend of
I stir, instinctively reaching for Christian, only to feel his absence. Shit. I wake instantly and look anxiously around the cabin. Christian is watching me from the small, upholstered armchair by the bed. Stooping down, he places something on the floor, then moves and stretches out on the bed beside me. He's dressed in his cutoffs and a gray t-shirt. Hey, don't panic. Everything's fine, he says, his voice gentle and soothing, like he's talking to a cornered wild animal. Tenderly, he smooths the hair back from my face, and I calm immediately. I see him trying and failing to hide his own concern. You've been so jumpy these last couple of days, he murmurs, his eyes wide and serious. I'm okay, Christian. I give him my brightest smile because I don't want him to know how worried I am about the arson incident. The painful recollection of how I felt when Charlie Tango was sabotaged and Christian went missing, the hollow emptiness, the indescribable pain, keeps resurfacing, the memory nagging me and gnawing at my heart. Keeping the smile fixed on my face, I try to repress it. Were you watching me sleep? Yes, he says, gazing at me steadily, studying me. You were talking. Oh? Shit, what was I saying? You're worried, he adds, his eyes filled with concern. Is there nothing I can keep from this man? He leans forward and kisses me between my brows. When you frown, a little V forms just here. It's soft to kiss. Don't worry, baby. I'll look after you. It's not me I'm worried about. It's you, I grumble. Who's looking after you? He smiles indulgently at my tone. I'm big enough and ugly enough to look after myself. Up, get up. There's one thing I'd like to do before we head home. He grins at me, a big, boyish, yes, I'm really only 28 grin, and swats my behind. I yelp, startled, and realize that today we're going back to Seattle, and my melancholy blossoms. I don't want to leave. I've relished being with him 24/7, and I'm not ready to share him with his company and his family. We've had a blissful honeymoon, with a few ups and downs, I admit, but that's normal for a newly married couple, surely. But Christian cannot contain his boyish excitement, and despite my dark thoughts, it's infectious. When he rises gracefully off the bed, I follow, intrigued. What has he got in mind? Christian straps the key to my wrist. You want me to drive? Yes. Christian grins. That's not too tight? It's fine. Is that why you're wearing a life jacket? I arch my eyebrow. Yes. I can't help my giggle. Such confidence in my driving capabilities, Mr. Gray. As ever, Mrs. Gray. Well, don't lecture me. Christian holds his hands up in a defensive gesture, but he's smiling. Would I dare? Yes, you would. And yes, you do. And we can't pull over and argue on the sidewalk here. Fair point well made, Mrs. Gray. Are we going to stand on this platform all day debating your driving skills, or are we going to have some fun? Fair point well made, Mr. Gray. I grasp the handlebars of the jet ski and clamber on. Christian climbs on behind me and kicks us away from the yacht. Taylor and two of the deckhands look on in amusement. Sliding forward, Christian wraps his arms around me and snuggles his thighs against mine. Yes, this is what I like about this form of transport. I insert the ignition key and push the start button, and the engine roars into life. Ready? I shout to Christian over the noise. As I'll ever be, he says, his mouth close to my ear. Gently, I pull on the lever and the jet ski moves away from the fair lady, far too sedately for my liking. Christian tightens his embrace. I pull on the gas some more. We shoot forward, and I'm delighted when we don't stall. Whoa! Christian calls from behind, but the exhilaration in his voice is palpable. I speed past the fair lady toward the open sea. We're anchored outside the Saint Laurent du Var, and Nice Côte d'Azur airport is nestled in the distance, built into the Mediterranean, or so it seems. I've heard the odd plane landing since we arrived last night. I decide we need to take a closer look. We shoot toward it, skipping rapidly over the waves. I love this, and I'm thrilled Christian's letting me drive. All the worry I felt over the past 2 days melts away as we skim toward the airport. Next time we do this, we'll have 2 jet skis, Christian shouts. I grin because the thought of racing him is thrilling. As we zoom over the cool blue sea toward what looks like the end of the runway, the thundering roar of a jet overhead suddenly startles me as it comes in to land. It's so loud, I panic, swerving and hitting the throttle at the same time, mistaking it for a brake. Anna! Christian shouts. But it's too late. I'm catapulted off the side of the jet ski, arms and legs flailing, taking Christian with me in a spectacular splash. Screaming, I plunge into the crystal blue sea and swallow a nasty mouthful of the Mediterranean. The water is cold this far from the shore, but I surface within a split second, courtesy of my life jacket. Coughing and spluttering, I wipe the seawater from my eyes and look around for Christian. He's already swimming toward me. The jet ski floats inoffensively a few feet away from us, its engine silent. You okay? His eyes are full of panic as he reaches me. Yes, I croak, but I cannot contain my elation. See, Christian, that's the worst that can happen on a jet ski. He pulls me into his embrace, then grabs my head between his hands, examining my face closely. See? That wasn't so bad. I grin as we tread water. Eventually, he smirks at me, obviously relieved. No, I guess it wasn't. Except I'm wet. He grumbles, but his tone is playful. I'm wet too. I like you wet. He leers. Christian! I scold, trying for faux righteous indignation. He grins, looking gorgeous, then leans in and kisses me hard. When he pulls away, I'm breathless. Come, let's head back. Now we have to shower. I'll drive. We laze in the British Airways first-class lounge at Heathrow in London, waiting for our connecting flight to Seattle. Christian is engrossed in the Financial Times. I pull out his camera, wanting to take some photographs of him. He looks so sexy in his trademark white linen shirt and jeans, with his aviator specs tucked into the V of his open shirt. The flash disturbs him, He blinks up at me and smiles his shy smile. "How are you, Mrs. Gray?" he asks. "Sad to be going home," I murmur. "I like having you to myself." He clasps my hand and, lifting it to his lips, grazes my knuckles with a sweet kiss. "Me too." "But," I ask, hearing that small word unsaid at the end of his simple statement. He frowns. "But," he repeats disingenuously. I tilt my head to one side, gazing at him with the "tell me" expression I have been perfecting over the last couple of days. He sighs, putting his newspaper down. "I want this arsonist caught and out of our lives." Oh, that seems fair enough, but I'm surprised by his bluntness. "I'll have Welch's balls on a platter if he lets anything like that happen again." A shiver runs down my spine at his menacing tone. He gazes at me impassively, and I don't know if he's daring me to be flippant or what. I do the only thing I can think of to ease the sudden tension between us and raise the camera and snap another photograph. "Hey, sleepyhead, we're home," Christian murmurs. I mumble, reluctant to leave my tantalizing dream of Christian and me on a picnic blanket at Kew Gardens. I am so tired. Traveling is exhausting, even in first class. We've been up for more than 18 hours straight, I think. In my fatigue, I've lost track. I hear my door open, and Christian is leaning over me. He unbuckles my seatbelt and lifts me into his arms, waking me. "Hey, I can walk," I protest sleepily. He snorts. "I need to carry you over the threshold." I put my arms around his neck. "Up all 30 floors?" I give him a challenging smile. "Mrs. Gray, I am very pleased to announce that you've put on some weight." "What?" He grins. "So, if you don't mind, we'll use the elevator." He narrows his eyes at me, though I know he's teasing. Taylor opens the doors to the Escala lobby and smiles. "Welcome home, Mr. Gray, Mrs. Gray." "Thanks, Taylor," says Christian. I give Taylor the briefest of smiles and watch him head back to the Audi, where Sawyer waits at the wheel. "What do you mean I've put on weight?" I glare at Christian. His grin broadens, and he clasps me closer to his chest as he carries me across the lobby. "Not much," he assures me, but his face darkens suddenly. "What is it?" I try to keep the alarm in my voice under control. "You've put on some of the weight you lost when you left me," he says quietly as he summons the elevator. A bleak expression crosses his face. His sudden surprising anguish tugs at my heart. "Hey," I curl my fingers around his face and into his hair, pulling him toward me. "If I hadn't gone, would you be standing here, like this, now?" His eyes melt, the color of a storm cloud, and he smiles his shy smile, my favorite smile. "No," he says, and steps into the elevator, still holding me. He leans down and kisses me gently. "No, Mrs. Gray, I wouldn't. But I would know I could keep you safe, because you wouldn't defy me." He sounds vaguely regretful. Shit. "I like defying you. I test the waters." "I know, and it's made me so happy." He smiles down at me through his bemusement. "Oh, thank heavens. Even though I'm fat?" I whisper. He laughs. "Even though you're fat." He kisses me again, more heated this time, and I fist my fingers in his hair, holding him against me, our tongues twisting in a slow, sensual dance with each other. When the elevator pings to a halt at the penthouse, We are both
Yaroslav
breathless.
was a son
Very
of Vladimir
happy,
the Great.
he
Long
murmurs.
become the monarch
His
until
smile
the
is darker
succession
now,
crisis played
his
out
eyes
between
hooded
him
and full of
his
salacious
siblings,
promise.
leaving him to
He shakes his
overthrow
head as
his
if to recover
brother's
himself
theatrical
and carries me into the
take
foyer.
control of the city.
Welcome home, Mrs. Gray.
Yaroslav
He kisses me again,
continued the
more
healthy
chastely
development
this
of the
time,
state with
and gives me the
cultural
patented
and
Christian Grey
administrative
full gigawatt
developments
smile,
which continued
his
the
eyes
work
dancing with
of his
joy.
notable predecessors
Welcome
such as
home, Mr.
Ivan,
Gray. I
Olga,
beam,
and
my
Vladimir.
heart answering his call,
Yaroslav
brimming with my own
invested
joy.
heavily in the
I think
construction of
Christian's going to put me down,
and churches,
but he doesn't.
would also take
He carries me
effective
through the
military
foyer,
action in the form
across
of
the corridor,
successful
into the
campaigns
great room,
against the
and
Pecheneg's
deposits me on the
south
kitchen
and
island,
Polish
where I sit with
west
my legs dangling.
tribes in
He retrieves 2
You like
champagne
the
flutes from the
fucking
kitchen
cars
cupboard
now?
and a bottle of
Oh,
chilled
that-
champagne from the fridge,
ties
our
also.
favorite Bollinger.
One of his
He deftly
daughters,
opens the
Elsie,
bottle, not spilling a
is
drop,
married to Harold
pours the pale
Adrada,
pink champagne
King
into each
Daniel.
glass, and hands one to me.
Another of his daughters,
Taking up the other, he
Anastasia,
gently parts my
is
legs
married
and
to
moves
Andrew
forward to
White,
stand between them.
Motherfucker, I want that
Here's
shit.
to us, Mrs. Gray.
Yet another of his daughters,
To us,
Anna,
Mr. Gray,
is married to
I
King
whisper,
Henry I
conscious of my shy
France.
smile. We clink
He's built up
glasses
quite
and
an
take a sip.
important network of
I
royal
know you're
house
tired,
connections.
he whispers,
Gross.
rubbing his nose against mine.
This is a
But
glowing
I'd really
account
like to
of
go to bed
Yaroslav the
and
Wise.
not to sleep.
The one big blemish
He
of
kisses
his
the corner of
account
my
was
mouth.
when he sent his
It's
son,
our first night
Vladimir
back here, and
Novgorod,
you're really
with
mine.
a fleet to raid
His voice
Constantinople.
drifts off as he plants soft kisses down
His
my
attempts
throat.
destroyed
It's
the
early
Rose
evening
fleet
in Seattle,
was
and I
subject
am
to
dog
the
tired,
quick-fire
but desire
method of
blooms
defense
deep
that had
in my
served the
belly.
Byzantines so well during previous attempts
Christian is
by
slumbering
other
peacefully
invaders
beside
to
me as I
attack
stare at the pink and
Constantinople.
golden streaks of the new dawn through the
Quick-fire
vast
was an
windows.
incendiary weapon
His arm is draped
slightly
loosely over
based
my
on
breasts,
naphtha
and I try to
create
match his breathing in an effort to get back to sleep.
helpless
But it's
ships
hopeless.
ablaze.
I'm wide awake, my
So,
body
there was
clock
no
on Greenwich
succession
Mean
plan
Time, my
following
mind
Yaroslav's
racing.
death.
So much has happened in the last 3 weeks.
Kiev and
Who am I
Rus
kidding?
descended
The last
into a
3
bitter
months.
civil war which
That I
fractured
feel
the
that my
nation.
feet haven't
It was
touched the
never quite
ground.
the same again.
And now, here I am,
The Civil
Mrs.
War
Christian
caused a lack
Grey,
of centralisation.
married to the most
And the lack of
delicious,
centralisation
sexy,
caused
philanthropic,
local governments
absurdly
to
wealthy
prioritise
mogul
their
a
own
woman could
affairs,
meet.
with
How
further
did this all happen so
decentralisation of the
fast?
state.
I shift onto my side
The
to
lack
gaze
of
at him.
cohesiveness
I know he
disrupted
watches
a lot
me
of the
sleep,
fabric of the
but
nation,
I rarely get the
young
opportunity
people
to
of trade
repay the
relationships,
compliment. He looks
agriculture,
young and
the
carefree in
defence
his
of
sleep,
Kiev and Rus'
his
lands
long
from
lashes
comparative
fanned against his
barbarians
cheek,
of the steppe.
a light smattering of
The
stubble
very
covering his jaw,
principality of
and his
Novgorod
sculptured lips
has been
slightly
the
parted,
origin of many of the
relaxed
grand
as he
princes
breathes
of Kiev,
deeply. I
deciding
want to
become
kiss
its
him,
own
to
republic
push my
during
tongue
the
between
12th
his
century,
lips,
breaking
run
away
my
from
fingers over his
rendered
soft yet
fragmented
prickly stubble.
Kiev and
I
Rus.
really have to fight the urge not to touch
Principality
him,
of Rostov
not to
Sustal
disturb him.
would come under the direction of a grand
I
duke
could just
called
tease his
Andrei
earlobe with
Volodymyrsky
my
in
teeth and
1157.
my subconscious
As the
glares
Grand
up at me
Duke
over her
would
half-moon
then be called
spectacles,
Grand Duchy
distracted
of
from
Vladimir
Volume 2
Sustal,
of The
he
Complete
would
Works of
actually
Charles
be involved
Dickens,
in the
and
attacks of the
mentally
city of
chastises
Kiev
me.
before
Leave the
eventually
poor man alone,
successfully sacking
Anna.
the city in the year
I am back to work on
1169.
Monday. We have
This
today to
principality
reacclimate,
eventually
then
became the
we're
Grand
back
Duchy
into our
of Moscow,
routine.
the nucleus
It will be
of what
odd
was
not
going
seeing
on
Christian
to
for a
become
whole day
Russia
after spending
itself.
almost every minute together for
His
the
action
last
was
3
quite
weeks.
significant in
I
demonstrating
lie back and
that
stare at the
Kiev
ceiling.
and Rus was
One
now
would think that
broken.
spending so much time together would be
The
suffocating,
end of medieval
but that's
Kiev
just
and
not
Rus
the case.
actually came in the
I've
13th
loved
century
each
when the
and
Mongol
every minute,
Golden Horde,
even our
the
fighting,
Mongolian peoples
every minute,
migrating westward on the steppe,
except the news of the
fearlessly
fire at
attacked
Grey
the
House.
lands of the Kiev and
My
Rus
blood chills.
before launching a
Who would
full-scale
want to harm
invasion that would
Christian?
successfully bring the
My
remaining
mind
Rus
gnaws at this
principality
mystery
under
again.
the Mongol yoke.
Someone in his business?
This
An
is
ex?
the actual
A
end of
disgruntled
Kiev and
employee?
Rus.
I have no idea. And Christian remains tight-lipped about it all, drip-feeding me the minimum information he can get away with
Thank you
in a
very
bid
much
to
for
protect
listening
me.
to the History of
I
World
sigh,
podcast episode on
my
the Kiev
shining
and Rus.
white and dark
And,
knight always
we
trying
have
to
come
protect
round
me.
a huge circle
How am I
now
going to make him
since,
open up more?
the earliest
He
episodes we
stirs, and
centered
I still,
around,
not wanting to wake him, but it has the opposite effect. Damn. Two bright eyes gaze at me. What's wrong? Nothing. Go back to sleep. I try my reassuring smile. He stretches, rubs his face, and then grins at me. Jet lag? He asks. Is that what this is? I can't sleep. I have the universal panacea right here, just for you, baby. He grins like a schoolboy, making me roll my eyes and giggle at the same time. And just like that, my dark thoughts are swept aside and my teeth find his earlobe. Christian and I cruise north on I-5 toward the 520 bridge in the Audi R8. We are going to have lunch at his parents', a welcome home Sunday lunch. All the family will be there, plus Kate and Ethan. It will be strange to be in so much company when we've been on our own all this time. I haven't had an opportunity to talk to Christian most of the morning. He was holed up in his study while I unpacked. He said I didn't have to, that Mrs. Jones would do it. But that's something else I need to get used to, having domestic help. I run my fingers absent-mindedly over the leather upholstery of the door to distract my wandering thoughts. I feel out of sorts. Is it the jet lag? The arson? Would you let me drive this? I ask, surprised that I say the words out loud. Of course, Christian replies, smiling. What's mine is yours. If you dent it, though, I will take you into the red room of pain. He glances swiftly at me with a malicious grin. Shit, I gape at him. Is this a joke? You're kidding. You'd punish me for denting your car? You love your car more than you love me? I tease. It's close, he says, and reaches across to squeeze my knee. But she doesn't keep me warm at night. I'm sure it could be arranged. You could sleep in her. I snap. Christian laughs. We haven't been home one day and you're kicking me out already? He seems delighted. I gaze at him and he gives me a face-splitting grin. And although I want to be mad at him, it's impossible when he's in this kind of mood. Now that I think about it, he's been in a better frame of mind ever since he left his study this morning. And it dawns on me that I'm being petulant because we have to go back to reality. And I don't know if he's going to revert to the more closed, pre-honeymoon Christian, or if I'll get to keep the new, improved version. Why are you so pleased? I ask. He flashes yet another grin at me. Because this conversation is so normal. Normal? I snort. Not after 3 weeks of marriage, surely. His smile slips. I'm kidding, Christian, I mutter quickly, not wanting to kill his mood. It strikes me how unsure he is of himself sometimes. I suspect that he's always been like this, but has just hidden his uncertainty beneath an intimidating exterior. He's very easy to tease, probably because he's not used to it. It's a revelation. And I marvel again that we still have so much to learn about each other. Don't worry, I'll stick to the sob, I mutter, and turn to stare out the window, trying to shake off my bad mood. Hey, what's wrong? Nothing. You're so frustrating sometimes, Anna. Tell me.
Moving on.
I turn and smirk at him. Back at you, Gray. He frowns. I'm trying, he says softly. I know. Me too. I smile and my mood brightens a little. Herrick looks ridiculous in his chef's hat and licensed to grill apron as he stands at the barbecue. Every time I look at him, it makes me smile. In fact, my spirits have lifted considerably. We are all sitting around the table on the terrace of the Gray family home, enjoying the late summer sun. Grace and Mia are setting various salads out on the table, while Elliot and Christian trade friendly insults and discuss plans for the new house. And Ethan and Kate grill me about our honeymoon. Christian keeps holding my hand, his fingers toying with my wedding and engagement rings. So, if you can get the plans finalized with Gia, I have a window September through mid-November and can get the whole crew on it, Elliot says as he stretches and drops an arm around Kate's shoulder, making her smile. Gia is due to come over and discuss the plans tomorrow evening, replies Christian. I hope we can finalize everything then. He turns and looks expectantly at me. Oh, this is news? Sure. I smile at him, mostly for the benefit of his family, but my spirits take a nosedive again. Why does he make these decisions without telling me? Or is it the thought of Gia, all lush hips, full breasts, expensive designer clothes, and perfume, smiling too provocatively at my husband? My subconscious glares at me. He's given you no reason to be jealous. Shit. I am up and down today. What's wrong with me? Anna, Kate exclaims, snapping me out of my reverie. You still in the south of France? Yes, I reply with a smile. You look so well, she says, though she frowns as she says it. You both do. Grace beams while Elliot refills our glasses. To the happy couple. Carrick grins and raises his glass, and everyone around the table echoes the sentiment. And congratulations to Ethan for getting into the psych program at Seattle, chips in Mia proudly. She gives him an adoring smile, and Ethan smirks at her. I wonder idly if she's made any headway with him. It's difficult to tell. I listen to the banter around the table. Christian is running through our extensive itinerary over the last 3 weeks, embellishing here and there. He sounds relaxed and in control, the worry of the arsonist forgotten. I, on the other hand, don't seem to be able to shake my mood. I pick at my food. Christian said I was fat yesterday. He was joking. My subconscious glares at me again. Elliot accidentally knocks his glass onto the terrace, startling everyone, and there's a sudden flurry of activity to get it cleaned up. I am going to take you to the boathouse and finally spank you in there if you don't snap out of this mood, Christian whispers to me. I gasp with shock, turn, and gape at him. What? Is he teasing me? You wouldn't dare, I growl at him. And from deep inside, I feel a familiar, welcome excitement. He cocks an eyebrow at me. Of course he would. I glance quickly at Kate across the table. She's watching us with interest. I turn back to Christian, narrowing my eyes at him. You'd have to catch me first, and I'm wearing flats. I hiss. I'd have fun trying, he whispers with a licentious grin, and I think he's joking. I blush. Confusingly, I feel better. As we finish our dessert of strawberries and cream, the heavens open. We all leap up to clear the plates and glasses from the table, depositing them in the kitchen. Good thing the weather held off till we finished, Grace says, pleased, as we drift into the back room. Christian sits down at the shiny black upright piano, presses the quiet pedal, and starts to play a familiar tune that I can't immediately place. Grace asks me for my impressions of Saint Paul de Vence. She and Carrick had gone years ago during their honeymoon, and it occurs to me that this is a good omen, seeing how happy they are together now. Kate and Elliot are cuddling on one of the large, overstuffed couches, while Ethan, Mia, and Carrick are deep in a conversation about psychology, I think. Suddenly, as one, all the Greys stop talking and gape at Christian. What? Christian is singing softly to himself at the piano. Silence descends on us all as we strain to hear his soft, musical voice and the lyrics of Wherever You Will Go. though. I've heard him sing before, haven't they? He stops, suddenly conscious of the deathly hush that's fallen over the room. Kate glances questioningly at me, and I shrug. Christian turns on the stool and frowns, embarrassed to realize he's become the center of attention. Go on, Grace urges softly. I've never heard you sing, Christian. Ever. She stares at him in wonder. He sits on the piano stool, looking absently at her, and, after a beat, he shrugs. His eyes flicker nervously to me, then over to the French windows. The rest of the room suddenly erupts in self-conscious chatter, and I'm left watching my dear husband. Grace distracts me, grasping my hands, then suddenly folding me in her arms. Oh, darling girl, thank you. Thank you, she whispers, so only I can hear. It brings a lump to my throat. I hug her back, not really sure why I am being thanked. Grace smiles, her eyes shining, and kisses my cheek. What have I done? I'm going to make some tea, she says, her voice hoarse with unshed tears. I amble over to Christian, who is now standing, staring out through the French windows. Hi, I murmur. Hi. He puts his arm around my waist, pulling me to him, and I slip my hand into the back pocket of his jeans. We gaze out at the rain. Feeling better? I nod. Good. You certainly know how to silence a room. I do it all the time, he says, and he grins at me. At work, yes, but not here. True, not here. No one's ever heard you sing? Ever? It appears not, he says dryly. Shall we go? I gaze up at him, trying to gauge his mood. His eyes are soft and warm, slightly amused. I tried to change the subject. You going to spank me? I whisper, and suddenly there are butterflies in my stomach. Perhaps this is what I need. This is what I have been missing. He gazes down at me, his eyes darkening. I don't want to hurt you, but I'm more than happy to play. I glance nervously around the large room, but we are out of earshot. Only if you misbehave, Mrs. Gray. He bends and murmurs in my ear. How can he put so much sensual promise into 6 words? I'll see what I can do. I grin. Once we've said our goodbyes, we walk over to the car. Here. Christian throws me the keys to the R8. Don't bend it, he adds in all seriousness, or I will be fucking pissed. My mouth goes dry. He's letting me drive his car? My inner goddess whips on her leather driving gloves and flat shoes. Oh yes, she cries. Are you sure? I mouth, stunned. Yes, before I change my mind. I don't think I have ever grinned so hard. He rolls his eyes and opens the driver's door so that I can climb in. I start the engine before he's even reached the passenger side, and he jumps in quickly. Eager, Mrs. Gray? He asks with a wry smile. Very. Slowly, I ease the car backward and turn it in the driveway. I manage not to stall it, surprising myself. Boy, is the clutch sensitive. Carefully navigating the driveway, I glance in my rearview mirror and see Sawyer and Ryan climb into the Audi SUV. I had no idea our security had followed us here. I pause before I set out onto the main road. You're sure about this? Yes, Christian says tightly, telling me he's not sure about this at all. Oh, my poor 50. I want to laugh at both him and myself because I'm nervous and excited. A small part of me wants to lose Sawyer and Ryan just for the kicks. I check for traffic, then inch the R8 out onto the road. Christian curls up with tension, and I can't resist. The road is clear. I put my foot down on the gas, and we shoot forward. Whoa, Anna! Christian shouts. Slow down. You'll kill us both. I immediately ease off the gas. Wow, can this car move? Sorry, I mutter, trying to sound contrite and failing miserably. Christian smirks at me, to hide his relief, I think. Well, that counts as misbehaving, he says casually, and I slow right down. I glance in the rearview mirror. No sign of the Audi, just a solitary dark car with tinted windows behind us. I imagine Sawyer and Ryan flustered, frantic to catch up. And for some reason, this gives me a thrill. But not wanting to give my dear husband a coronary, I decide to behave and drive steadily, with growing confidence toward the 520 bridge. Suddenly, Christian swears and struggles to pull his BlackBerry from the pocket of his jeans. What? He snaps angrily at whoever it is on the other end of the line. No, he says and glances behind us. Yes, she is. I briefly check the rearview mirror, but I don't see anything odd. Just a few cars behind us. The SUV is about 4 cars back, and we're all cruising at an even pace. I see. Christian sighs long and hard and rubs his forehead with his fingers. Tension radiates off him. Something's wrong. Yes. I don't know. He glances at me and lowers the phone from his ear. We're fine. Keep going, he says calmly, smiling at me, but the smile doesn't touch his eyes. Shit. Adrenaline spikes through my system. He picks up the phone again. Okay on the 520, as soon as we hit it. Yes. I will. He slots the phone into the speaker cradle, putting it on hands-free. What's wrong, Christian? Just look where you're going, baby, he says softly. I'm heading for the on-ramp of the 520 in the direction of Seattle. When I glance at Christian, he's staring straight ahead. I don't want you to panic, he says calmly, but as soon as we're on the 520 proper, I want you to step on the gas. We're being followed. Followed? Holy shit! My heart lurches into my mouth, pounding. My scalp prickles and my throat constricts with panic. Followed by whom? My eyes dart to the rearview mirror and, sure enough, the dark car I saw earlier is still behind us. Fuck, is that it? I squint through the tinted windshield to see who's driving, but I see nothing. Keep your eyes on the road, baby, Christian says gently, not in the truculent tone he normally uses where my driving is concerned. Get a grip. I mentally slap myself to subdue the dread that's threatening to swamp me. Suppose whoever's following us is armed and after Christian. Shit. I'm hit by a wave of nausea. How do you know we're being followed? My voice is a breathy, squeaky whisper. The Dodge behind us has false license plates. How does he know that? I signal as we approach the 520 from the on-ramp. It's late afternoon, and although the rain has stopped, the roadway is wet. Fortunately, the traffic is reasonably light. Ray's voice echoes in my head from one of his many self-defense lectures. It's the panic that's gonna kill you or get you seriously hurt, Annie. I take a deep breath, trying to bring my breathing under control. Whoever is following us is after Christian. As I take another deep, steadying breath, my mind begins to clear and my stomach settles. I have to keep Christian safe. I wanted to drive this car, and I wanted to drive it fast. Well, here's my chance. I grip the steering wheel and take a final glance in my rearview mirror. The Dodge is closing on us. I slow right down, ignoring Christian's sudden panicked glance at me, and tie my entrance onto the 520 so that the Dodge has to slow and stop to wait for a gap in the traffic. I drop a gear and floor it. The R8 shoots forward, slamming us both into the backs of our seats. The speedometer whips up to 75 miles per hour. Steady, baby, Christian says calmly, though I'm sure he's anything but calm. I weave between the two lanes of traffic, like a black piece in a game of checkers, effectively jumping the cars and trucks. We're so close to the lake on this bridge, it's as if we're driving on the water. I studiously ignore the angry, disapproving looks from other drivers. Christian clutches his hands together in his lap, keeping as still as possible. And in spite of my fevered thoughts, I wonder vaguely if he's doing it so he doesn't distract me. Good girl, he breathes in encouragement. He glances behind him. I can't see the Dodge. We're right behind the unsub, Mr. Gray. Sawyer's voice comes through the hands-free. He's trying to catch up with you, sir. We're going to try and come alongside, put ourselves between your car and the Dodge. Unsub? What does that mean? Good. Mrs. Gray is doing well. At this rate, provided the traffic remains light, and from what I can see it is, we'll be off the bridge in a few minutes. Sir. We flash past the bridge control tower, and I know we're halfway across Lake Washington. When I check my speed, I'm still doing 75. You are doing really well, Hannah. Christian murmurs again as he gazes out the back of the R8. For a fleeting moment, his tone reminds me of our first encounter in his playroom, when he patiently encouraged me through our first scene. The thought is distracting, and I dismiss it immediately. Where am I headed? I ask, moderately calmer. I have the feel of the car now. It's a joy to drive, so quiet and easy to handle. It's hard to believe how fast we are going. Driving at this speed in this car is easy. Mrs. Gray, head for I-5 and then south. We want to see if the Dodge follows you all the way. Sawyer says over the hands-free. The traffic lights on the bridge are green, thank heavens, and I race onward. I glance nervously at Christian and he smiles reassuringly. Then his face falls. Shit, he swears softly. There is a line of traffic ahead as we come off the bridge, and I have to slow down, glancing anxiously in the mirror once more. I think I spot the Dodge. 10 or so cars back? Yeah, I see it, Christian says, peering through the narrow rear window. I wonder who the fuck it is. Me too. Do we know if it's a man driving? I blurt out toward the cradled BlackBerry. No, Mrs. Gray. Could be a man or a woman. The tent is too dark. A woman? Christian says. I shrug. You're Mrs. Robinson? I suggest, not taking my eyes off the road. Christian stiffens and lifts the BlackBerry out of its cradle. She's not my Mrs. Robinson, he growls. I haven't spoken to her since my birthday, and Elena wouldn't do this. It's not her style. Layla? She's in Connecticut with her parents, I told you. Are you sure? He pauses. No, but if she'd absconded, I'm sure her folks would have let Flynn know. Let's discuss this when we're home. Concentrate on what you're doing. But it might just be some random car. I'm not taking any risks. Not where you're concerned. He snaps. He replaces the BlackBerry in its cradle so we're back in contact with our security team. Oh, shit. I don't want to rattle Christian right now. Later, maybe. I hold my tongue. Fortunately, the traffic is thinning a little. I am able to speed over the Mount Lake intersection toward the I-5, weaving through the cars again. What if we get stopped by the cops? I ask. That would be a good thing. Not for my license. Don't worry about that, he says. Unexpectedly, I hear humor in his voice. I put my foot down again and hit 75. Boy, this car can move. I love it. She's so easy. I touch 85. I don't think I have ever driven this fast. I was lucky if my Beetle ever hit 50 miles an hour. He's cleared the traffic and picked up speed. Sawyer's disembodied voice is calm and informative. He's doing 90. Shit. Faster. I press down on the gas and the car purrs to 95 miles per hour as we approach the I-5 intersection. Keep it up, Anna. Christian murmurs. I slow momentarily as we glide onto I-5. The interstate is fairly quiet, and I'm able to cross straight over to the fast lane in a split second. As I put my foot down, the glorious R8 zooms forward, and we tear down the left lane, lesser mortals pulling over to let us pass. If I wasn't so frightened, I might really enjoy this. He's hit 100 miles per hour, sir. Stay with him, Luke. Christian barks at Sawyer. Luke? A truck lurches into the fast lane. Shit! And I have to slam on the brakes. Fucking idiot! Christian curses the driver as we lurch forward in our seats. I am grateful for our seatbelts. Go around him, baby, Christian says through clenched teeth. I check my mirrors and cut right across 3 lanes. We speed past the slower vehicles and then back to the fast lane. Nice move, Mrs. Gray, Christian murmurs appreciatively. Where are the cops when you need them? I don't want a ticket, Christian, I mutter, concentrating on the highway ahead. Have you had a speeding ticket driving this? No, he says, but glancing quickly at him, I can see his smirk. Have you been stopped? Yes. Oh, charm. It all comes down to charm. Now concentrate. Where's the Dodge, Sawyer? He's just hit 110, sir, Sawyer says. Holy fuck. My heart leaps once more into my mouth. Can I drive any faster? I push my foot down once more and streak past the traffic. Flash the headlights, Christian orders when a Ford Mustang won't move. But that would make me an asshole. So be an asshole, he snaps. Jeez, okay. Where are the headlights? The indicator. Pull it toward you. I do it, and the Mustang moves aside, though not before the driver waves his finger at me in a none-too-complimentary manner. I zoom past him. He's the asshole, Christian says under his breath, then barks at me. Get off on Stewart. Yes, sir. We're taking the Stewart Street exit, Christian says to Sawyer. Head straight to Escalus, sir. I slow, check my mirrors, signal, then move with surprising ease across 4 lanes of the highway and down the off-ramp. Merging onto Stewart Street, we head south. The street is quiet, with few vehicles. Where is everyone? We've been damned lucky with traffic, but that means the Dodge has too. Don't slow down, Anna. Get us home. I can't remember the way, I mutter, panicked by the fact that the Dodge is still on our tail. Head south on Stewart. Keep going until I tell you when. Christian sounds anxious again. I zoom past 3 blocks, but the lights change to yellow on Yale Avenue. Run them, Anna, Christian shouts. I jump so hard I floor the gas pedal, throwing us both back in our seats, speeding through the now red light. He's taking Stewart, Sawyer says. Stay with him, Luke. Luke? That's his name. A quick glance, and I can see Christian glaring at me as if I'm crazy. Eyes on the road, he snaps. I ignore his tone. Luke Sawyer. Yes. He sounds exasperated. Ah. How did I not know this? The man has been following me to work for the last 6 weeks, and I didn't even know his first name. That's me, ma'am, Sawyer says, startling me, though he's speaking in the calm, monotone voice he always uses. The unsub is heading down Stewart, sir. He's really picking up speed. Go, Anna. Less of the fucking chit-chat, Christian growls. We're stopped at the first light on Stewart, Sawyer informs us. Anna, quick, in here, Christian shouts, pointing to a parking lot on the south side of Boren Avenue. I turn, the tires screeching in protest as I swerve into the crowded lot. Drive around, quick, Christian orders. I drive as fast as I can to the back, out of sight of the street. In there, Christian points to a space. Shit, he wants me to park it. Crap, just fucking do it, he says. So I do, perfectly. Probably the only time I have ever parked perfectly. We're hidden in the parking lot between Stewart and Borin, Christian says into the BlackBerry. Okay, sir. Sawyer sounds irritated. Stay where you are. We'll follow the unsub. Christian turns to me, his eyes searching my face. You okay? Sure, I whisper. Christian smirks. Whoever's driving that Dodge can't hear us, you know. And I laugh. We're passing Stewart and Borin now, sir. I see the lot. He's gone straight past you, sir. Both of us sag simultaneously with relief. Well done, Mrs. Gray. Good driving. Christian gently strokes my face with his fingertips, and I jump at the contact, inhaling deeply. I had no idea I was holding my breath. Does this mean you'll stop complaining about my driving? I ask. He laughs, a loud, cathartic laugh. I wouldn't go so far as to say that. Thank you for letting me drive your car, under such exciting circumstances, too. I tried desperately to keep my voice light. Maybe I should drive now. To be honest, I don't think I can climb out right now to let you sit here. My legs feel like jello. Suddenly, I'm shuddering and shaking. It's the adrenaline, baby. He says, you did amazingly well, as usual. You blow me away, Anna. You never let me down. He touches my cheek tenderly with the back of his hand, his face full of love, fear, regret, so many emotions at once, and his words are my undoing. Overwhelmed, a strangled sob escapes from my constricted throat, and I start to cry. No, baby, no. Please don't cry. He reaches over and, despite the limited space we have, pulls me over the handbrake console to cradle me in his lap. Smoothing my hair off my face, he kisses my eyes, then my cheeks, and I curl my arms around him and sob quietly into his neck. He buries his nose in my hair and wraps me in his arms, holding me tight, and we sit, neither of us saying anything, just holding each other. Sawyer's voice startles us. The unsub has load outside Escala. He's casing the joint. Follow him, Christian snaps. I wipe my nose on the back of my hand and take a deep, steadying breath. Use my shirt. Christian kisses my temple. Sorry, I mutter, embarrassed by my crying. What for? Don't be. I wipe my nose again. He tips my chin up and plants a gentle kiss on my lips. Your lips are so soft when you cry, my beautiful, brave girl, he whispers. Kiss me again. Christian stills, one hand on my back, the other on my behind. Kiss me, I breathe, and I watch his lips part as he inhales sharply. Leaning across me, he takes a BlackBerry out of its cradle and tosses it onto the driver's seat beside my sandaled feet. Then his mouth is on me as he moves his right hand into my hair, holding me in place, and lifts his left to cradle my face. His tongue invades my mouth, and I welcome it. Adrenaline turns to lust and streaks through my body. I clasp his face, running my fingers over his sideburns, relishing the taste of them. He groans at my fevered response, low and deep in his throat, and my belly tightens swift and hard with carnal desire. His hand moves down my body, brushing my breast, my waist, and down to my backside. I shift fractionally. Ah, he says, and breaks away from me, breathless. What? I mutter against his lips. Anna, we're in a car lot in Seattle. So? Well, right now I want to fuck you and you're shifting around on me. It's uncomfortable. My craving spirals out of control in his words, tightening all my muscles below my waist once more. Fuck me then. I kiss the corner of his mouth. I want him now. That car chase was exciting, too exciting, terrifying, and the fear has jump-started my libido. He leans back to gaze at me, his eyes dark and hooded. Here? His voice is husky. My mouth goes dry. How can he turn me on with one word? Yes, I want
Does
you
seem
like
as
my
now.
though Snorri was
He tilts his
producing
head to one side and
poetry
stares at me
very
for a few moments.
and so
Yeah.
he was
Mrs.
gaining
Gray,
national
how
interest
very
on a
brazen,
number of levels.
he whispers,
He was a
after what feels like an eternity. His hand tightens around my hair at my nape, holding me firmly in place, and his mouth is on mine again, more forcefully this time. His other hand skims down my body, down over my behind, and lower still to my mid-thigh. My fingers curl into his overlong hair. I'm so glad you're wearing a skirt, he murmurs as he slips his hand beneath my blue and white patterned skirt to caress my thigh. I squirm once more on his lap, and the air hisses between his teeth. Keep still, he growls. He cups my sex with his hand, and I still immediately. His thumb brushes over my clitoris, and my breath catches in my throat as pleasure jolts like electricity, deep inside me. Still, he whispers. He kisses me once more as his thumb circles gently around me through the sheer fine lace in my designer underwear. Slowly, he eases 2 fingers past my panties and inside me. I groan and flex my arms toward his hand. Please, I whisper, slowly. Do car chases turn you on? You turn me on. He smiles a wolfish grin and withdraws his fingers suddenly, leaving his legs together in the middle of the footwell. I do as I'm told, placing my feet on the floor on either side of his. He runs his hands down my thighs, then back, pulling up my skirt. Hands on my knees, baby. Lean forward. Lift that glorious ass in the air. Mind your head. Shit, we are really going to do this in a public parking lot. I quickly scan the area in front of us and see no one, but feel a thrill coursing through me. I'm in a public lot. This is so hot. Christian shifts beneath me, and I hear the telltale sound of his zipper. Putting one arm around my waist and with his other hand tugging my lacy panties sideways, he impales me in one swift move. Ah! I cry out, grinding down on him, and his breath hisses through his teeth. His arm snakes around me up to my neck, and he grasps me under my chin. His hand spreads across my neck, pulling me back and tilting my head to one side so he can kiss my throat. His other hand grips my hip, and together we start to move. I push up with my feet, and he tilts himself into me, in and out. The sensation is... I groan loudly. It's so deep this way. My left hand curls around the handbrake, my right hand braced against the door. His teeth graze my earlobe and he tugs. It's almost painful. He bucks again and again into me. I rise and fall, and as we establish a rhythm, he moves his hand around beneath my skirt, the apex of my thighs, and his fingers gently tease my clitoris through the sheer finery of my panties. Ah! Be quick. He breathes into my ear through gritted teeth, his hand still curled around my neck beneath my chin. We need to do this quick, Anna. And he increases the pressure of his fingers against my sex. Ah! I feel the familiar build of pleasure, bunching deep and thick inside me. Come on, baby. He rasps at my ear. I want to hear you. I moan again, and I am all sensation, my eyes tightly closed. His voice in my ear, his breath on my neck, pleasure radiating out from where his fingers tease my body and where he slams deep inside me, and I am lost. My body takes control, craving release. Yes, Christian hisses in my ear, and I open my eyes briefly, staring wildly at the cloth roof of the R8, and I scrunch them closed again as I come around him. Oh, Anna, he murmurs in wonder, and he wraps his arms around me and rams into me one last time and stills as he climaxes deep inside. He runs his nose along my jaw and softly kisses my throat, my cheek, my temple, as I lie on him, my head lolling against his neck. Tension relieved, Mrs. Gray. Christian closes his teeth around my earlobe again and tugs. My body is drained, totally exhausted, and I mule. I feel his smile against me. Certainly helped with mine. He adds, shifting me off him. Lost your voice? Yes, I murmur. Well, aren't you the wanton creature? I had no idea you were such an exhibitionist. I sit up immediately, alarmed. He tenses. No one's watching, are they? I glance anxiously around the car lot. Do you think I'd let anyone watch my wife come? He strokes his hand down my back reassuringly, but the tone of his voice sends shivers down my spine. I turn to gaze at him and grin and wish he would appear. He says quietly. His mouth presses into a thin, angry line. Let's get you home, he mutters. He starts up the R8 with a roar and reverses smoothly. I mean, by the way, sounds very BDSM. Christian smiles briefly as he eases the car out of the lot and back onto Stewart Street. It stands for unknown subject. Ryan is ex-FBI. Ex-FBI? Don't ask. Christian shakes his head. It's obvious he's deep in contemplation. Well, where is this female unsub? On the I-5, heading south. He glances at me, his eyes grim. Whoa, from passionate to calm to anxious in the space of a few moments. I reach over and caress his thigh, running my fingers leisurely up the inside seam of his jeans, hoping to improve his mood. He takes his hand off the steering wheel and stops the slow ascent of my hand. No, he says, we've made it this far. You don't want me to have an accident 3 blocks from home. He raises my hand to his lips and plants a cool kiss on my index finger to take the sting out of his rebuke. Cool, calm, authoritative. My 50. And for the first time in a while, he makes me feel like a wayward child. I withdraw my hand and sit quietly for a moment. Email? Apparently so. He sighs, turns into the underground garage at Escala, and punches the access code into the security panel. The gate swings open and he drives on, smoothly parking the R8 in its designated space. I really like this car, I murmur. Me too. And I like how you handled it, and how you managed not to break it. You can buy me one for my birthday. I smirk at him. Christian's mouth drops open as I climb out of the car. A white one, I think, I add, leaning down and grinning at him. He smiles. Anastasia Gray, you never cease to amaze me. I shut the door and walk to the end of the car to wait for him. Gracefully, he climbs out, watching me with that look that calls to something deep inside me. I know this look well. Once he's in front of me, he leans down and whispers, you like the car? I like the car. I've fucked you in it. Perhaps I should fuck you on it. I gasp, and a sleek silver BMW pulls into the garage. Christian glances at it anxiously, then with annoyance, and gives me a sly smile. But it looks like we have company. Come. He grabs my hand and heads for the garage elevator. He pushes the call button, and as we wait, the driver of the BMW joins us. He's young, casually dressed, with long, layered, dark hair. He looks like he works in the media. Hi, he says, smiling warmly at us. Christian puts his arm around me and nods politely. I've just moved in, apartment 16. Hello. I return his smile. He has kind, soft brown eyes. The elevator arrives and we all walk in. Christian glances down at me, his expression unreadable. You're Christian Gray, the young man says. Christian gives him a tight smile. No, Logan. He holds out his hand. Reluctantly, Christian takes it. Which floor? Noah asks. I have to input a code. Oh, penthouse. Oh. Noah smiles broadly. Of course. He presses the button for the 8th floor and the doors close. Mrs. Gray, I presume? Yes. I give him a polite smile and we shake hands. Noah flushes a little as he gazes at me a fraction too long. I mirror his flush and Christian's arm tightens around me. When did you move in? I ask. Last weekend, I love the place. There's an awkward pause before the elevator stops at Noah's floor. Great to meet you both, he says, sounding relieved, and steps out. The doors close silently behind him. Christian taps on the entry code, and the elevator ascends again. He seemed nice, I murmur. I've never met any of the neighbors before. Christian scowls. I prefer it that way. That's because you're a hermit. I thought he was pleasant enough. A hermit? Hermit, stuck in your ivory tower, I state matter-of-factly. Christian's lips twitch with amusement. Our ivory tower. And I think you have another name to add to the list of your admirers, Mrs. Gray. I roll my eyes. Christian, you think everyone is an admirer. Did you just roll your eyes at me? My pulse quickens. I sure did, I whisper, my breath catching in my throat. He cocks his head to one side, wearing his smoldering, arrogant, amused expression. What shall we do about that? Something rough. He blinks to hide his surprise. Rough? Please? You want more? I nod slowly. The doors to the elevator open and we're home. How rough? He breathes, his eyes darkening. I gaze at him, saying nothing. He closes his eyes for a moment and then grabs my hand and hauls me into the foyer. When we burst through the double doors, Sawyer is standing in the hallway, looking expectantly at the two of us. Sawyer, I'd like to be debriefed in an hour, Christian says. Yes, sir. Turning, Sawyer heads back into Taylor's office. We have an hour. Christian glances down at me. Rough. I nod. Well, Mrs. Gray, you're in luck. I'm taking requests today. Chapter 6. Do you have anything in mind? Christian murmurs, pinning me with his bold gaze. I shrug, suddenly breathless and agitated. I don't know if it's the chase, the adrenaline, my earlier bad mood. I don't understand, but I want this, and I want it badly. A puzzled expression flits across Christian's face. Kinky fuckery? He asks, his words a soft caress. I nod, feeling my face flame. Why am I embarrassed by this? I have done all manner of kinky fuckery with this man. He's my husband, damn it. Am I embarrassed because I want this and I'm ashamed to admit it? My subconscious glares at me. Stop overthinking. Carte blanche. He whispers the question, eyeing me speculatively, as if he's trying to read my mind. Carte blanche. Holy fuck. What will that entail? Yes, I murmur nervously, as excitement blooms deep inside me. He smiles a slow, sexy smile. Come, he says, and tugs me toward the stairs. His intention is clear. Playroom! At the top of the stairs, he releases my hand and unlocks the playroom door. The key is on the Yes, Seattle keychain that I gave him not so long ago. After you, Mrs. Gray, he says, and swings the door open. The playroom smells reassuringly familiar, of leather and wood and fresh polish. I blush, knowing that Mrs. Jones must have been in here cleaning while we were away on our honeymoon. As we enter, Christian switches on the lights and the dark red walls are illuminated with soft, diffused light. I stand gazing at him, anticipation running thick and heavy through my veins. What will he do? He locks the door and turns, inclining his head to one side. He regards me thoughtfully, and then shakes his head, amused. What do you want, Anastasia? He asks gently. You. My response is grumpy. He smirks. You've got me. You've had me since you fell into my office. Surprise me then, Mr. Gray. His mouth twists with repressed humor and carnal promise. As you wish, Mrs. Gray. He folds his arms and raises one long index finger to his lips while he praises me. I think we'll start by ridding you of your clothes. He steps forward, grasping the front of my short denim jacket. He opens it and pushes it over my shoulders so it falls to the floor. He clasps the hem of my black camisole. Lift your arms. I obey, and he peels it off over my head. Leaning down, he plants a soft kiss on my lips, his eyes glowing with an alluring mix of lust and love. The camisole joins my jacket on the floor. Here, I whisper, gazing nervously at him as I remove the hair tie from around my wrist and hold it up for him. He stills. His eyes widen briefly, but give nothing away. Finally, he takes the small band. Turn around, he orders. Relieved, I smile to myself and oblige immediately. Looks like we've overcome that little hurdle. He gathers my hair and braids it quickly and efficiently before fastening it with the tie. He tugs the braid, pulling my head back. Good thinking, Mrs. Gray. He whispers in my ear, then knits my earlobe. Now turn around and take your skirt off. Let it fall to the floor. He releases me and steps back as I turn to face him. Not taking my eyes off his, I unbutton the waistband of my skirt and ease the zipper down. The full skirt fans out and falls to the floor, cooling at my feet. Step out from your skirt, he orders. As I step toward him, he kneels swiftly down in front of me and grasps my right ankle. Deftly, he unbuckles my sandals one at a time while I lean forward, balancing myself with a hand on the wall under the pegs that used to hold all his whips, crops, and paddles. The flogger and the riding crop are the only implements that remain. I eye them with curiosity. Will he use those? Having removed my shoes, so I'm just in my lacy bra and panties, Christian sits back on his heels, gazing up at me. You're a fine sight, Mrs. Gray. Suddenly, he kneels up, grabs my hips, and pulls me forward, burying his nose in the apex of my thighs. And you smell of you and me and sex, he says, inhaling sharply. It's intoxicating. He kisses me through my lace panties, while I gasp at his words, my insides liquefying. He's just so naughty. Gathering up my clothes and sandals, he stands in one swift, graceful move, like an athlete. Go and stand beside the table, he says calmly, pointing with his chin. Turning, he strides over to the museum chest of wonder. He glances back and smirks at me. Face the wall, he commands. That way you won't know what I'm planning. We aim to please, Mrs. Gray, and you wanted a surprise. I turn away from him, listening acutely, my ears suddenly sensitive to the slightest sound. He's good at this, building my expectations, stoking my desire, making me wait. I hear him put my shoes down and, I think, my clothes on the chest, followed by the telltale clatter of his shoes as they drop to the floor, one at a time. Love barefoot Christian. A moment later, I hear him pull open a drawer. Toys! Oh, I love this anticipation. The drawer closes and my breathing spikes. How can the sound of a drawer render me a quivering mess? It makes no sense. The subtle hiss of the sound system coming to life tells me it's going to be a musical interlude. A lone piano starts, muted and soft, and mournful chords fill the room. It's not a tune I know. The piano is joined by an electric guitar. What is this? A man's voice speaks, and I can just make out the words. Something about not being frightened of dying. Christian pads leisurely toward me, his bare feet slapping on the wooden floor. I sense him behind me as a woman starts to sing. whale.
Snorri's
Same?
sagas would give
Rough,
valuable
you say,
insights into
Mrs.
the
Gray.
history of medieval
He
societies
breathes in my left
of
ear.
Scandinavia and the lands closely linked
You must
to it.
tell me to stop if it's too
Not
much.
only that,
If you
but
say stop,
that would
I
give
will stop
valuable
immediately.
insights into the
Do you
mythology
understand?
and religion of Nordic
Yes.
peoples.
I need your
Even
promise.
though many of the
I
sagas
inhale sharply.
have much in the way of
Shit.
fictional
What is he
activity
going to do?
interspersed with a genuine
I
historical
promise.
narrative,
I murmur
their
breathlessly,
influence on future
recalling his
societies
words
is
from earlier.
considerable.
I don't want to hurt you,
Trolls and
but I'm more
elves
than happy
find
to
their
play.
origin in Norse
Good girl.
mythologies and sagas.
Leaning down, he plants a kiss on my naked shoulder, then hooks a finger beneath my bra strap and traces a line across my back beneath the strap. I want to moan. How does he make the slightest touch so erotic? Take it off, he whispers in my ear, and I hurriedly oblige and let my bra fall to the floor. His hands skim down my back, and he hooks both of his thumbs into my panties and slides them down my legs. Stop, he orders. Once more. His words are softly spoken. Now, with the side of the table and rest my torso on the highly polished face flush against the hard surface. It's cool against my skin, and it smells vaguely of beeswax with a citrus tang. Stretch your arms up and hold on to the edge. Okay. Reaching forward, I clutch the far edge of the table. It's quite wide, so my arms are fully extended. If you let go, I will spank you. Do you understand? Yes. Do you want me to spank you, Anastasia? Everything south of my waist tightens deliciously. I realize I've wanted this since he threatened very much, and neither the car chase nor our subsequent intimate encounter has sated this need. Yes. My voice is a hoarse whisper. Why? Oh, do I have to have a reason? I shrug. Tell me, he coaxes. And from out of nowhere he smacks me hard. Ah! I cry out. Hush now. He gently rubs my behind where he's hit me. Then he leans over me, his hips digging into my backside, plants a kiss between my shoulder blades, and trails kisses across my back. He's taken his shirt off, so his chest hair tickles my back, and his erection presses against me through the rough fabric of his jeans. Open your legs, he orders. I move my legs apart. Wider. I groan and spread my legs wider. Good girl. He breathes. He traces his finger down my back, along the crack between my buttocks, and over my anus, which shrinks at his touch. We're going to have some fun with this, he whispers. Ah! His finger continues down over my perineum and slowly slides into me. I see you're very wet, Anastasia. From earlier or from now? I groan and he eases his finger in and out of me, over and over. I push back on his hand, relishing the intrusion. Oh, Anna, I think it's both. I think you love being here.
This week's
Like
menu
this.
was an interesting one. It was the Franks
I
versus
do.
the Pigs.
Oh, I
And we all
do.
got to vote in
He
on
withdraws
on
his
the various
finger and
forums.
smacks me hard once
That
more.
topic discussion
Tell
on the
me,
history of the world
he
Facebook
whispers,
page,
his
the
voice
unofficial
hoarse
history
and
of the
urgent.
world podcast,
Yes,
fan
I do. I whimper.
and,
He smacks me
study
hard
activities
once more, so
with
I
the
cry
ladies'
out,
Facebook page.
then sticks two fingers
Also
inside
on
me.
the Twitter
He
feed.
withdraws them
So,
immediately,
you
spreading the
got
moisture up, over and around my anus.
which is quite
What are you going to do? I ask, breathless. Oh my, is he going to fuck my ass? It's not what you think, he murmurs reassuringly. I told you, one step at a time with this, baby. I hear the quiet spurt of some liquid, presumably from a tube, and his fingers are massaging me there again, lubricating me there. I squirm as my fear collides with my excitement of the unknown. He smacks me once more, lower, so he hits my sex. I groan. It feels so good. Keep still, he says, and don't let go. Ah, this is lewd. He spreads some more on me. I try not to wriggle beneath him, but my heart is pounding, my pulse haywire, as desire and anxiety pump through me. I have wanted to do this to you for some time now, Anna. I groan, and I feel something cool, metallically cool, run down my spine. I have a small present for you here, Christian whispers. An image from our show and tell springs to mind. Holy crap! A butt plug. Christian runs it down the parting between my buttocks. Oh my! I'm going to push this inside you, very slowly. I gasp, anticipation and anxiety charging through me. Will it hurt? No, baby, it's small. Once it's inside you, I'm going to fuck you real hard. I practically convulse. Bending over me, he kisses me once more between my shoulder blades. Ready? He whispers. Ready? Am I ready for this? Yes, I mutter quietly, my mouth dry. He runs another finger down past my ass and perineum and slips it inside me. Fuck, it's his thumb. He cups my sex and his fingers gently caress my clitoris. I moan. It feels good. And gently, while his fingers and thumb work their magic, he pushes the cold plug slowly into me. Ah! I groan loudly at the unfamiliar sensation, my muscles protesting at the intrusion. He circles his thumb inside me and pushes the plug harder, and it slips in easily. And I don't know if it's because I'm so turned on, or if he's distracted me with his expert fingers, but my body seems to accept it. It's heavy and strange. There. Oh, baby. And I can feel it, where his thumb swirls inside me, and the plug presses against. Oh. Ah. He slowly twists the plug, eliciting a long, drawn-out moan from me. Christian, I mumble, his name a garbled mantra, as I adjust to the sensation. Good girl, he murmurs. He runs his free hand down my side until it reaches my hip. Slowly, he withdraws his thumb, and I hear the telltale sound of his zipper opening. Grasping my other hip, he pulls me back and parts my legs farther, his foot pushing against mine. Don't let go of the table, Anna, he warns. No, I gasp. Something rough? Tell me if I'm too rough. Understand? Yes, I whisper, and he slams into me and pulls me onto him at the same time, jolting the plug forward, deeper. Fuck! I cry out. He stills, his breathing harsher, and my panting matches his. I try to assimilate all the sensations, the tantalizing feeling that I am doing something forbidden, the erotic pleasure that spirals outward from deep within me. He pulls gently on the plug. Oh my! I moan, and I hear his sharp intake of breath, a gasp of pure, unadulterated pleasure. It heats my blood. Have I ever felt so wanton? So, again, he whispers. Yes, stay flat, he orders. He eases out of me and rams into me again. Oh, I wanted this. Yes, I hiss. And he picks up the pace, his breathing more labored, matching my own as he thrashes into me. Oh, Anna, he gasps. He moves one of his hands from my hips and twists the plug again, tugging it slowly, pulling it out and pushing it back in. The feeling is indescribable, and I think I'm going to pass out on the table. He never misses a beat as he takes me again and again, moving strong and hard inside me, my insides tightening and quivering. Oh, fuck, I moan. This is going to rip me apart. Yes, baby, he hisses. Please, I beg him, and I don't know what for. To stop? To never stop? To twist the plug again? My insides are tightening around him and the plug. That's right. He breathes, and he slaps me hard on my right buttock. And I come again and again, falling, spinning, pulsing around and around, and Christian gently pulls the plug out. Fuck! I scream, and Christian grabs my hips and climaxes loudly, holding me still. The woman is still singing. Christian always puts songs on repeat in here. Strange. I am curled in his arms on his lap, our legs tangled together, with my head resting against his chest. We're on the floor of the playroom by the table. Welcome back, he says, peeling the blindfold off me. I blink as my eyes adjust to the muted light. Tipping my chin back, he plants a soft kiss on my lips, his eyes focused on and anxiously searching mine. I reach out to caress his face. He smiles. Well, did I fulfill the brief? Beautiful at this moment. He caresses my face, his long fingers stroking my cheek. I feel giving against mine. You never disappoint. He leans back to gaze down at me. How do you feel? His voice is soft with concern. Good, I murmur, feeling a flush creep across my face. Thoroughly well fucked. I smile shyly. Why, Mrs. Gray, you have a dirty, dirty mouth. Christian feigns an offended expression, but I can hear his amusement. That's because I'm married to a dirty, dirty boy, Mr. Gray. He grins a ridiculously stupid grin, and it's infectious. I'm glad you're married to him. He gently takes hold of my braid, lifts it to his lips, and kisses the end with reverence, his eyes glowing with love. Oh my, did I ever have a chance of resisting this man? I reach for his left hand and plant a kiss on his wedding ring, a plain platinum band matching my own. Mine, I whisper. Yours, he responds. He curls his arms around me and presses his nose into my hair. Shall I run you a bath? Only if you join me in it. Okay, he says. He sets me onto my feet and stands up beside me. He's still wearing his jeans. Will you wear your, other jeans? He frowns down at me. Other jeans? The ones you used to wear in here. Those jeans? He murmurs, blinking with perplexed surprise. You look very hot in them. Do I? Yeah, I mean, really hot. He smiles shyly. Well, for you, Mrs. Gray, maybe I will. He bends to kiss me, then grabs the small bowl on the table that contains the butt plug, the tube of lubricant, the blindfold, and my panties. Who cleans these toys? I ask as I follow him over to the chest. He frowns at me, as if not understanding the question. Me? Mrs. Jones? What? He nods, amused and embarrassed, I think. He switches off the music. Well, your subs used to do it? I finish his sentence. He gives me an apologetic shrug. Here. He hands me his shirt and I put it on, wrapping it around myself. His scent still clings to the linen, and my chagrin about butt plug washing is forgotten. He leaves the items on the chest. Taking my hand, he unlocks the playroom door, then leads me out and downstairs. I follow him meekly. The anxiety, the bad mood, the thrill, fear, and excitement of the car chase have all gone. I'm relaxed, finally sated and calm. As we enter our bathroom, I yawn loudly and stretch, at ease with myself for a change. What is it? Christian asks as he turns on the faucet. I shake my head. Tell me, he asks softly. He spills jasmine bath oil into the running water, filling the room with its sweet, sensual scent. I flush. I just feel better. He smiles. Yes, you've been in a strange mood today, Mrs. Gray. Standing, he pulls me into his arms. I know you're worrying about these recent events. I'm sorry you're caught up in them. I don't know if it's a vendetta, an ex-employee, or a business rival. If anything were to happen to you because of me. His voice drops to a pained whisper. I curl my arms around him. What if something happens to you, Christian? I voice my fear. He gazes down at me. We'll figure this out. Now let's get you out of this shirt and into this bath.
Historians
Shouldn't you talk to Sawyer?
location of the
He can
Battle of
wait.
Bennington.
His mouth
But
hardens,
most
and I feel a
historians
sudden
accept
pang
the
of pity
location
for
closer
Sawyer.
to the village of
What's he
Bennington
done to upset Christian?
in the county of Wiltshire.
Christian helps me out of his shirt,
There is
then
no
frowns
firm
as I
reason
turn to him.
believe that it
My
was
breasts
the
still
slaves,
bear faded
but there are
bruises
other
from the love
settlements
bites he gave me
in
during
the
our
south
honeymoon,
that share
but I
the
decide
same
not to
name,
tease him
so
about them.
the name itself is not
I wonder if
because of
Ryan
that.
has caught up with the Dodge?
Wiltshire
We'll see.
is in the south
After this bath.
and within
Get
the
in.
boundaries of the
He holds his hand out for me.
Anglo-Saxon
I climb
kingdom
into the
of
hot,
Wessex.
fragrant water and sit
It is
tentatively.
not far from
Ow!
the historical
My
megalithic
ass is tender,
site of
and the hot
Stonehenge,
water makes
which
me
is believed to
wince.
have been
Easy,
between
baby,
4,000 and 5,000
Christian
years
warns.
old.
But as he says it, the
Stonehenge
uncomfortable
has been
sensation
noted
melts
for being
away.
the location used
Christian
for
strips and
spiritual
climbs in behind me,
services by druids,
pulling me against
who are
his
the
chest.
observers of
I nestle
Celtic
between his
paganism.
legs, and we lie
This does
idle
not
and
mean
content
that
in the hot
Stonehenge
water.
was built by Celtic
I run my
leaders.
fingers down his legs,
It may
and
well date
gathering
to
my
before
braid in one
Celtic
hand,
language,
he
but
twirls
it's
it gently
never
between
set
his
foot
fingers.
in Charles.
We need to go over the
General
plans
theory
for
is
the new
that
house.
Celtic speakers
Later this
arrived
evening?
in Britain
Sure.
around the year 1000
That
BCE.
woman is coming
There
back again.
is plenty
My subconscious
of
gazes
space
up from
for
Volume
this.
3 of The Complete Works of Charles Dickens
When the
and
Romans
Flowers.
arrived in the first
I'm
century
with my
BCE,
subconscious.
they
I
encountered
sigh.
a mixture of tribes,
Unfortunately,
mainly
Gia
Celtic
Mateo's
language
designs
speakers.
are breathtaking.
In the south of England,
I must get my things ready for work, I whisper. He stills. You know you don't have to go back to work, he murmurs. Oh no, not this again. Christian, we've been through this. Please don't resurrect that argument. He tugs my braid so my face tilts up and back. Just saying. He plants a soft kiss on my lips. I pull on sweatpants and a camisole and decide to fetch my clothes from the playroom. As I make my way across the hallway, I hear Christian's raised voice from his study. I freeze. Where the fuck were you? Oh shit. He's shouting at Sawyer. Cringing, I dash upstairs to the playroom. I really don't want to hear what he has to say to him. I still find shouty Christian intimidating. Poor Sawyer. At least I get to shout back. I gather up my clothes and Christian's shoes, then notice the small porcelain bowl with the butt plug still on top of the museum chest. Well, I suppose I should clean it. I add it to the pile and make my way back downstairs. I glance nervously through the great room, but all is quiet, thank heavens. Taylor will be back tomorrow evening, and Christian is generally calmer when he's around. Taylor is spending some quality time today and tomorrow with his daughter. I wonder idly if I'll ever get to meet her. Mrs. Jones comes out of the utility room. We startle each other. Mrs. Gray, I didn't see you there. Oh, I'm Mrs. Gray now. Hello, Mrs. Jones. Welcome home, and congratulations. She smiles. Please, call me Anna. Mrs. Gray, I wouldn't feel comfortable doing that. Oh, why must everything change just because I have a ring on my finger? Would you like to run through the menus for the week? She asks, looking at me expectantly. Menus? This is not a question I have ever anticipated being asked. She smiles. When I first worked for Mr. Gray, every Sunday evening I would run through the menus for the upcoming week with him and list anything he might need from the grocery store. I see. Shall I take those for you? She holds out her hands for my clothes. Oh, actually, I haven't finished with these. And they are hiding the bowl with the butt plug in it. I turn crimson. It's a wonder I can look Mrs. Jones in the eye. She knows what we do. She cleans the room. Geez, it's just weird having no privacy.
That there could be another
When
reason,
you're ready, Mrs.
such
Gray,
as
I'd
these
be more
areas
than
were
happy to
settled
run
by
through things with you.
Although
Thank
this
you.
does seem less
We are
likely.
interrupted by an ashen-faced Sawyer.
It seems
He stalks out of
likely
Christian's
that
study and briskly crosses the great room.
Saxons,
He
as well
gives
as
us
the
both a
Flemings,
brief nod,
conducted
not looking
social
either of
growth
us
in
in the eye,
Northwest Europe
and slinks into
in the later
Taylor's
years of
study.
the Roman Empire.
I'm grateful for his intervention,
When the Romans
as I don't
left
wish to
Britannia,
discuss
the
menus
Romano
or butt
Britons were
plugs
left
with
to their
Mrs.
own
Jones right
devices.
now.
There is a
Offering
suggestion
her a
that the
brief
Roman
smile,
Emperor
I scurry
Honorius
back
wrote
to the
letters
bedroom.
to them to tell them
Will I
they
ever
had
get
to
used
now
to having
defend
domestic
themselves,
staff at my beck and
because the
call?
Romans could no
I shake
longer
my head.
offer any support.
One day, maybe.
This is something
I dump Christian's shoes on the floor and my clothes on the bed, and take the bowl with the butt plug into the bathroom. I eye it suspiciously. It looks innocuous enough, and surprisingly clean. I don't want to dwell on that, and I wash it quickly with soap and water. Will that be enough? I'll have to ask Mr. Sexpert if it should be sterilized or something. I shudder at the thought. I like that Christian has turned the library over to me. It now houses an attractive white wooden desk I can work at. I take out my laptop and check my notes on the 5 manuscripts I read on our honeymoon. Yep, I have everything I need. Part of me dreads going back to work, but I can never tell Christian that. He'd seize on the opportunity to make me quit. I remember Roach's apoplectic reaction when I told him I was getting married, and to whom, and how, shortly afterward, my position was confirmed. I realize now it was because I was marrying the boss. The thought is unwelcome. I am no longer acting editor. I am Anastasia Steele, editor. I haven't yet plucked up the courage to tell Christian that I am not going to change my name at work. I think my reasons are solid. I need some distance from him, but I know there will be a fight when he finally realizes that. Perhaps I should discuss this with him tonight. Sitting back in my chair, I start my final chore of the day. I glance at the digital clock on my laptop, which tells me it's 7 in the evening. Christian still hasn't emerged from his study, so I have time. Taking the memory card out of the Nikon camera, I load it into the laptop to transfer the photographs. As the pictures upload, I reflect on the day. Is Ryan back? Or is he still on his way to Portland? Has he caught up with the mystery woman? Has Christian heard from him? I want some answers. I don't care that he's busy. I want to know what's going on, and I suddenly feel a tad resentful that he's keeping me in the dark. I rise, intending to go and confront him in his study, but as I do, the photos from the last few days of our honeymoon pop up on screen. Holy crap! Picture after picture of me, asleep. So many of me asleep. My hair over my face or fanned out across my pillow, lips parted. Shit, sucking my thumb. I haven't sucked my thumb for years. So many photos. I had no idea he'd taken these. There are a few candid long shots, including one of me leaning over the rail of the yacht, staring moodily into the distance. How did I not notice him taking this? I smile at the photos of me curled up beneath him and laughing, my hair flying as I struggle, biting his tickling, tormenting fingers. And there's the one of him and me on the bed in the master cabin that he took at arm's length. I am cuddled on his chest, and he gazes at the camera, young, wide-eyed, in love. His other hand cups my head, and I am smiling like a love-struck fool. But I cannot take my eyes off Christian. Oh, my beautiful man. His ruffled, just-fucked hair, his gray eyes glowing, his lips parted and smiling. My beautiful man who cannot bear to be tickled, who could not bear to be touched just a short while ago. Yet now he tolerates my touch. I must ask him if he likes it, or whether he lets me touch him for my pleasure rather than his. I frown, gazing down at his image, suddenly overwhelmed by my feelings for him. Someone out there wants to harm him. First, Charlie Tango, then the fire at GEH, and that damned car chase. I gasp, putting my hand to my mouth as an involuntary sob escapes. Abandoning my computer, I leap up to find him. Not to confront him now, just to check that he's safe. Not bothering to knock, I barge into his study. Christian is sitting at his desk and talking on the phone. He looks up in surprised annoyance, but the irritation on his face disappears when he sees it's me. So you can't enhance it further? He says, continuing his phone conversation, though he doesn't take his eyes off me. Without hesitation, I walk around his desk, and he turns in his chair to face me, frowning. I can tell he's thinking, what does she want? When I crawl onto his lap, his eyebrows shoot up in surprise. I put my arms around his neck and cuddle into him. Gingerly, he puts his arm around me. Yes, Barney. Could you hold one moment? He cups the phone against his shoulder. What's wrong? I shake my head. Tipping my chin up, he gazes into my eyes. I pull my head free from his hold, tuck it beneath his chin, and curl up smaller on his lap. Bemused, he wraps his free arm more tightly around me and kisses the top of my head. Okay, Barney, what were you saying? He continues, wedging the phone between his ear and his shoulder, and taps a key on his laptop. A grainy black and white CCTV image appears on the screen. A man with dark hair wearing pale coveralls comes on the screen. Christian presses another key, and the man walks toward the camera, but with his head bowed. When the man is closer to the camera, Christian freezes the frame. He is standing in a bright white room with what looks like a long line of tall black cabinets to his left. This must be GEH's server room. Okay, Barney, one more time. The screen springs to life. A box appears around the head of the man in the CCTV footage, and suddenly we zoom in. I sit up, fascinated. Is Barney doing this? I ask quietly. Yes, Christian answers. Can you sharpen the picture at all? He says to Barney. The picture blurs, then refocuses moderately sharper on the man consciously gazing down and avoiding the camera. As I stare at him, a chill of recognition sweeps up my spine. There is something familiar in the line of his jaw. He has scruffy, short black hair that looks odd and unkempt. And in the newly sharpened picture, I see an earring, a small hoop. Holy crap! I know who it is! Christian, I whisper. That's Jack. Hide.
We also see reference in Scandinavia
Chapter 7.
to a people called the Geats.
You think? Christian asks, surprised. It's the line of his jaw. I point at the screen. And the earrings and the shape of his shoulders. He's the right build, too. He must be wearing a wig, or he's cut and dyed his hair. Barney, are you getting this? Christian puts the phone down on his desk and switches to hands-free. You seem to have studied your ex-boss in some detail, Mrs. Gray. He murmurs, sounding none too pleased. I scowl at him, but I'm saved by Barney. Yes, sir. I heard Mrs. Gray. I'm running face recognition software on all the digitized CCTV footage right now. See where else this asshole... I'm sorry, ma'am. This man has been within the organization. I glance anxiously at Christian, who ignores Barney's expletive. He's studying the CCTV picture closely. Why would he do this? I ask Christian. He shrugs. Revenge, perhaps. I don't know. You can't fathom why some people behave the way they do. I'm just angry that you ever worked so closely with him. Christian's mouth presses into a hard, thin line, and he encircles my waist with his arm. We have the contents of his hard drive too, sir. Barney adds, yes, I remember. Do you have an address for Mr. Hyde? Christian says sharply, yes, sir, I do. Alert Welch. Sure will. I'm also going to scan the city CCTV and see if I can track his movements. Check what vehicle he owns. Sir, Barney can do all this? I whisper. Christian nods and gives me a smug smile. What was on his hard drive? I whisper. Christian's face hardens and he shakes his head. Nothing much, he says, tight-lipped, his smile forgotten. Tell me, No. Was it about you or me? Me. He sighs. What sort of things? About your lifestyle? Christian shakes his head and puts his index finger against my lips to silence me. I scowl at him, but he narrows his eyes, and it's a clear warning that I should hold my tongue. It's a 2006 Camaro. I'll send the license details to Welch, too. Barney says excitedly from the phone. Good. Let me know where else that fucker has been in my building, and check his image against the one from his SIP personnel file. Christian gazes at me skeptically. I want to be sure we have a match. Already done, sir. And Mrs. Gray is correct. This is Jack Hyde. His earlier rancor forgotten. To Barney, he says, let me know when you've tracked all his movements at HQ. Also, check out any other GEH property he may have had access to, and let the security teams know so they can make another sweep of all those buildings. Sir. Thanks, Barney. Christian hangs up. Well, Mrs. Gray, it seems that you are not only decorative, but useful too. Christian's eyes light up with wicked amusement. I know he's teasing. Decorative? I scoff, teasing him back. Very, he says quietly, pressing a soft, sweet kiss on my lips. You're much more decorative than I am, Mr. Gray. He grins and kisses me more forcefully, winding my braid around his wrist and wrapping his arms around me. When we come up for air, my heart is racing. Hungry? He asks. No, I am. What for? Well, food, actually. I'll make you something. I giggle. I love that sound. Of me offering you food? You're giggling. He kisses my hair, then I stand. So, what would you like to eat, sir? I ask sweetly. He narrows his eyes. Are you being cute, Mrs. Gray? Always, Mr. Gray. Sir. He smiles a sphinx-like smile. I can still put you over my knee. He murmurs seductively. I know. I grin. Placing my hands on the arms of his office chair, I lean down and kiss him. That's one of the things I love about you. But stow your twitching palm. You're hungry. He smiles his shy smile, and my heart clenches. Oh, Mrs. Gray, what am I going to do with you? You're going to answer my question. What would you like to eat? Something light. Surprise me. He says, mirroring my words from the playroom earlier. I'll see what I can do. I sashay out of his study and into the kitchen. My heart sinks when I see Mrs. Jones is there. Hello, Mrs. Jones. Mrs. Gray, are you ready for something to eat? She is stirring something in a pot on the stove that smells delicious. I was going to make subs for Mr. Gray and me. She pauses for a heartbeat. Sure, she says. Mr. Gray likes French bread. There are some in the freezer cut to sub-length. I'd be happy to make it for you, ma'am. I know, but I'd like to do this. I understand. I'll give you some room. What are you cooking? This is a bolognese sauce. It can be eaten anytime. I'll freeze it. She smiles warmly and turns the heat right down. So what does Christian like in a sub? I frown, struck by what I've just said. Does Mrs. Jones understand the inference? Mrs. Gray, you could put just about anything in a sandwich, and as long as it's on French bread, he'll eat it. We grin at each other. Okay, thank you. I skip to the freezer and find the French bread cut to size in Ziploc bags. I place 2 of them on a plate, pop them in the microwave, and set it to defrost. Mrs. Jones has disappeared. I frown as I return to the fridge to search for ingredients. I suppose it will be up to me to set the parameters by which Mrs. Jones and I will work together. I like the idea of cooking for Christian on the weekends. Mrs. Jones is more than welcome to do it during the week. The last thing I want to do when I come home from work is cook. A bit like Christian's routine with his submissives. I shake my head. I mustn't overthink this. I find some ham in the fridge and in the crisper, a perfectly ripe avocado. As I am adding a touch of salt and lemon to the mashed avocado, Christian emerges from his study with the plans for the new house in his hands. He puts them on the breakfast bar, saunters toward me, and wraps his arms around me, kissing my neck. Barefoot and in the kitchen, he murmurs. Shouldn't that be barefoot and pregnant in the kitchen? I smirk. He stills, his whole body tensing against me. Not yet, he declares, apprehension clear in his voice. No, not yet. He relaxes. On that, we can agree, Mrs. Gray. You do want kids, though, don't you? Sure, yes, eventually. But I'm not ready to share you yet. He kisses my neck again. Oh, share? What are you making? Looks good. He kisses me behind my ear, and I know it's to distract me. A delicious tingle travels down my spine. Subs, I smirk, recovering my sense of humor. He smiles against my neck and nips my earlobe. My favorite. I poke him with my elbow. Mrs. Gray, you wound me. He clutches his side as if in pain. Wimp, I mutter disapprovingly. Wimp, he utters in disbelief. He slaps my behind, making me yelp. Hurry up with my food, wench. And later, I'll show you how wimpy I can be. He slaps me playfully once more and goes to the fridge. Would you like a glass of wine? He asks. Please.
He had to fend off a wave of
Christian spreads Gia's plans out over the breakfast bar. She really has some spectacular ideas. I love her proposal to make the entire downstairs back wall glass, but Christian prompts. I sigh. I don't want to take all the character out of the house. Character? Yes. What Gia is proposing is quite radical, but, well, I fell in love with the house as it is, warts and all. Christian's brow furrows as if this is anathema to him. I kind of like it the way it is. I whisper. Is this going to make him mad? He regards me steadily. I want this house to be the way you want. Whatever you want. It's yours. I want you to like it too. To be happy in it too. I'll be happy wherever you are. It's that simple, Anna. His gaze holds mine. He is utterly sincere. I blink at him as my heart expands. Holy cow. He really does love me. Well, I swallow, fighting the small knot of emotion that catches in my throat. I like the glass wall. Maybe we could ask her to incorporate it into the house a little more sympathetically. Christian grins. Sure, whatever you want. What about the plans for upstairs and the basement? I'm cool with those. Good. Okay. I steel myself to ask the $1 question. Do you want to put in a playroom? I feel the oh-so-familiar flush creep up my face as I ask. Christian's eyebrows shoot up. Do you? He replies, surprised and amused at once. I shrug. If you want. He regards me for a moment. Let's leave our options open for the moment. After all, this will be a family home. I'm surprised by the stab of disappointment I feel. I guess he's right. Although, when are we going to have a family? It could be years. Besides, we can improvise. I like improvising. I whisper. He grins. There's something I want to discuss. Christian points to the master bedroom, and we start a detailed discussion on bathrooms and separate walk-in closets.
was still chancing
When
their
we
luck
finish,
by
it's
hopping from
9:30 in the
Wessex
evening.
to Wessex.
Are you going back to work?
Alfred was
I ask as Christian rolls up the
a lot of
plans.
the Danish fleet was
Not
lost
if you
in
don't want me
storms
to.
along the way.
He smiles.
The
What
city
would you
walls
like to do?
attempted to provide a
We could watch TV. I don't want to read, and I don't want to go to bed yet.
This time the Danes
Okay.
had to agree to terms.
Christian agrees willingly, and I follow him into the TV room. We have sat here 3, maybe 4 times total, and Christian usually reads a book. He's not interested in television at all. I curl up beside him on the couch, tucking my legs beneath me and resting my head against his shoulder. He switches on the flat-screen television with the remote and flicks mindlessly through the channels. Any specific drivel you want to see? You don't like TV much, do you? I mutter sardonically. He shakes his head. Waste of time. But I'll watch something with you. I thought we could make out. He whips his face to mine. Make out? He gazes at me as if I've grown 2 heads. He stops the endless flicking, leaving the TV on an overlit Spanish soap opera. Yes? Why is he so horrified? We could go to bed and make out. We do that all the time. When was the last time you made out in front of the TV? I ask, shy and teasing at the same time. He shrugs and shakes his head. Pressing the remote again, he flicks through another few channels before settling on an old episode of The X-Files. Christian? I've never done that, he says quietly. Never? No. Not even with Mrs. Robinson? He snorts. Baby, I did a lot of things with Mrs. Robinson. Making out was not one of them. He smirks at me, and then narrows his eyes with amused curiosity. Have you? I flush. Of course. Well, kind of. What? Who with? Oh, no. I do not want to have this discussion. Tell me. He persists. I gaze down at my knotted fingers. He gently covers my hands with one of his. When I glance up at him, he's smiling at me. I want to know, so I can beat whoever it was to a pulp. I giggle. Well, the first time, there's more than one fucker? He growls. I giggle again. Why so surprised, Mr. Gray? He frowns briefly, runs a hand through his hair, and looks at me as if seeing me in a completely different light. He shrugs. I just am. I mean, given your lack of experience. I flush. I've certainly made up for that since I met you. You have. He grins. Tell me. I want to know. I gaze into his patient gray eyes, trying to gauge his mood. Is this going to make him mad, or does he genuinely want to know? I don't want him sulking. He's impossible when he's sulking. You really want me to tell you? He nods slowly once, and his lips twitch with an amused, arrogant smile. I was briefly in Texas with Mom and husband number 3. I was in 10th grade. His name was Bradley, and he was my lab partner in physics. How old were you? 15. And what's he doing now? I don't know. What base did he get to? Christian! I scold. And suddenly he grabs my knees, then my ankles, and tips me up so I fall back onto the couch. He slides smoothly on top of me, trapping me beneath him, one leg between mine. It's so sudden that I cry out in surprise. He grabs my hands and raises them above my head. So, this Bradley, did he get to first base? He murmurs, running his nose down the length of mine. He plants soft kisses at the corner of my mouth. Yes, I murmur against his lips. He releases one of his hands so that he can clasp my chin and hold me still, while his tongue invades my mouth, and I surrender to his ardent kissing. Like this? Christian breathes when he comes up for air. No, nothing like that, I manage as all the blood in my body heads south.
Alfred had forced
Releasing
the
my
room.
chin, he runs his hand down over my body and back up to my breast.
Alfred had managed
Did he
to
do
put the
this?
into a tough
Touch you
position
like
and was
this?
wary that if he
His
slaughtered
thumb
Clifford,
skims over my nipple,
there
through
would
my
simply be
camisole,
another
softly,
Viking army
repeatedly,
under another
and it
Viking
hardens
king
under his
who wants to
expert
challenge
touch.
Wessex
No.
down the line.
I writhe beneath him.
So Alfred
Did
decided
he get to second base?
use
He murmurs in my
as a
ear.
means to create
His hand
peace
moves
in
down
Wessex.
across my ribs,
He would do this
past
by
my
granting
waist to my hip.
lands and
He takes my earlobe between his teeth and gently tugs.
Christianity.
No,
Swear
I
oath
breathe.
by his new
Mulder blurts from the television something about the FBI's most unwanted. Christian pauses, leans up, and presses mute on the remote. He gazes down at me. What about Joe Schmo number 2? Did he make it past second base? His eyes are smoldering hot. Angry? Turned on? It's difficult to say which. He shifts to my side and slides his hand beneath my sweatpants. No, I whisper, trapped in his carnal gaze. Christian smiles wickedly. Good. His hand cups my sex. No underwear, Mrs. Gray. I approve. He kisses me again as his fingers weave more magic, his thumb skimming over my clitoris, tantalizing me as he pushes his index finger inside me with exquisite slowness. We're supposed to be making out, I groan. Christian stills. I thought we were. No, no sex. What? No sex. No sex, huh? He withdraws his hand from my sweatpants. Here. He traces my lips with his index finger, and I taste my slick saltiness. He pushes his finger into my mouth, mirroring what he was doing a moment earlier. Then he shifts so he's between my legs, and his erection pushes against me. He thrusts once, twice, and again. I gasp as the material of my sweatpants rubs in just the right way. He pushes once more, grinding into me. This what you want? He murmurs and moves his hips rhythmically, rocking against me. Yes, I moan. His hand moves back to concentrate on my nipple once more, and his teeth scrape along my jaw. Do you know how hot you are, Anna? His voice is hoarse as he rocks harder against me. I open my mouth to articulate a response and fail miserably, groaning loudly. He captures my mouth once more, tugging at my bottom lip with his teeth before plunging his tongue into my mouth again. He releases my other wrist, and my hands travel greedily up his shoulders and into his hair as he kisses me. When I pull on his hair, he groans and raises his eyes to mine. Ah, do you like me touching you? I whisper. His brow furrows briefly, as if he doesn't understand the question. He stops grinding against me. Of course I do. I love you touching me, Anna. I'm like a starving man at a banquet when it comes to your touch. His voice hums with passionate sincerity. Holy cow. He kneels between my legs and drags me up to haul off my top. I'm naked beneath it. Grabbing the hem of his shirt, he yanks it over his head and tosses it on the floor, then pulls me onto his kneeling lap. His arms clasped just above my behind. Touch me, he breathes. Oh my. Tentatively, I reach up and brush the tips of my fingers through the smattering of chest hair over his sternum, over his burn scars. He inhales sharply and his pupils dilate, but it's not with fear. It's a sensual response to my touch. He watches me intently as my fingers float delicately over his skin, first to one nipple and then the other. They pucker beneath my caress. Leaning forward, I plant soft kisses on his chest, and my hands move to his shoulders, feeling the hard, sculptured lines of sinew and muscle. Whoa, he's in good shape. I want you, he murmurs, and it's a green light to my libido. My fingers move into his hair, pulling his head back so I can claim his mouth. Fire licking hot and high in my belly. He groans and pushes me back onto the couch. He sits up and rips off my sweatpants, undoing his fly at the same time. Home run, he whispers, and swiftly he fills me. Ah! I groan, and he stills, grabbing my face between his hands. I love you, Mrs. Gray, he murmurs, and very slowly, very gently, he makes love to me until I come apart at the seams, calling his name and wrapping myself around him, never wanting to let him go. I lay sprawled on his chest. We're on the floor of the TV room. You know, we completely bypassed third base. My fingers trace the line of his pectoral muscles. He laughs. Next time. He kisses the top of my head. I look up to stare at the television screen, where the end credits for The X-Files play. Christian reaches for the remote and switches the sound back on. You liked that show? I asked. When I was a kid. Oh, Christian as a kid. Kickboxing and The X-Files and no touching. You? He asked. Before my time. You were so young. Christian smiles fondly. I like making out with you, Mrs. Gray. Likewise, Mr. Gray. I kiss his chest, and we lie silently watching as the X-Files finish and the commercials come on. It's been a heavenly 3 weeks. Car chases and fires and psycho ex-bosses notwithstanding. Like being in our own private bubble, I muttered dreamily. Christian hums deep in his throat. I'm not sure I'm ready to share you with the rest of the world yet. Back to reality tomorrow, I murmur, trying to keep the melancholy from my voice. Christian sighs and runs his other hand through his hair. Security will be tight. I put my finger over his lips. I don't want to hear this lecture again. I know. I'll be good. I promise. Which reminds me. I shift, propping myself up on my elbows to see him better. Why were you shouting at Sawyer? He stiffens immediately. Oh, shit. Because we were followed. That wasn't Sawyer's fault. He gazes at me levelly. They should never have let you get so far in front. They know that. I blush guiltily and resume my position, resting on his chest. It was my fault. I wanted to get away from them. That wasn't enough. Christian is suddenly curt. This is not up for discussion, Anastasia. It's a fact, and they won't let it happen again. Anastasia? I am Anastasia when I am in trouble, just like at home with my mother. Okay, I mutter, placating him. I don't want to fight. Did Ryan catch up with a woman in the Dodge? No, and I'm not convinced it was a woman. Oh? I look up again. Sawyer saw her hair crack, but it was a brief look. He assumed it was a woman. Now, given that you've identified that fucker, maybe it was him. He wore his hair like that. The disgust in Christian's voice is palpable. I don't know what to make of this news. Christian runs his hand down my naked back, distracting me. If anything happened to you, he murmurs, his eyes wide and serious. I know, I whisper. I feel the same about you. I shiver at the thought. Come, you're getting cold, he says, sitting up. Let's go to bed. We can cover third base there. He smiles a lascivious smile, as mercurial as ever. Passionate, angry, anxious, sexy. My 50 shades. I take his hand and he pulls me to my feet, and without a stitch on, I follow him through the great room to the bedroom. The following morning, Christian squeezes my hand as we pull up outside SIP. He looks very much the powerful executive in his dark navy suit and matching tie. I smile. He's not been this smart since the ballet in Monaco. You know you don't have to do this, Christian murmurs. I am tempted to roll my eyes at him. I know. I whisper, not wanting Sawyer and Ryan to overhear me from the front of the Audi. He frowns, and I smile. But I want to, I continue. You know this. I lean up and kiss him. His frown doesn't disappear. What's wrong? He glances uncertainly at Ryan as Sawyer climbs out of the car. I'll miss having you to myself. I reach up to caress his face. Me too. I kiss him. It was a wonderful honeymoon. Thank you. Go to work, Mrs. Gray. You too, Mr. Gray. Sawyer opens the door. I squeeze Christian's hand once more before I climb out onto the sidewalk. As I head into the building, I give him a little wave. Sawyer holds open the door and follows me in. Hi, Anna. Claire smiles from behind the reception desk. Claire, hello. I smile back. You look wonderful. Good honeymoon? The best. Thank you. How's it been here? Old Man Roach is the same, but security has been stepped up and our server room is being overhauled. But Anna will tell you. Sure she will. I give Claire a friendly smile and head to my office. Anna is my assistant. She is tall, slim, and ruthlessly efficient to the point that sometimes I find her a little intimidating. But she's sweet to me, in spite of the fact that she's a couple of years older. She has my latte waiting, the only coffee I let her get for me. Hi, Hannah, I say warmly. Anna, how was your honeymoon? Fantastic. Here, for you. I popped a small bottle of perfume I bought for her onto her desk, and she claps her hands with glee. Oh, thank you, she says enthusiastically. Your urgent correspondence is on your desk, and Roach would like to see you at 10. That's all I have to report for now. Good, thank you, and thanks for the coffee. Wandering into my office, I rest my briefcase on my desk and gaze at the piled up letters. I have a lot to do. Just before 10, there's a timid tap on my door. Come in. Elizabeth looks around the door. Hi, Anna. I just wanted to say welcome back. Hey, I have to say, reading through all this correspondence, I wish I was back in the south of France. Elizabeth laughs, but her laughter is off, forced, and I cock my head to one side and gaze at her like Christian does to me. Glad you're back safely, she says. I'll see you in a few minutes at the meeting with Roach. Okay, I murmur, and she shuts the door behind her. I frown at the closed door. What was that about? I shrug it off. My email pings. It's a message from Christian. From Christian Gray. Subject, Errant Wives. Date, August 22nd, 2011. 9:56. To Anastasia Steele. Wife. I sent the email below and it bounced. And it's because you haven't changed your name. Something you want to tell me? Christian Gray, CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc. Attachment. From Christian Gray. Forward, subject, bubble. Date, August 22nd, 2011, 9:32. To Anastasia Gray. Mrs. Gray. Love covering all the bases with you. Have a great first day back. Miss our bubble already. X. Christian Gray. Back in the real world, CEO. Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc. Shit. I hit reply immediately. From Anastasia Steele. Subject, don't burst the bubble. Date, August 22nd, 2011, 9:58. To Christian Gray. Husband, I am all for a baseball metaphor with you, Mr. Gray. I want to keep my name here. I'll explain this evening. I am going into a meeting now. Miss our bubble too. P.S. Thought I had to use my BlackBerry? Anastasia Steele, editor, S.I.P. This is going to be such a fight. I can feel it. Sighing, I gather up my papers for the meeting.
a magazine that was.
The meeting lasts for 2 hours. All the editors are there, plus Roach and Elizabeth. We discuss personnel, strategy, marketing, security, and year-end. As the meeting progresses, I grow more and more uncomfortable. There's a subtle change in how my colleagues are treating me. A distance and deference that wasn't there before I left for my honeymoon. And from Courtney, who heads up the nonfiction division, there's downright hostility. Maybe I'm just being paranoid, but it goes some way to explaining Elizabeth's odd greeting this morning. My mind drifts back to the yacht, then to the playroom, then to the R8 speeding away from the mystery Dodge on I-5. Perhaps Christian's right. Perhaps I can't do this anymore. The thought is depressing. This is all I've ever wanted to do. If I can't do this, what will I do? As I walk back to my office, I try to dismiss these dark thoughts. When I sit down at my desk, I quickly check my emails. Nothing from Christian. I check my BlackBerry. Still nothing. Good. At least there's been no adverse reaction to my email. Perhaps we'll discuss this tonight as per my request. I find that hard to believe, but ignoring my uneasy feeling, I open the marketing plan I was given at the meeting. As is our ritual on a Monday, Hannah comes into my office with a plate for my packed lunch, courtesy of Mrs. Jones, and we sit and eat our lunches together, discussing what we want to achieve during the week. She brings me up to date with the office gossip, too, which, considering I've been away for 3 weeks, is sorely lacking. As we're chatting, there's a knock on the door. Come in. Roach opens the door, and standing beside him is Christian. I'm momentarily struck dumb. Christian shoots me a blazing look and stalks in before smiling politely at Hannah. Hello, you must be Hannah. I'm Christian Gray, he says. Hannah scrambles to her feet and holds out her hand. Mr. Gray, how nice to meet you, she stutters as they shake hands. Can I fetch you a coffee? Please, he says warmly. With a quick, puzzled glance at me, she scuttles out of the office past Roach, who stands as dumbstruck as me on the threshold of my office. If you'll excuse me, Roach, I'd like a word with Ms. Steele. Christian hisses the S sibilantly, sarcastically. This is why he's here. Oh, shit. Of course, Mr. Gray. Anna, Roach mutters, shutting the door to my office as he departs. I recover my power of speech. Mr. Gray, how nice to see you. I smile far too sweetly. Ms. Steele, may I sit down? It's your company. I wave at the chair Hannah vacated. Yes, it is. He smiles wolfishly at me, the smile not reaching his eyes. His tone is clipped. He's bristling with tension. I can feel it all around me. My heart sinks. Your office is very small, he says, as he sits down facing my desk. It suits me. He regards me neutrally, but I know he's mad. I take a deep breath. This is not going to be fun. So, what can I do for you, Christian? I'm just looking over my assets. Your assets? All of them? All of them. Some of them need rebranding. Rebranding? In what way? I think you know. His voice is menacingly quiet. Please, don't tell me you have interrupted your day after 3 weeks away to come over here and fight with me about my name. I am not a freaking asset. He shifts and crosses his legs. Not exactly fight, no. Christian, I'm working. Looked like you were gossiping with your assistant to me. My cheeks heat. We were going through our schedules, I snap. And you haven't answered my question. There's a knock on the door. Come in, I shout, too loudly. Hannah opens the door and brings in a small tray. Milk jug, sugar bowl, coffee, and a French press. She's gone all out. She places the tray on my desk. Thank you, Hannah, I mutter. embarrassed that I have just shouted so loudly. Do you need anything else, Mr. Gray? She asks, all breathless. I want to roll my eyes at her. No, thank you. That's all. He smiles his dazzling, panty-dropping smile at her. She flushes and exits simpering. Christian turns his attention back to me. Now, Ms. Steele, where were we? You were rudely interrupting my workday to fight with me about my name. Christian blinks once, surprised, I think, by the vehemence in my voice. Deftly, he picks at an invisible piece of lint on his knee with long, skilled fingers. It's distracting. He's doing it on purpose. I narrow my eyes at him. I like to make the odd impromptu visit. It keeps management on their toes, wives in their place, you know. He shrugs, his mouth set in an arrogant line. Wives in their place? I had no idea you could spare the time. I snap. His eyes frost. Why don't you want to change your name here? He asks, his voice deathly quiet. Christian, do we have to discuss this now? I'm here. I don't see why not. I have a ton of work to do, having been away for the last 3 weeks. His eyes are cool and assessing, distant even. I marvel that he can appear so cold after last night, after the last 3 weeks. Shit. He must be mad, really mad. When will he learn not to overreact? Are you ashamed of me? He asks, his voice deceptively soft. No! Christian, of course not. I scowl. This is about me, not you. Jeez, he's exasperating sometimes. Silly, overbearing megalomaniac. How is this not about me? He cocks his head to one side, genuinely perplexed, some of his detachment slipping as he stares at me with wide eyes, and I realize that he's hurt. Holy fuck. I've hurt his feelings. Oh no. He's the last person I want to hurt. I have to make him see my logic. I have to explain my reasoning for my decision. Christian, when I took this job, I'd only just met you. I say patiently, struggling to find the right words. I didn't know you were going to buy the company. What can I say about that event in our brief history? His deranged reasons for doing so, his control freakery, his stalker tendencies gone mad, given completely free rein because he is so wealthy. I know he wants to keep me safe, but it's his ownership of SIP that is the fundamental problem here. If he'd never interfered, I could continue as normal and not have to face the disgruntled and whispered recriminations of my colleagues. I put my head in my hands just to break eye contact with him. Why is it so important to you? I ask, desperately trying to hold on to my fraying temper. I look up at his impassive stare, his eyes luminous, giving nothing away, his earlier hurt now hidden. But even as I ask the question, deep down I know the answer before he says it. I want everyone to know that you're mine. I am yours. Look. I hold up my left hand, showing my wedding and engagement rings. It's not enough. Not enough that I married you? My voice is barely a whisper. He blinks, registering the horror on my face. Where can I go from here? What else can I do? That's not what I mean. He snaps and runs a hand through his overlong hair so that it flops onto his forehead. What do you mean? He swallows. I want your world to begin and end with me, he says, his expression raw. His comment completely derails me. It's like he's punched me hard in the stomach, winding and wounding me. And the vision comes to mind of a small, frightened, copper-haired, gray-eyed boy in dirty, mismatched, ill-fitting clothes. It does, I say without guile, because it's the truth. I'm just trying to establish a career, and I don't want to trade on your name. I have to do something, Christian. I can't stay imprisoned at a Scala or the new house with nothing to do. I'll go crazy. I'll suffocate. I've always worked, and I enjoy this. This is my dream job. It's all I've ever wanted. But doing this doesn't mean I love you less. You are the world to me. My throat swells and tears prick the backs of my eyes. I must not cry. Not here. I repeat it over and over in my head. I must not cry. I must not cry. He stares at me, saying nothing. Then a frown crosses his face as if he's considering what I've said. I suffocate you? His voice is bleak, and it's an echo of a question he's asked me before. No. Yes. No. This is such an exasperating conversation. Not one that I want to have now, here. I close my eyes and rub my forehead, trying to fathom how we got to this. Look, we were talking about my name. I want to keep my name here because I want to put some distance between you and me. But only here. That's all. You know, everyone thinks I got the job because of you, when the reality is... I stop when his eyes widen. Oh no. Is it because of him? Do you want to know why you got the job, Anastasia? Anastasia? Shit. What? What do you mean? He shifts in his chair as if steeling himself. Do I want to know? The management here gave you Hyde's job to babysit. They didn't want the expense of hiring a senior executive when the company was mid-sale. They had no idea what the new owner would do with it once it passed into his ownership. And, wisely, they didn't want an expensive redundancy. So, they gave you Hyde's job to caretake until the new owner... He pauses, and his lips twitch in an ironic smile. Namely me, took over. Holy crap! What are you saying? So it was because of him. Fuck! I'm horrified. He smiles and shakes his head at my alarm. Relax. You've more than risen to the challenge. You've done very well. There's the tiniest hint of pride in his voice, and it's almost my undoing. Oh, I murmur incoherently, reeling from this news. I sit right back in my chair, open-mouthed, staring at him. He shifts again. I don't want to suffocate you, Anna. I don't want to put you in a gilded cage. Well, he pauses, his face darkening. Well, the rational part of me doesn't. He strokes his chin thoughtfully as his mind concocts some plan. Oh, where is he going with this? Christian looks up suddenly as if he's had a eureka moment. So, one of the reasons I'm here, apart from dealing with my errant wife, he says, narrowing his eyes, is to discuss what I'm going to do with this company. Errant wife? I am not errant, and I am not an asset. I scowl at Christian again, and the threat of tears subsides. So, what are your plans? I incline my head to one side, mirroring him, and I can't help my sarcastic tone. His lips twitch with the hint of a smile. Whoa, change of mood again. How can I ever keep up with Mr. Mercurial? I'm changing the name of the company to Gray Publishing. Holy shit. And in a year's time, it will be yours. My mouth drops open once more, wider this time. This is my wedding present to you. I shut my mouth, then open it, trying to articulate something, but there's nothing there. My mind is blank.
accessible land settlements
So,
and buildings
do I need to
were
change the name to Steel
The
Publishing?
Vikings were able to raid,
He's serious.
plunder, and
Holy
destroy
fuck.
the sacred monastery
Christian,
of St.
I
Patrick
whisper
in
when my
Armagh.
brain finally reconnects with my
This would
mouth.
also be how the
You
Norwegian
gave me a
Vikings
watch.
were able to
I can't
occupy
run
the
a
land
business.
of the modern city of
He
Dublin,
tilts his head to one side and
which is
gives
the
me a
modern capital
censorious
city
frown.
of the Republic of
I
Ireland.
ran my own business from the age of
The
21.
Norwegians would face
But
a
you're-
fierce backlash.
You,
Many
control
Irish
freak and
locals
whiz kid
and early
extraordinaire.
Jews in Dublin.
Geez, Christian, you majored in
Their
economics
leader
at
was
Harvard
killed.
before you dropped out.
Many
At
abandoned
least you have
the
some
riverside
idea.
settlement,
I sold
preferring
paint and
different
cable
territories
ties for 3 years
elsewhere
on a
in Europe.
part-time basis, for heaven's sake.
Danish
I've seen
Vikings
so
that
little of the
came
world, and I know
expelled
next
the
to
remaining
nothing.
Norwegians,
My
taking
voice rises, growing louder and higher as I complete my tirade.
Those Norwegian Vikings
You're also
had
the
already
most
successfully
well-read
settled
person
the
I know.
outlying islands
He
surrounding
counters
Great Britain,
earnestly.
such as the
You
Orkneys
love a
and the
good book.
Hebrides.
You couldn't
I
leave your
refer to
job
it
while
as
we
the
were on our
North
honeymoon.
Scales.
You
One
read
of
how
these
many
North
manuscripts?
Scales, called
4?
Olaf the White,
5?
came back to
I
Dublin
whisper.
with his brother
And you
Ivar,
wrote full
and
reports
took
on
Dublin
all of
back
them.
from the Danes,
You're a very bright
establishing
woman,
himself
Anastasia.
as the King
I'm
of Dublin
sure you'll
in
manage.
853.
Are you crazy? Crazy
It's
for
quite
you.
difficult to
He
determine the
whispers.
exact nature of
And
the
I
political
snort,
setup in
because
Ireland
it's the
at
only
time
expression my
of the
body can
Viking
make.
invasions.
He narrows
It
his
certainly
eyes.
doesn't appear to be
You'll be
the
a
case
laughingstock,
of the Vikings
buying a
against the
company
Irish,
for the little woman
due to the fact
who has
that
only had a
Ireland
full-time
had
job for a
sparsely
few months of
scattered
her adult
population
life.
whose clans
Do you think I
coalesced
give a
into
fuck what
lonely
people think?
kingdoms that often rivaled
Besides,
each other.
you won't be on your own.
There were also undoubtedly
I gape at
regular
him.
alterations to the
He
political
really has
map.
lost his
Clans
marbles this
shifted
time.
alliances and power
Christian,
merged
I
and disappeared over time.
I put my head in my hands. My emotions have been through a ringer. Is he crazy? And from somewhere dark and deep inside, I have this sudden, inappropriate need to laugh. When I look up at him again, his eyes widen. Something amusing you, Miss Steele? Yes, you. His eyes widen further, shocked but also amused. Laughing at your husband? That will never do. And you're biting your lip. His eyes darken in that way. Oh no. I know that look. Sultry, seductive, salacious. No, not here. Don't even think about it, I warn, alarm clear in my voice. Think about what, Anastasia? I know that look. We're at work. He leans forward, his eyes glued to mine, molten gray and hungry. Holy shit. I swallow instinctively. We're in a small, reasonably soundproofed office with a lockable door. He whispers. Gross moral turpitude. I enunciate each word carefully. Not with your husband. With my boss's boss's boss. I hiss. You're my wife. Christian? No, I mean it. You can fuck me 7 shades of Sunday this evening, but not now. Not here. He blinks and narrows his eyes once more. Then, unexpectedly, he laughs. 7 shades of Sunday? He arches an eyebrow, intrigued. I may hold you to that, Miss Steele. Oh, stop with the Miss Steele! I snap and thump the desk, startling us both. For heaven's sake, Christian, if it means so much to you, I'll change my name. His mouth pops open as he inhales sharply, and then he grins. A radiant, all-teeth-showing, joyous grin. Wow. Good. He claps his hands, and all of a sudden, he stands. What now? Mission accomplished. Now, I have work to do. If you'll excuse me, Mrs. Gray. This man is so maddening. But what, Mrs. Gray? I sag. Just go. I intend to. I'll see you this evening. I'm looking forward to 7 Shades of Sunday. I scowl. Oh, and I have a stack of business-related social engagements coming up, and I'd like you to accompany me. I gape at him. Will you just go?
than half of
I'll have
Ireland
Andrea
is
call
claimed
Hannah
to
to put
be
the dates in your
sent from a
calendar.
legendary figure
There are
called
some people
Nile
you need to meet.
of the Nine
You should get
Hostages,
Hannah to handle
was
your
therefore
schedule
called
from
the
now on.
Nail dynasty.
Okay, I mumble,
Particular
completely
Nail
bemused,
kings
bewildered,
claimed the
and
title of the
shell-shocked.
High King of Ireland.
He leans
until
over
the
my
late
desk.
10th century,
What?
when the position
How?
was opposed by
I am
a
caught
member
in his
of
hypnotic gaze.
another Irish
Love
family.
doing business with you, Mrs. Gray. He leans in closer as I sit paralyzed, and he plants a soft, tender kiss
The
on
Irish
my
kingdom
lips.
of Munster
Laters, baby.
existed in the
He
far south
murmurs.
of the island.
He stands
during the
abruptly,
Viking
winks
Age.
at me, and
Two
leaves.
considerable Viking
I lay
settlements
my head on my
existed within
desk,
it at Limerick
feeling like I've been
and
run over by a freight train.
to the north of
The freight train
settlement of
that
Limerick,
is
William
my
Munster
beloved
was a
husband.
family king
He has to
called
be
Dalgashans.
the most frustrating,
King in the middle of
annoying,
the 10th
contrary
century
man
was
on the
King
planet.
MacLord.
I sit up and frantically
It would
rub
be
my
he who
eyes.
would raise the stock
What
of the
have I just
Dalgashans
agreed
in
to?
Munster.
Okay,
Ginty was
Anna
married
Gray,
to the daughter of
running
a king in the Irish
SIP.
kingdom of
I mean,
Connaught,
Gray
which was to the
Publishing.
Dalgashans.
The man is insane.
Despite Ginty's
There's a knock on the door, and Hannah pokes her head around.
territory,
You okay?
have ambitions
She
of
asks.
ruling Munster
I just
himself.
stare at her. She
Munster
frowns.
was often in battle.
I know you don't like me doing this, but can I make you some tea? I nod. Twining's English breakfast, weak and black? I nod. Coming right up, Anna. I stare blankly at my computer screen, still in shock. How can I make him understand?
To the north
Email.
and further
From
to that,
Anastasia
the
Steele.
larger territories
Subject,
of Munster.
not an asset.
Notable
Date,
was Ginty's
August 22nd,
son,
2011,
Ginty,
14:23.
who led the Dalgashans
To
victory
Christian Gray.
over the Limerick
Mr. Gray,
Vikings
next time you come and see me, make an appointment so I can at least have some prior warning of your adolescent overbearing megalomania.
During this
Yours,
battle by his younger
Anastasia
brother,
Gray.
another
Please
son
note
of
name.
King MacLord.
Editor,
His
SIP.
name was Brian
From
Baruma
Christian Gray.
Ginty.
Subject,
Better known to
7
history
Shades of Sunday.
as Brian
Date,
Baruma.
August 22nd,
The
2011,
able men of Limerick were either
14:34.
slaughtered
To
or sold to
Anastasia
slavery,
Steele.
which was ironically one
My
of the
dear
more
Mrs.
popular ways
Gray,
for Viking
emphasis
societies to
on
gain
my.
wealth by selling
What can
their
I
own
say in my
prisoners
defense?
or into
I
slavery.
was in the neighborhood.
The
And
leader,
no, you are not
of
an
Limerick,
asset.
fled
You are my
to Great
beloved
Britain.
wife. As ever, you make
From
my
here,
day.
Matthew McGann would go on
Christian
to challenge
Gray,
the King of
CEO
Munster,
and overbearing
Royal
megalomaniac. Gray Enterprises Holdings,
Matthew
Inc.
McGann successfully overthrew
He's
him
trying to be funny, but I am in no mood to laugh. I take a deep breath and go back to my correspondence.
as the seat of power was at the Rock of Cashin.
Christian is quiet when I
However,
climb into the
in
car
his
that
ascent to
evening.
power, Matthew McGann
Hi,
quickly
I murmur.
amassed a lot
Hi.
of bitter enemies
He
and
responds
overall set
warily,
for revenge
as he should.
against the Dalgashans, Matthew McGann.
Disrupt anyone else's work today? I ask,
It
too
may have been
sweetly.
in around
A ghost of a smile crosses his
976 that
face.
Matthew McGann was captured
Only
by a
Flynn's.
rival who handed him over
Oh.
to the former king of Munster.
Next time you go to see him, I'll give you a list of topics I want covered.
Not to be
I
allowed
hiss.
to survive.
You seem
This
out of sorts,
propelled
Mrs. Gray.
Brian into
I
very
glare
quick
steadily
act to
at the
fill
backs
his
of
brother's
Ryan's
shoes
and
to take
Sawyer's
action
heads
to
in front of
protect
me.
his legacy
Christian
as the
shifts
Dalgashian
beside me.
King of Munster.
Hey, he says softly and reaches for my hand.
Control
All
of Cashin.
afternoon,
What is
when I
more,
should have been
the Father of
concentrating on
Limerick
work,
had returned
I was
to
trying
set
to
up
figure
base
out what
on
to say to
Scattery
him.
Island.
But I became angrier and angrier with each passing hour. I've had enough of his cavalier, petulant, and frankly childish behavior. I snatched my hand out of his in a cavalier, petulant, and childish manner. You're mad at me? He whispers. Yes, I hiss. Folding my arms protectively across my body, I gaze out my window. He shifts beside me once more. But I will not let myself look at him. I don't understand why I'm so mad at him, but I am. Really fucking mad. As soon as we pull up outside of Scala, I break protocol and leap out of the car with my briefcase. I stomp into the building, not checking to see who is following. Ryan scuttles into the foyer behind me and dashes to the elevator to press the call button. What? I snap when I'm alongside him. His cheeks redden. Apologies, ma'am, he mutters. Christian comes and stands beside me to wait for the elevator, and Ryan retreats. So it's not just me you're mad at, Christian murmurs dryly. I glare up at him and see a trace of a smile on his face. Are you laughing at me? I narrow my eyes. I wouldn't dare, he says, holding his hands up like I'm threatening him at gunpoint. He's in his navy suit, looking crisp and clean with floppy sex hair and a guileless expression. You need a haircut, I mutter. Turning away from him, I step into the elevator. Do I? He says while brushing his hair off his forehead. He follows me in. Yes. I tap the code for our apartment into the keypad. So you're talking to me now? Just. What exactly are you mad about? I need an indication. He asks cautiously. I turn and gape at him. Do you really have no idea? Surely, for someone so bright, you must have an inkling. I can't believe you're that obtuse. He takes an alarmed step back. You really are mad. I thought we had sorted all this in your office. He murmurs, perplexed. Christian, I just capitulated to your petulant demands. That's all. The elevator doors open and I storm out. Taylor is standing in the hallway. He takes a step back and quickly shuts his mouth as I steam past him. Hi, Taylor, I mutter. Mrs. Gray, he murmurs. Dropping my briefcase in the hallway, I head into the great room. Mrs. Jones is at the stove. Good evening, Mrs. Gray. Hi, Mrs. Jones, I mutter. I head straight to the fridge and pull out a bottle of white wine. Christian follows me into the kitchen and watches me like a hawk as I take a glass down from the cupboard. He removes his jacket and casually places it on the countertop. Do you want a drink? I ask, super sweetly. No thanks, he says, not taking his eyes off me. And I know that he's helpless. He does not know what to do with me. It's comical on one level and tragic on another. Well, screw him. I am having trouble locating my compassionate self since our meeting this afternoon. Slowly, he removes his tie and then opens the top button of his shirt. I pour myself a large glass of Sauvignon Blanc, and Christian runs a hand through his hair. When I turn around, Mrs. Jones has disappeared. Shit, she's my human shield. I take a slug of wine. It tastes good. Stop this, Christian whispers. He takes the 2 steps between us, so he's standing in front of me. Gently, he tucks my hair behind my ear and caresses my earlobe with his fingertips, sending a shiver through me. Is this what I've missed all day? His touch? I shake my head, causing him to release my ear and gaze up at him. Talk to me, he murmurs. What's the point? You don't listen to me. Yes, I do. You are one of the few people I do listen to. I take another swig of wine. Is this about your name? Yes and no. It's about how you dealt with the fact that I disagreed with you. I glare up at him, expecting him to be angered. His brow furrows. Anna, you know I have issues. It's hard for me to let go where you're concerned. You know that. But I'm not a child, and I'm not an asset. I know, he sighs. Then stop treating me as though I am, I whisper, imploring him. He brushes the backs of his fingers down my cheek and runs the tip of his thumb across my bottom lip. Don't be mad. You're so precious to me, like a priceless asset, like a child. He whispers, a somber, reverent expression on his face. His words distract me. Like a child. Precious like a child. A child would be precious to him. I'm neither of those things, Christian. I'm your wife. If you were hurt that I wasn't going to take your name, you should have said. Hurt. He frowns deeply, and I know that he's exploring the possibility in his mind. He straightens suddenly, still frowning, and glances quickly at his wristwatch. The architect will be here in just under an hour. We should eat. Oh,
why they
no.
were looking over their
I
shoulders
groan
at one
inwardly.
another.
He hasn't answered me, and now I have to deal with Gia Mateo. My shitty day just got shittier. I scowl at Christian. This discussion isn't finished, I mutter. What else is there to discuss? You could sell the company. Christian snorts. Sell it? Yes. You think I'd find a buyer in today's market? How much did it cost you? It was relatively cheap. His tone is guarded, so if it folds, he smirks. We'll survive, but I won't let it fold, Anastasia. Not while you're there. And if I leave? And do what? I don't know. Something else? You've already said this is your dream job, and forgive me if I'm wrong, but I promised before God, Reverend Walsh, and a congregation of our nearest and dearest, to cherish you, uphold your hopes and dreams, and keep you safe at my side. Quoting your wedding vows to me is not playing fair. I've never promised to play fair where you're concerned. Besides, he adds, you wielded your vows at me like a weapon before. I scowl. This is true. Anastasia, if you're still angry with me, take it out on me in bed later. His voice is suddenly low and full of sensual longing. His eyes heated. What? Bed? How? He smiles indulgently down at my expression. Is he expecting me to tie him up? Holy crap. 7 shades of Sunday. He whispers, looking forward to it. Whoa! Gail, he shouts abruptly, and 4 seconds later, Mrs. Jones appears. Where was she? Taylor's office? Listening? Oh no. Mr. Gray? We'd like to eat now, please. Very good, sir. Christian doesn't take his eyes off me. He watches me vigilantly as if I'm some exotic creature about to bolt. I take a sip of my wine. I think I'll join you in a glass, he says, sighing, and runs a hand through his hair again. You are not going to finish? No. I gaze down at my barely touched plate of fettuccine to avoid Christian's darkening expression. Before he can say anything, I stand and clear our plates from the dining table. Gia will be with us shortly, I mutter. Christian's mouth twists in an unhappy scowl, but he says nothing. I'll take those, Mrs. Gray, says Mrs. Jones as I walk into the kitchen. Thank you. You didn't like it? She asks, concerned. It was fine. I'm just not hungry. Giving me a small, sympathetic smile, she turns to clear my plate and put everything in the dishwasher. I'm going to make a couple of calls, Christian announces, giving me an assessing look before he disappears into his study. I let out a sigh of relief and head to our bedroom. Dinner was awkward. I'm still mad at Christian, and he doesn't seem to think he's done anything wrong. Has he? My subconscious cocks an eyebrow at me and gazes benignly over her half-moon glasses. Yes, he has. He's made it even more awkward for me at work. He didn't wait to discuss this issue with me when we were in the relative privacy of our own home. How would he feel if I came barging into his office, laying down the law? And to cap it all, he wants to give me SIP. How the hell could I run a company? I know next to nothing about business. I gaze out at the Seattle skyline bathed in the pearly pink light of dusk, and, as usual, he wants to solve our differences in the bedroom. Foyer, playroom, TV room, kitchen countertop. Stop! It always comes back to sex with him. Sex is his coping mechanism. I wander into the bathroom and scowl at my reflection in the mirror. Coming back to the real world is hard. We managed to skate over all our differences while we were in our bubble because we were so wrapped up in each other. But now, briefly, I am dragged back to my wedding, remembering my concerns that day. Marry in haste. No, I mustn't think like this. I knew he was 50 Shades when I married him. I just have to hang in there and try to talk this through with him. I squint at myself in the mirror. I look pale, and now I have that woman to deal with. I'm wearing my gray pencil skirt and a sleeveless blouse. Right. My inner goddess gets out her harlot red nail polish. I undo 2 buttons, exposing a little cleavage. I wash my face, then carefully redo my makeup, applying more mascara than usual, and putting extra gloss on my lips. Bending down, I brush my hair vigorously from root to tip. When I stand, my hair is a chestnut haze around me that tumbles to my breasts. I tuck it artfully behind my ears and go in search of my pumps rather than my flaps. When I re-emerge into the great room, Christian has the house plan spread out on the dining table. He has music playing through the sound system. It stops me in my tracks. Mrs. Gray, he says warmly, then looks quizzically at me. What's this? I ask. The music is stunning. Bore's Requiem. You look different, he says, distracted. Oh, I've not heard it before. It's very calming, relaxing, he says, and raises an eyebrow. Have you done something to your hair? Brushed it, I mutter. I'm transported by the haunting voices. Abandoning the plans on the table, he walks toward me, a slow saunter in time to the music. Dance with me, he murmurs. To this? It's a requiem, I squeak, shocked. Yes. He pulls me into his arms and holds me, burying his nose in my hair and swaying gently from side to side. He smells his heavenly self. Oh, I've missed him. I wrap my arms around him and fight the urge to cry. Why are you so infuriating? I hate fighting with you, he whispers. Well, stop being such an arse. He chuckles and the captivating sound reverberates through his chest. He tightens his hold on me. Arse? Ass. I prefer arse. You should. It suits you. He laughs once more and kisses the top of my head. A requiem? I murmur, a little shocked that we are dancing to it. He shrugs. It's just a lovely piece of music, Anna. Taylor coughs discreetly in the entranceway, and Christian releases me. Miss Mateo is here, he says. Oh, joy. Show her in, Christian says. He reaches over and clasps my hand as Miss Gia Mateo enters the room.
It is suggested that Moyle, Shechnal,
Chapter 8.
led a group of his own men.
Gia Mateo is a good-looking woman, a tall, good-looking woman. She wears her short, salon blonde, perfectly layered and coiffed hair like a sophisticated crown. She's dressed in a pale gray pantsuit. The slacks and fitted jacket hug her lush curves. Her clothes look expensive. At the base of her throat, a solitary diamond glints, matching the single-carat studs in her ears. She's well-groomed, one of those women who grew up with money and breeding, though her breeding seems to be lacking this evening. Her pale blue blouse is undone too far. Like mine, I flush. Christian, Anna. She beams, showing perfect white teeth, and holds out a manicured hand to shake first Christian's, then my hand. It means I have to release Christian's hand to reciprocate. She's a fraction shorter than Christian, but then she's in killer heels. Gia, Christian says politely. I smile coolly. You both look so well after your honeymoon, she says smoothly, her brown eyes gazing at Christian through long, mascaraed lashes. Christian puts his arm around me, holding me close. We had a wonderful time. Thank you. He brushes his lips against my temple, taking me by surprise. See? He's mine. Annoying, infuriating even, but mine. I grin. Right now, I really love you, Christian Grey. I slip my hand around his waist, then into his rear pocket of his pants and squeeze his behind. Gia gives us a thin smile. Have you managed to look over the plans? We have, I murmur. I gaze up at Christian, who grins down at me, one eyebrow raised in wry amusement. Amused at what? My reaction to Gia or my squeezing his butt? Please, Christian says. The plans are here. He gestures toward the dining table. Taking my hand, he leads me to it, Gia following in our wake. I finally remember my manners. Would you like something to drink? I ask. A glass of wine? That would be lovely, Gia says. Dry white if you have it. Shit, Sauvignon Blanc. It's a dry white, isn't it? Reluctantly leaving my husband's side, I head over to the kitchen. I hear the iPod hiss as Christian switches off the music. Would you like some more wine, Christian? I call. Please, baby. He croons, grinning at me. Wow, you can be so swoon-worthy at times, yet so aggravating at others. Reaching up to open the cupboard, I'm aware his eyes are on me, and I'm gripped by the uncanny feeling that Christian and I are putting on a show, playing a game together. But this time, we're on the same side, pitted against Ms. Mateo. Does he know that she's attracted to him and is being too obvious about it? It gives me a small rush of pleasure when I realize maybe he's trying to reassure me. Or maybe he's just sending a message loud and clear to this woman that he's taken. Mine. Yeah, bitch, mine. My inner goddess is wearing her gladiatrix outfit, and she's taking no prisoners. Smiling to myself, I collect 3 glasses from the cupboard, take the opened bottle of Sauvignon Blanc from the fridge, and place them all on the breakfast bar. Gia is leaning over the table while Christian stands beside her and points to something on the plans. I think Anna has some opinions on the glass wall, but generally we're both pleased with the ideas you've come up with. Oh, I'm glad, Gia gushes, obviously relieved. And as she says it, she briefly touches his arm in a small, flirty gesture. Christian stiffens immediately, but subtly. She doesn't even seem to notice. Leave him the fuck alone, lady. He doesn't like to be touched. Stepping casually aside so he's out of her reach, Christian turns to me. Thirsty here, he says. Coming right up. He is playing the game. She makes him uncomfortable. Why didn't I see that before? That's why I don't like her. He's used to how women react to him. I've seen it often enough, and usually he thinks nothing of it. Touching is something else. Well, Mrs. Gray to the rescue. I hastily pour the wine, gather all 3 glasses in my hands, and hurry back to my knight in distress. Offering a glass to Gia, I deliberately position myself between them. She smiles courteously as she accepts it. I hand the second to Christian, who takes it eagerly, his expression one of amused gratitude. Cheers, Christian says to us both, but looking at me. Gia and I raise our glasses and answer in unison. I take a welcome sip of wine. Anna, you have some issues with the glass wall? Gia asks. Yes, I love it, don't get me wrong, but I was hoping that we could incorporate it more organically into the house. After all, I fell in love with the house as it was, and I don't want to make any radical changes. I see. I just want the design to be sympathetic, you know? More in keeping with the original house. I glance up at Christian, who is gazing at me thoughtfully. No major renovations, he murmurs. No, I shake my head to emphasize my point. You like it as it is? Mostly, yes. I always knew it just needed some TLC. Christian's eyes glow warmly. Gia glances at the pair of us, and her cheeks pink. Okay, she says. I think I get where you're coming from, Anna. How about if we retain the glass wall, but have it open out onto a larger deck that's in keeping with the Mediterranean style? We have the stone terrace there already. We can put in pillars of matching stone, widely spaced so you'll still have the view. Add a glass roof or tile it as per the rest of the house. It'll also make a sheltered alfresco dining and seating area. Got to give the woman her due. She's good. Or, instead of the deck, we could incorporate a wood color of your choice into the glass doors. That might help to keep the Mediterranean spirit. She continues. Like the bright blue shutters in the south of France, I murmur to Christian, who is watching me intently. He takes a sip of wine and shrugs, very non-committal. He doesn't like that idea, but he doesn't overrule me, shoot me down, or make me feel stupid. God, this man is a mass of contradictions. His words from yesterday come to mind. I want this house to be the way you want, whatever you want. It's yours. He wants me to be happy. Happy in everything I do. Deep down, I think I know this. It's just, I stop myself. Don't think about our argument now. My subconscious glares at me. Gia is looking at Christian, waiting for him to make the decision. I watch as her pupils dilate and her glossed lips part. Her tongue darts quickly over her top lip before she takes a sip of her wine. When I turn to Christian, he's still looking at me, not at her at all. Yes, I am going to have words with Miss Mateo. Anna, what do you want to do? Christian murmurs, very clearly deferring to me. I like the deck idea. Me too. I turn back to Gia. Hey lady, look at me. Not him. I'm the one making the decisions on this. I think I'd like to see revised drawings showing the bigger deck and pillars that are in keeping with the house. Reluctantly, Gia drags her greedy eyes away from my husband and smiles down at me. Does she think I'm not going to notice? Sure, she acquiesces pleasantly. Any other issues? Other than you eye-fucking my husband? Christian wants to remodel the master suite, I murmur. There's a discreet cough from the entrance to the great room. We three turn as one to find Taylor standing there. Taylor? Christian asks. I need to confer with you on an urgent matter, Mr. Gray. Christian clasps my shoulders from behind and addresses Gia. Mrs. Gray is in charge of this project. She has absolute carte blanche. Whatever she wants, it's hers. I completely trust her instincts. She is very shrewd. His voice alters subtly. In it, I hear pride and a veiled warning. A warning to Gia? He trusts my instincts? Oh, this man's exasperating. My instincts let him run roughshod over my feelings this afternoon. I shake my head in frustration, but I'm grateful that he's telling Miss Provocative and unfortunately good at her job just who's in charge. I caress his hand as it rests on my shoulder. If you'll excuse me. Christian squeezes my shoulders before following Taylor. I wonder idly what's going on. So, the master suite? Gia asks nervously. I gaze up at her, pausing for a moment to ensure that Christian and Taylor are out of earshot. Then, calling on all my inner strength and the fact that I've been seriously peaked for the last 5 hours, I let her have it. You're right to be nervous, Gia, because right now, your work on this project hangs in the balance. But I'm sure we'll be fine as long as you keep your hands off my husband. She gasps. Otherwise, you're fired. Understand? I enunciate each word clearly. She blinks rapidly, utterly stunned. She cannot believe what I've said. I cannot believe what I've just said. But I hold my ground, gazing impassively into her widening brown eyes. Don't back down. Don't back down. I've learned this maddening impassive expression from Christian, who does impassive like no one else. I know that renovating the Gray's main residence is a prestigious project for Gia's architectural firm, a resplendent feather in her cap. She can't lose this commission. And right now, I don't give a hoot that she's Elliot's friend. Anna, Mrs. Gray, I'm so sorry. I never... She flushes, unsure what else she can say. Let me be clear. My husband is not interested in you.
maybe a little bit
Of
sketchy with the
course,
episodes
she
for
murmurs, the blood draining from her face.
I'm not sure
As
what
I
the
said,
schedule will be, but
I
I'm
just
hoping that we
wanted to
don't
be
have an
clear.
entire month of unscripted
Mrs.
episodes
Gray,
that we're looking to
I
avoid.
sincerely apologize
But
if you
just to
think
let you know,
I have... She
let's read
stops,
out some of
still
the
floundering for
messages
something
that
to
come
say.
through. Brooke
Good.
Penrose has
As
written
long
into
as
the
we
podcast
understand
saying,
each
"I just
other,
love the podcast.
we'll be
It's
fine.
informative, entertaining,
Now,
and fascinating.
I'll let you know what we have in mind for the master suite. Then I'd like a rundown on all the materials you intend to use. As you know, Christian and I are determined that this house should be ecologically sustainable, and I'd like to reassure him as to where all the materials are coming from and what they are. Of course, she stutters, wide-eyed and frankly a little intimidated by me. This is a first. My inner goddess runs around the arena, waving to the frenzied crowd. Gia pats her hair into place, and I realize this is a nervous gesture. The master suite? She prompts anxiously, her voice a breathless whisper. Now that I have the upper hand, I feel myself relax for the first time since my meeting with Christian this afternoon. I can do this. My inner goddess is celebrating her inner bitch.
I wonder if it is possible that the pictures of the
Christian joins us just as we're finishing up. All done, he asks. He puts his arm around my waist and turns to Gia. Yes, Mr. Gray. Gia smiles brightly, though her smile looks brittle. I'll have the revised plans to you in a couple of days. Excellent. You're heavy? He asks me directly, his eyes warm and probing. I nod and blush for some reason that I don't understand. I'd better be going, Gia says, again too brightly. She offers her hand to me first this time, then to Christian. Until next time, Gia, I murmur. Yes, Mrs. Gray, Mr. Gray. Taylor appears at the entrance of the great room. Taylor will see you out. My voice is loud enough for him to hear. Patting her hair once more, she turns on her high heels and leaves the great room, followed closely by Taylor. She was noticeably cooler, Christian says, looking quizzically at me. Was she? I didn't notice. I shrug, trying to remain neutral. What did Taylor want? I ask, partly because I'm curious and partly because I want to change the subject. Frowning, Christian releases me and begins to roll up the plans on the table. It was about Hyde. What about Hyde? I whisper. It's nothing to worry about, Anna. Abandoning the plans, Christian draws me into his arms. It turns out he hasn't been in his apartment for weeks, that's all. He kisses my hair, then releases me and finishes his task. So, what did you decide on? He asks. And I know it's because he doesn't want me to pursue the Hyde line of inquiry. Only what you and I discussed. I think she likes you, I say quietly. He snorts. Did you say something to her? He asks, and I flush. How does he know? At a loss what to say, I stare down at my fingers. We were Christian and Anna when she arrived, and Mr. and Mrs. Gray when she left. His tone is dry. I may have said something, I mumble. When I peek up at him, he's regarding me warmly, and for an unguarded moment, he looks pleased. He drops his gaze, shaking his head, and his expression changes. She's only reacting to this face. He sounds vaguely bitter, disgusted even. Oh, 50. No. What? He's bemused by my perplexed expression. His eyes grow wide in alarm. You're not jealous, are you? He asks, horrified. I blush and swallow, then stare down at my knotted fingers. Am I? Anna, she's a sexual predator, not my type at all. How can you be jealous of her? Of anyone? Nothing about her interests me. When I glance up, he's gazing at me as if I've grown an additional limb. He runs a hand through his hair. It's only you, Anna, he says quietly. It
my
will only
podcast,
ever be
some
you.
of the others in my
Oh
group.
my. Abandoning the plans once more, Christian moves toward me and clasps my chin between his thumb and forefinger. How can you think otherwise? Have I ever given you any indication that I could be remotely interested in anyone else? His eyes blaze as he stares into mine. No, I whisper. I'm being silly. It's just today, all my conflicting emotions from earlier resurface. How can I tell him how confused I am? I've been confounded and frustrated by his behavior this afternoon in my office. 1 minute he wants me to stay home, the next he's gifting me a company. How am I supposed to keep up? What about me? Oh, Christian, my bottom lip trembles. I'm trying to adapt to this new life that I had never imagined for myself. Everything is being handed to me on a plate. The job, you, my beautiful husband, who I never knew I loved this way. This hard, this fast, this indelibly. I take a deep, steadying breath as his mouth drops open. But you're like a freight train, and I don't want to get railroaded because the girl you fell in love with will be crushed. And what'll be left? All that will be left is a vacuous social X-ray, flitting from charity function to charity function. I pause once more, struggling to find the words to convey how I feel. And now, you want me to be a company CEO, which has never even been on my radar. I'm bouncing between all these ideas, struggling. You want me at home. You want me to run a company. It's so confusing. I stop, tears threatening, and I force back a sob. You've got to let me make my own decisions, take my own risks, and make my own mistakes, and let me learn from them. I need to walk before I can run, Christian. Don't you see? I want some independence. That's what my name means to me. There. That's what I wanted to say this afternoon. You feel railroaded? He whispers. I nod. He closes his eyes, agitated. I just want to give you the world, Anna. Everything and anything you want. And save you from it, too. Keep you safe. But I also want everyone to know you're mine. I panicked today when I got your email. Why didn't you tell me about your name? I flush. He has a point. I only thought about it while we were on our honeymoon, and, well, I didn't want to burst the bubble, and I forgot about it. I only remembered yesterday evening, and then Jack. You know, it was distracting. I'm sorry. I should have told you or discussed it with you, but I could never seem to find the right time. Christian's intense gaze is unnerving. It's as if he's trying to will his way into my skull, but he says nothing. Why did you panic? I ask. I just don't want you to slip through my fingers. For heaven's sake, I'm not going anywhere. When are you going to get that through your incredibly thick skull? I love you. I wave my hand in the air like he does sometimes to emphasize my point. More than eyesight, space, or liberty. His eyes widen. A daughter's love? He gives me an ironic smile. No! I laugh despite myself. It's the only quote that came to mind. Mad King Lear. Dear, dear, Mad King Lear. I caress his face, and he leans into my touch, closing his eyes. Would you change your name to Christian Steele so everyone would know that you belong to me? Christian's eyes fly open, and he gazes at me as if I've just said the world is flat. He frowns. Belong to you, he murmurs, testing the words. Mine. Yours, he says, repeating the words we spoke in the playroom only yesterday.
It's
Yes,
wonderful to receive
I would,
such emails
if it meant
to
that much
understand
to
the
you.
thoughts and opinions of the people
Oh
who are
my.
listening to the podcast.
Does it mean that much to you?
Going back to what you said
Yes.
about
He is
the
unequivocal.
prehistoric speech and language
Okay.
episode,
I will do
I
this
suppose
for
it
him.
depends what you're
Give
looking
him
to
the
learn
reassurance
from
he still
such
needs.
episodes, because
I thought
understand
you'd
that when
already
people see
agreed to this.
the title of a
Yes,
podcast
I
episode
have,
such as that,
but now that
they
we've
may have an
discussed it further,
expectation about
I'm happier with my
they
decision.
expect to hear or what
Oh,
they expect to
he mutters,
learn
surprised.
more about. And
Then
sometimes
he
it's
smiles
just,
his
you don't
beautiful,
really know
boyish,
enough to
yes,
be
I
able
am
to
really kinda young
categorically
smile, and he
answer
takes
the
my breath
questions
away.
you might have in the back of your
Grabbing me
mind.
by
So,
the
for
waist,
example, when
he
we're talking
swings me
about the
around.
emergence of
I squeal and
human
start to
ability
giggle,
speak
and
a
I don't know if
language,
he's just happy or
you
relieved
sort of have to
or
dig into
what.
language fundamentally
Mrs.
is,
Gray,
and then
do you know what this
communication
means to me?
fundamentally is.
I do
Is
now.
it correct to
He leans
suppose
down and
that
kisses
sign
me,
language is
his fingers
a
moving into my
language
hair,
of some
holding me in
type,
place.
or would you
It means
classify language as
7
something that
shades of
is
Sunday.
only vocally
He
spoken?
murmurs against my lips, and he runs his
That's not
nose along
necessarily a
mine.
question for me to answer.
You think?
That could be a question
I
for
lean
anyone
back
to
to gaze
have
at
an
him.
opinion of.
Certain
However,
promises were
having said
made,
that,
an
you know,
offer
I think
extended,
there's
a
couple
deal
of
brokered.
couple of aspects
He
that are really
whispers,
important,
his eyes
to
sparkling with
discuss
wicked
during such
delight.
an episode, and that is when was
I am
the
still
human
reeling,
able to
trying to
physically
follow his mood.
articulate
You
language
reneging
through
on me? He
a
asks
range of
uncertainly,
vocal sound.
and a speculative look
And
crosses
also,
his face.
you know, at the same
I
time,
have an
what was
idea.
the,
He adds,
you know, what was
what
the
inky
catalyst
fuckery
that
is
started
this?
language
A
being
really
an
important
array of
matter to attend
communication.
to.
And the only
He
thing
continues,
you can
suddenly
excavate
all
both
serious
that
once more.
maybe give you a
Yes,
clue about the
Mrs.
physical
Gray,
aspect
a
of
matter
humans,
of
but
the
as for the
gravest
cognitive
importance.
ability, which is the second
Hang
point,
on, he's laughing
you
at
can't,
me.
there's no archaeological
What?
evidence. You'll
I
never
breathe.
be able to
I
find
need
that out
you
through
to cut
archaeology.
my
You
hair.
can only work that
Apparently,
out
it's
through
overlong,
sort of
and
common
my
sense
wife doesn't like it.
research of
I can't
similar
cut your hair.
things such as
Yes, you can.
chimpanzee
Christian
cognitive
grins and
ability.
shakes his head so
I
his
think I
overlong hair
hopefully did
covers
make
his
that point
eyes.
during the episode, so it's like
Well,
maybe,
if Mrs. Jones has
sometimes
a
we look
pudding
for
bowl,
answers that are just not
I
there,
giggle.
you know.
He laughs.
Anyway,
Okay,
the
good
other
point,
thing
well
about the
made.
origin of villages
I'll get Franco to do it.
no,
No, Franco works for the bitch troll. Maybe I could give him a trim. After all, I cut Ray's hair for years, and he never complained. Come. I grab his hand. His eyes widen. I lead him all the way to our bathroom, where I release him and grab the white wooden chair that stands in the corner. I place it in front of the sink. When I look at Christian, he's gazing at me with ill-disguised amusement, thumbs tucked into the front belt loops of his pants, but his eyes are smoking hot. Sit. I gesture to the empty chair, trying to maintain the upper hand. Are you going to wash my hair? I nod. He arches one brow in surprise, and for a moment, I think he's going to back down. Okay. Slowly, he begins to undo each button of his white shirt, starting with the one beneath his throat. Nimble, deft fingers move to each button in turn until his shirt hangs open. Oh my. My inner goddess pauses in her celebratory jaunt around the arena. Christian holds out a cuff with an "undo this now" gesture, and his mouth twitches in that challenging, sexy way he has. Oh, cufflinks. I take his proffered wrist and remove the first one, a platinum disc with his initials engraved in a simple italic script, and then remove its matching twin. As I finish, I glance at him, and his amused expression is gone, replaced by something hotter. Much hotter. I reach up and push his shirt off his shoulders, letting it fall to the floor. Ready? I whisper. Or whatever you want, Anna. My eyes stray from his eyes to his lips, parted so that he can inhale more deeply. Sculptured, chiseled, whatever. It is a beautiful mouth, and he knows exactly what to do with it. I find myself leaning up to kiss him. No, he says, and places both of his hands on my shoulders. Don't.
Only really was
If
looking
you do
for
that,
prehistory
I'll
documents
never get
on
my
your
hair cut.
podcast right away. Just wanted to say,
Oh,
keep up the amazing work.
I want
Can't
this.
wait to catch
He
up to the current
continues,
episodes.
and his eyes
I
are
love
round and
those
raw
ones
for
where
some
people
inexplicable
have
reason.
discovered the
It's
podcast because
disarming.
they're looking for a particular aspect of
Why?
history and then
I whisper.
sort of
He
cascade
stares at
their
me for a beat,
interest
and
in
his
what the
eyes grow
volumes
wider.
are. I
Because
enjoy getting
it'll
that
make
kind
me
of
feel
feedback.
cherished.
Dinosaur Boy.
My heart
The USA.
practically
Thank
lurches
you.
to a halt.
Thank you for this.
Oh,
I'm on
Christian,
volume 2, the
my
Phoenicians. At this
50.
point, you are like
And
an
before
old
I
friend.
know it, I've circled him in my arms, and I kiss his chest before nuzzling my cheek into his tickly
Well,
chest
thank you
hair.
very much indeed. Thank you for those
Anna.
lovely
My
reviews.
Anna.
And
He
that's it
whispers.
for another week.
He wraps his
of the
arms
History
around
of
me,
Our
and we
podcast.
stand immobile, holding
Really
each other in
enjoyed
our
this one
bathroom.
on Irish
Oh,
history,
how I love to be
especially,
in his arms.
how
Even if he
medieval
is an
culture
overbearing
and
megalomaniac
medieval
arse,
storytelling
he's
exists in
my
Ireland.
overbearing
Thanks to the
megalomaniac
fact that
arse in need of a lifetime dose of TLC.
linked also to all that
I lean
saga
back
writing.
without releasing him.
You get this sort of
Do you really
romanticised
want me to do
medieval
this?
battles.
He nods and gives me his shy smile. I grin back at him and step out of his embrace.
More the same
Then sit,
video, I would suggest,
I repeat.
but we're also
He
gonna
dutifully
link up to
does,
some episodes
sitting
in
with
the
his
past, so
back
we're
to the
gonna be
sink.
tracking Viking
I take
history
off my
again.
shoes and kick
But
them
this
over to
time,
where his shirt
we're gonna
lies
be
crumpled on the
talking about
bathroom
how
floor.
the Normans
From the
came
shower,
about.
I retrieve his Chanel
So,
shampoo.
next week's
We
episode,
bought it in
focuses
France.
the Normans and
Would
Normandy,
Sir like this?
ahead of
I hold it up in
another
both
episode
hands
about
like I'm selling it on
Hannibal battle.
QVC. Hand
That's
delivered from the
amazing.
south
So
of
let's
France.
to look
I
forward
like
to
the smell of
over the
this.
next couple of weeks.
It smells of you.
But thank you very much for listening
I
to this
add in a
week's
whisper,
episode. Look
slipping
forward
out
to
of my
it all over
television
again next
presenter
week.
mode.
Until then, be good.
Please. He grins. I grab a small towel off the towel warmer. Mrs. Jones sure knows how to keep the towels super soft. Lean forward, I order, and Christian complies. Draping the towel around his shoulders, I then turn on the taps and fill the sink with a mix of warm water. Lean back. Oh, I like being in charge. Christian leans back, but he's too tall. He shifts the seat forward, then tilts back the entire chair until the top rests against the sink. Perfect distance. He tips back his head. Bold eyes gaze up at me, and I smile. Taking one of the drinking glasses we keep on the vanity, I dip it into the water and tip it over Christian's head, soaking his hair. I repeat the process, leaning over him. You smell so good, Mrs. Gray. He murmurs and closes his eyes. As I methodically wet his hair, I freely gaze at him. Holy cow. Will I ever tire of this? Long, dark lashes fan across his cheeks. His lips part a little, creating a small, dark diamond shape, and he inhales softly. How I long to poke my tongue. I splash water into his eyes. Shit! Sorry! He grabs the corner of the towel and laughs as he wipes the water out of his eyes. Hey, I know I'm an arse, but don't drown me. I lean down and kiss his forehead, giggling. Don't tempt me. He curls his hand behind my head and shifts so that he captures my lips with his. He kisses me briefly, making a low, contented sound in his throat. The noise connects to the muscles deep in my belly. It's a very seductive sound. He releases me and lies back obediently, gazing up at me with expectation. For a moment, he looks vulnerable, like a child. It tugs at my heart.
So much so.
I squirt some shampoo into my palm and massage it into his scalp, beginning at his temples and working over the top of his head and down the sides, circling my fingers rhythmically. He closes his eyes and makes that low humming sound again. That feels good, he says after a moment and relaxes beneath the firm touch of my fingers. Yes, it does. I kiss his forehead once more. I like it when you scratch my scalp with your fingernails. His eyes are still closed, but his expression is one of blissful contentment. No trace of his vulnerability remains. Geez, how much his mood has changed. And I take comfort knowing it's me that's done this. Head up, I command, and he obeys. A girl could get used to this. I rub the suds into the back of his hair, scraping my nails into his scalp. Back. He leans back, and I rinse off the lather, using the glass. This time, I manage not to splash him. Once more, I ask, please. His eyes flutter open, and his serene gaze finds mine. I grin down at him. Coming right up, Mr. Gray. I turn to the sink that Christian normally uses and fill it with warm water. For rinsing, I say, when his look turns quizzical. I repeat the process with the shampoo, listening to his deep, even breaths. Once he's all lathered up, I take another moment to appreciate the fine face of my husband. I cannot resist him. Tenderly, I caress his cheek, and he opens his eyes, watching me almost sleepily through his long lashes. Leaning forward, I plant a soft, chaste kiss on his lips. He smiles, closes his eyes, and breathes out a sigh of utter contentment. Who would have thought, after our argument this afternoon, he could be this relaxed? Without sex. I lean right over him. He murmurs appreciatively as my breasts brush his face. Resisting the urge to shimmy, I pull the plug so the sudsy water drains away. His hands move to my hips and around to my behind. No fondling the help, I murmur, feigning disapproval. Don't forget I'm deaf, he says, keeping his eyes closed as he runs his hands down past my behind and starts to hitch up my skirt. I swat his arm. I'm enjoying playing hairdresser. He grins, big and boyish, like I've caught him doing something illicit that he's secretly proud of. I reach for the glass again, but this time use the water from the neighboring sink to carefully rinse all the shampoo from his hair. I continue to lean over him, and he keeps his hands on my backside, drumming his fingers back and forward, up and down, back and forth. I wiggle. He growls low in his throat. There, all rinsed. Good, he declares. His fingers tighten on my behind, and all at once, he sits up, his soaked hair dripping all over him. He pulls me down onto his lap, his hands moving from my behind up to the nape of my neck, then to my chin, holding me in place. I gasp with surprise, and his lips are on mine, his tongue hot and hard in my mouth. My fingers curl around his wet hair, and drops of water run down my arms. And as he deepens the kiss, his hair bathes my face. His hand moves from my chin down to the top button of my blouse. Enough of this primping. I want to fuck you 7 shades of Sunday, and we can do it here or in the bedroom. You decide. Christian's eyes blaze, hot and full of promise, his hair dripping water onto us both. My mouth goes dry. What's it to be, Anastasia? He asks as he holds me in his lap. You're wet, I respond. He bends his head suddenly, running his dripping hair all down the front of my blouse. I squeal and try to wriggle off him. He tightens his grip around me. Oh, no you don't, baby, he murmurs. When he raises his head, he's grinning salaciously at me. And I am Miss Wet Blouse 2011. My top is soaked and totally see-through. I'm wet, everywhere. Love the view, he murmurs, and leans down to run his nose around and around one wet nipple. I squirm. Answer me, Anna. Here or the bedroom? Here, I whisper frantically. To hell with the haircut. I'll do it later. He smiles slowly, his lips curling into a sensuous smile full of licentious promise. Good choice, Mrs. Gray. He breathes against my lips. He releases my chin and his hand moves to my knee. It glides smoothly up my leg, lifting my skirt and skating over my skin, making me tingle. His lips trail soft kisses from the base of my ear along my jaw. Oh, what shall I do to you? He whispers. His fingers halt at my stocking tops. I like these, he says. He runs a finger underneath the top and skims it around to my inner thigh. I gasp and squirm once more in his lap. He groans low in his throat. If I'm going to fuck you 7 shades of Sunday, I want you to keep still. Make me, I challenge, my voice soft and breathy. Christian inhales sharply. He narrows his eyes and regards me with a hot, hooded expression. Oh, Mrs. Gray, you have only to ask. His hand moves from my stocking tops up to my panties. Let's divest you of these. He tugs gently, and I shift to help him. His breath hisses through his teeth as I do. Keep still, he grumbles. I'm helping, I pout, and he seizes my lower lip gently between his teeth. Still, he growls. He slides my panties down my legs and off, tugging my skirt up so that it's bunched around my hips. He moves both hands to my waist and lifts me. He still has my panties in his hand. Sit astride me, he orders, staring intently into my eyes. I shift, straddling him, and regard him provocatively. Bring it on, 50. Mrs. Gray, he warns. Are you goading me? He gazes at me, amused but aroused. It's a seductive combination. Yes? What are you going to do about it? His eyes light up with salacious delight at my challenge, and I feel his arousal beneath me. Clasp your hands together behind your back. Oh, I comply obediently, and he deftly binds my wrists together with my panties. My panties? Mr. Gray, you have no shame, I admonish. Not where you're concerned, Mrs. Gray, but you know that. His look is intense and hot. Putting his hands around my waist, he shifts me so I am sitting a little further back on his lap. Water still drips down his neck and over his chest. I want to bend forward and lick the drips off, but it's trickier now that I am restrained. Christian caresses both of my thighs and skims his hands down to my knees. Gently, he pushes them further apart and widens his own legs, holding me in that position. His fingers move to the buttons of my blouse. I don't think we need this, he says. He starts methodically undoing each button on my clinging wet blouse, his eyes never leaving mine. They get darker and darker as he finishes the task, taking his own sweet time about it. My pulse quickens and my breathing shallows. I can't believe it. He's hardly touched me and I feel like this. Hot, bothered, ready. I want to squirm. He leaves my damp blouse hanging open and, using both hands, he caresses my face with his fingers, his thumb skimming across my bottom lip. Suddenly, he thrusts his thumb into my mouth. Suck, he orders in a whisper, stressing the S. I close my mouth around him and do exactly that. Oh, I like this game. He tastes good. What else would I like to suck? The muscles in my belly clench at the thought. His lips part when I scrape my teeth and bite the soft pad of his thumb. He groans and slowly extracts his wet thumb from my mouth and trails it down my chin, down my throat, over my sternum. He hooks it into the cuff of my bra and yanks the cup down, freeing my breast. Christian's gaze never leaves mine. He's watching each reaction that his touch elicits from me, and I'm watching him. It's hot, consuming, possessive. I love it. He mirrors his actions with his other hand so both my breasts are free and, cupping them gently, he skims each thumb over a nipple, circling slowly, teasing and taunting each one so that they harden and distend beneath his skillful touch. I really try not to move, but my nipples are hot-wired to my groin, so I moan and throw my head back, closing my eyes and surrendering to the sweet, sweet torture. Shh. Christian's soothing voice is at odds with the teasing, even tempo rhythm of his wicked fingers. Still, baby, still. Releasing one breast, he reaches up behind me and splays his hand around the nape of my neck. Leaning forward, he takes my now bereft nipple into his mouth and sucks hard, his wet hair tickling me. At the same time, his thumb stops skimming across my other elongated nipple. Instead, he takes it between his thumb and forefinger and tugs and twists it gently. Ah, Christian! I groan and buck forward on his lap, but he doesn't stop. He continues the slow, leisurely, agonizing tease, and my body is burning as the pleasure takes a darker turn. Christian, please, I whimper. He hums low in his chest. I want you to come like this. My nipple gets a brief respite as his words caress my skin, and it's like he's calling to a deep, dark part of my psyche that only he knows. When he resumes with his teeth this time, the pleasure is almost intolerable. Moaning loudly, I writhe on his lap, trying to find some precious friction against his pants. I pull uselessly against my restraining panties, itching to touch him, but I'm lost in this treacherous sensation. Please, I whisper, pleading, and pleasure flies through my body, from my neck right down to my legs, to my toes, tightening all in its wake. You have such beautiful breasts, Anna. He groans. One day, I'll fuck them. What the hell does that mean? Opening my eyes, I gape down at him as he suckles me, my skin singing under his touch. I no longer feel my sodden blouse, his wet hair, nothing except the burn, and it burns deliciously hot and low, deep inside me, and all thought evaporates as my body tightens and clenches, ready, reaching, pining for release, and he doesn't stop, teasing, pulling, driving me wild. I want, let go, he breathes, and I do, loudly, my orgasm convulsing through my body, and he stops his sweet torture and wraps his arms around me, clutching me to him as my body spirals down from my climax. When I open my eyes, he is gazing down at me where I rest against his chest. God, I love to watch you come, Anna. His voice is full of wonder. That was... Words fail me. I know. He leans forward and kisses me, his hand still at the nape of my neck, holding me just so, angling my head so he can kiss me deeply, with love, with reverence. I am lost in his kiss. He pulls away to draw breath, his eyes the color of a tropical storm. Now I'm going to fuck you hard, he murmurs. Holy cow! Grabbing me around the waist, he lifts me from his thighs down to the edge of his knees and reaches with his right hand for the button on the waistband of his navy pants. He runs the fingers of his left hand up and down my thigh, stopping at my stocking tops each time. He's watching me intently. We're face to face, and I'm helpless, trussed up in my bra and by my panties. And this has to be one of the most intimate times we've had. Me sitting on his lap, staring into his beautiful gray eyes. It makes me feel wanton, but also so connected to him. I am not embarrassed or shy. This is Christian, my husband, my lover, my overbearing megalomaniac, my 50, the love of my life. He reaches for his zipper and my mouth goes dry as his erection springs free. He smirks. You like? He whispers. I murmur appreciatively. He wraps his hand around himself and moves it up and down. Oh my. I gaze up at him through my lashes. He's so sexy. You're biting your lip, Mrs. Gray. That's because I'm hungry. Hungry? His mouth opens in surprise, and his eyes widen a fraction. I agree, and lick my lips. He gives me his enigmatic smile and bites his lower lip as he continues to stroke himself. Why is the sight of my husband pleasuring himself such a turn-on? I see. You should have eaten your dinner. His tone is mocking and censorious at once, but maybe I can oblige. He puts his hands on my waist. Stand, he says softly, and I know what he's going to do. I get to my feet, my legs no longer shaking. Kneel. I do as I'm told and kneel down on the cold, tiled floor of the bathroom. He slides forward on the seat of the chair. Kiss me, he utters, holding his erection. I glance up at him, and he runs his tongue over his top teeth. It's arousing, very arousing, to see his desire, his naked desire for me and my mouth. Leaning forward, my eyes on his, I kiss the tip of his erection. I watch him inhale sharply and clench his teeth. Christian cups the side of my head, and I run my tongue over the tip, tasting the small bead of dew on the end. It tastes good. His mouth drops open further as he gasps, and I pounce, pulling him into my mouth and sucking hard. The air hisses through his teeth, and he flexes his hips forward, thrusting into my mouth. But I don't stop. Sheathing my teeth behind my lips, I push down and then pull up on him. He moves both hands so that he fully cups my head, burying his fingers in my hair, and slowly eases himself in and out of my mouth, his breathing quickening, growing harsher. I twirl my tongue around his tip and push down again in perfect counterpoint to him. Jesus, Anna. He sighs and screws his eyes shut tightly. He's lost, and it's heady. His response to me. And very slowly I draw my lips back, so it's just my teeth. Christian stops moving. Leaning forward, he grabs me and pulls me onto his lap. Enough, he growls. Reaching behind me, he frees my hands with one tug on my panties. I flex my wrists and stare from under my lashes into scorching eyes that gaze back at me with love and longing and lust. And I realize it's me that wants to fuck him 7 shades of Sunday. I want him badly. I want to watch him come apart beneath me. I grab his erection and scoot over him, placing my other hand on his shoulder. Very gently and slowly, I ease myself onto him. He makes a guttural, feral noise deep in his throat and, reaching up, pulls off my blouse, letting it fall to the floor. His hands move to my hips. Still, he rasps, his hands digging into my flesh. Please, let me savor this. Savor you. I stop. Oh my. He feels so good inside me. He caresses my face, his eyes wide and wild, his lips parted as he breathes. He flexes beneath me and I moan, closing my eyes. This is my favorite place, he whispers. Inside you, inside my wife. Oh, fuck, Christian. I cannot hold back. My fingers glide into his wet hair, my lips seek his, and I start to move, up and down on my toes, savoring him, savoring me. He groans loudly, and his hands are in my hair and around my back, and his tongue invades my mouth greedily, taking all that I willingly give. After all our arguing today, my frustration with him, his with me, we still have this. We will always have this. I love him so much, it's almost overwhelming. His hands move to my backside and he controls me, moving me up and down again and again at his pace, his hot, slick tempo.
good.
I groan helplessly into his mouth as I'm carried away.
Despite the
Yes,
fact that Richard
yes,
is
Anna,
often supported
he
the
hisses,
Scandinavian
and I
Vikings
rain
in their
kisses on
battles
his
in
face,
England and
his
Ireland,
chin, his
he
jaw,
visited his son,
his neck.
was highly concerned
Baby,
about the power
he
of the
breathes,
English king,
capturing my mouth
Ethelred
once more.
the Unready.
Oh,
So
Christian,
therefore,
I
political
love
marriage
you.
was arranged between
I will
Ethelred
always love you.
and Richard the Good's
I'm
sister,
breathless,
Emma.
wanting him to know, wanting him to be sure of
Richard the
me
Good
after our
appears to
battle
be
of
the
wills
first
today.
Count of
He
Rouen,
moans loudly and wraps his
stylized
arms
himself
around me tightly as he
as the
climaxes
Duke
with a
of
mournful
Normandy.
sob. And it's enough to push me over the brink once more. I clutch my arms around his head and let go, and I come around him, tears springing to my eyes, because I love him so.
Much more as an extension of Frankish culture,
Hey,
as
he
opposed to an
whispers,
extension of
tipping my chin back and
Scandinavian
gazing at me with quiet concern.
Each
Why are you crying?
generation, the
Did I
Scandinavian
hurt you?
aspects, such as
No,
language, became
I mutter reassuringly.
down.
He
Now
smooths
the
my
Norse
hair off
was
my
French
face,
speaking
wipes away a
continental
lone tear with his
Europeans.
thumb, and tenderly
The 11th
kisses my
century
lips.
was an incredibly
He is still
important
inside
time in
me.
Norman history,
He shifts, and
especially
I
in
wince as he
regards
pulls
to
out
the
of me.
politics of England,
What's wrong,
just
Anna?
across the
Tell
water.
me.
10,000 people.
I
Despite
sniff.
overrunning
It's
Danish
just-
territories referred to
It's
as
just,
the Danes,
sometimes I'm
established
overwhelmed by how
in the
much I
late
love you.
9th century.
I whisper.
Danes were still raiding
After a
English
beat,
territory
he
in the
smiles
reign
his
of
special shy smile,
Ethelred the
reserved
Unready.
for me, I think.
The key to the Norman
You have the
revolt
same effect on me, he
English
whispers,
history relates
and
to the
kisses
fact
me
that
once
Ethelred
more.
had
I
married
smile,
Emma
and inside my joy
and their
unfurls
son,
and stretches
Edward,
lazily.
would become
Do
the
I?
English king, and he would
He
be half
smirks.
Norman.
You
Would
know
also
you
feel
do.
strongly linked
Sometimes
to
I
Norman
know,
culture because he
not
spent
all the
a
time.
number of his younger
Back
years
at you, Mrs.
in
Gray.
Normandy.
I grin
This is
and
because
gently
as
place
the son of
feather-like
an
kisses over his
Anglo-Saxon,
chest.
when
I
the
nuzzle
Danes
his chest
invaded
hair.
England in order
Christian
to take
caresses
the
my
crown,
hair
young
and runs a
Edward's
hand down my
life
back.
would be in danger.
He unclasps my bra and
Danes
pulls the strap
successfully
down
took
one
the
arm.
English crown on two
I shift,
occasions.
and he tugs the strap down the other
First,
arm and
through
drops
the
my
King of
bra on
Denmark,
the floor.
Sven Fortbeard.
Skin
Just a
on
few
skin.
years later, under
He murmurs
Sven's son,
appreciatively
Knut.
and folds me in his
On
arms
the
again.
first occasion, young
He kisses
Edward
my
fled
shoulder and
into
runs his
exile in
nose up
Normandy,
to my ear.
the home of his mother,
You smell
with
like
his
heaven,
parents.
Mrs. Gray.
Ethelred
So
was
do you,
able to
Mr.
return
Gray.
after the death of Sven
I nuzzle him
to
again and
retake
inhale his
crown
Christian
after
smell,
Ethelred's death.
which is now mixed
Sven's
with
son,
the heady scent
Knut,
of sex.
would successfully take
I
the
could
crown,
stay wrapped in his
both to
arms like this,
legitimise and
sated
consolidate
and
his
happy
reign
forever.
England as a
It's
foreign
just what I
invader by
need
getting
after a full
married
day of
to
back-to-work
Ethelred's widow,
arguing
Emma
and
of Normandy.
bitch-slapping. This is
Due
where
to
I
the
want to
fact that
be.
Knut
And in
Emma
spite
had
of his
children
control
together,
freakery,
this
his
meant that
megalomania,
Knut would favour his
this
own
is where
sons
I
over
belong.
those that Emma
Christian
bore
buries
to
his
Ethelred.
nose in my hair and
So
inhales
Edward
deeply.
stayed
I let out a
in Normandy.
contented sigh, and I feel his
Moving
smile.
forward to the 1040s,
And we sit,
Edward's time
arms
would come
clasped
for him
around
to be
each
called
other,
to reign as
saying
the King
nothing.
of England.
Eventually,
To
reality
history as
intrudes.
Edward the Confessor.
It's late, Christian says,
Edward reigned
his fingers
confidently
methodically
for over
stroking
20
my back.
years, but the
Your
support
hair
of the
still
English
needs
nobles
cutting.
was key for the
He
success
chuckles.
for
That it
every
does, Mrs.
English
Gray.
monarch
Do you have the
during this
energy to
period.
finish the job you started?
Knut is
For
known
you,
to
Mr.
history
Gray?
as Knut the
Anything.
Great, but
I
even
kiss
as
his
a
chest
Danish
once
King of
more
England,
and reluctantly stand.
the value of pleasing
Don't go.
the English by respecting
Grabbing my hips, he turns me around. He
When
straightens, then
Edward
undoes my
succeeded
skirt,
Knut's son,
letting it drop to the floor.
as the
He
king
holds
of
his
England,
hand out to me.
the Danes
I take
would
it
not
and
be
step out of
pleased
my
the son
skirt.
of an Anglo-Saxon
Now I
king
am dressed
and a
solely
Norman
in
woman
stockings and
was on the
garter
throne,
belt.
as they
You
now found
are a
themselves
mighty
left out
fine
in the
sight,
cold.
Mrs. Gray. He
The
sits
English
back in the
nobles,
chair and crosses
they
his
would have
arms,
still been wary
giving me
of
a full
Edward's
and frank
loyalty, whether they
appraisal.
lay with the English
I hold
or
out
the
my
Normans
hands
in
and
place
twirl
of
for
his
him.
childhood and becoming
God,
of age.
I'm a lucky son of a bitch,
When
he
Edward
says
died
admiringly.
in 1066,
Yes, you
he had
are.
no sons.
He
The
grins.
English nobles
Put my
greatly
shirt
feared
on
the
and you can cut
intentions
my
of
hair.
both the Danes
Like
and the
this,
Normans
you'll distract
in
me,
relation to the
and we'll
succession
never
of the
get to
English
bed.
crown, because the
I
English
can't
would
help my
trust
answering
neither the
smile.
Danes or the Normans.
Knowing that he's watching my every
The Norman
move,
claim was
I
rooted
sashay
in
over
the
to where we
relationship
left my
between
shoes
Edward
and his
the Confessor
shirt.
and Normandy.
Bending
Because, of
slowly,
course,
I reach
Edward
down,
was the
pick
son
up his shirt,
of a royal
smell it.
Norman woman, Emma.
then shrug it on.
The Duke of
Christian's
Normandy by
eyes
this time
are
was the
round.
grandson of
He's
Robert
redone his
the Good,
fly and is
called
watching me
William.
intently.
William would have grown
That's
up in
quite
the
a floor
company
show,
of the
Mrs.
exiled
Gray.
Edward the Confessor.
Do we
before
have
William
any
became
scissors?
the
I
King
ask
of England.
innocently,
So, he would
batting
have
my
been for
eyelashes. My study,
And so,
he
they would
croaks.
have maintained a
I'll
strong
go
relationship.
search.
In more
Leaving him,
political
I walk
sense.
into our bedroom
After
and grab my
William
comb from the dressing
had
table
become
before
the
heading
Duke
to
of
his
Normandy.
study. As I enter the main corridor,
Initially, William
I
was
notice
a
the
minor
door
when
to
he
Taylor's
inherited
office is
the
open.
dukedom.
Mrs.
He would have
Jones
been
is
reaching
standing
his
just
majority
beyond the
around the
door.
same time as when
I
Edward
stop,
became the king.
rooted to the spot.
William would
Taylor
have
is
been
running
very
his
aware
fingers
that
down
Edward
her
had
face
no
and
children.
smiling sweetly at
Succession was
her.
preferred to be
Then,
somewhat
he
hereditary.
leans
To
down
avoid
and
disputes
kisses
and
her.
warfare that had constantly
Holy shit!
undermined nations
Taylor and
from the
Mrs.
early
Jones?
medieval period.
I gape in
William
astonishment.
would have been aware
I
that
mean,
an opportunity
I
may
thought,
present itself to him
well,
if
I kind of
Edward
suspected.
died childless.
But obviously they are
So
together.
when Edward did
I
die
flush,
childless,
feeling like a
William
voyeur,
set about
and
making
manage to get my
plans
feet to
claim
move.
the crown of England
I scamper
from
across the
Normandy.
great room and into Christian's
Due to
study.
the English nobles'
Switching on
distrust
the
of
light, I
Normans
walk
and their
to his
intentions
desk.
towards the country,
Taylor and
they
Mrs.
supported the
Jones.
claim of one
Wow,
of their own.
I'm
A
reeling.
man with no
I always thought
bloodline
Mrs.
linked to the
Jones was
English royal
older than
family,
Taylor.
namely
Oh,
Harold
I have to
Godwin's.
get my head around this.
Harold
I
was
open
the
the top
descendant
drawer
of
and am
Anglo-Saxons
immediately
who had
distracted
established England
when I
as a
find
nation in the first
a
place.
gun. Christian
Harold
has a
Godwin's
gun?
had to defend
A revolver.
England against the
Holy
invasions
fuck.
of the Danes.
I had
and
no
the
idea
Normans
Christian
within
owned a gun.
a year
I
of his
take it out,
accession.
slip the release, and check
He
the
would
cylinder.
successfully defeat the
It's
Danes
fully
at the Battle
loaded,
of Stamford
but
Bridge,
light.
but
Too
would be
light.
defeated by William
It must be
and the
carbon
Normans at
fiber.
the Battle of
What does
Hastings.
Christian want with a gun?
Harold was killed
Jeez,
on the
I hope he
battlefield,
knows how to use it.
and William would claim
Ray's
his
perpetual
throne,
warnings about
becoming the
handguns
first
run quickly
fully
through my
Norman
mind.
monarch
His
of
army
England.
training was never
He would
lost.
be immortalised
These
in
will
history
kill you, Anna.
with the name
You need to know what you're doing when you're handling a firearm. I put the gun back and find the scissors.
Sicily.
Retrieving them quickly, I
When we
bolt
talk
back
about
to
the
Christian,
Normans,
my
our
head
minds
buzzing.
instantly think of the
Taylor
Norman
and Mrs.
conquest of England
Jones?
and the
The
achievements
revolver?
of William the Conqueror.
At the
But
entrance
this
to
is
the
not
great
the
room,
first
I
time
run into Taylor.
we have stumbled across
Mrs.
the
Gray,
Normans in
excuse
our
me.
journey through
His face reddens as he quickly takes
We
in my
made 2-hour
attire.
episodes about the Byzantine
Taylor,
Empire.
hi.
We learned of how the Byzantines in southern
I'm cutting
Italy
Christian's hair.
challenged
I blurt
white
out,
Norman
embarrassed.
seafarers.
Taylor is as mortified as I am. He opens his mouth to say something, then closes it quickly and stands aside. After you, ma'am, he says formally. I think I'm the color of my old Audi, the submissive special. Could this be more embarrassing? Thank you, I mutter, and dash down the hallway. Crap. Will I ever get used to the fact that we're not alone? I dash into the bathroom, breathless. What's wrong? Christian is standing in front of the mirror, holding my shoes. All of my tattered clothes are now neatly piled beside the sink. I just wrote Taylor.
Oh,
Christian frowns, dressed like that. Oh shit. That's not Taylor's fault. Christian's frown deepens. No, but still. I'm dressed. Barely. I don't know who was more embarrassed, me or him. I try my distraction technique. Did you know he and Gail are, well, together? Christian laughs. Yes, of course I knew. And you never told me? I thought you knew too. No, Anna, they're adults. They live under the same roof, both unattached, both attractive. She is, but not by much. He gazes at me, perplexed. Some men like older women. He stops abruptly and his eyes widen. I scowl at him. I know that. I snap. Christian looks contrite. He smiles fondly at me. Yes, my distraction technique successful. My subconscious rolls her eyes at me, but at what cost? Now the unmentionable Mrs. Robinson is looming over us. That reminds me, he says brightly. What? I mutter petulantly. Grabbing the chair, I turn it to face the mirror above the sinks. Sit, I order. Christian regards me with indulgent amusement, but does as he's told and sits back down in the chair. I start to comb through his now merely damp hair. I was thinking we could convert the rooms over the garages for them at the new place. Christian continues. Make it a home. Then maybe Taylor's daughter could stay with him more often. He watches me carefully in the mirror. Why doesn't she stay here? Taylor's never asked me. Perhaps you should offer, but we'd have to behave ourselves. Christian's brow furrows. I hadn't thought of that. Perhaps that's why Taylor hasn't asked. Have you met her? Yes, she's a sweet thing. Shy. Very pretty. I pay for her schooling. Oh. I stop combing and stare at him in the mirror. I had no idea. He shrugs. Seemed the least I could do. Also, it means he won't quit. I'm sure he likes working for you. Christian stares at me blankly, then shrugs. I don't know. I think he's very fond of you, Christian. I resume combing and glance at him. His eyes don't leave mine. You think? Yes, I do. He snorts a dismissive yet content sound, as if he's secretly pleased that his staff may like him. Good. Will you talk to Gia about the rooms over the garage? Yes, of course. I don't feel the same irritation I did before at the mention of her name. My subconscious nods sagely at me. Yes, we done good today. My inner goddess gloats. Now she'll leave my husband alone and not make him uncomfortable. I am ready to cut bait. He shakes his head, exasperated. It's just a pretty face, baby. And behind it is a very pretty man. I kiss his temple. My man. He grins shyly. Lifting the first lock, I comb it upward and snare it between my index. I put the comb in my mouth, take the scissors, and make the first step, cutting an inch off the lip. Occasionally, he opens his eyes and I catch him watching me intently. He doesn't touch me while I work, and I'm grateful. His touch is distracting. 15 minutes later, I'm done. Finished. I'm pleased with the result. He looks as hot as ever. His hair still floppy and sexy, just a bit shorter. Christian gazes at himself in the mirror, looking pleasantly surprised. He grins. Great job, Mrs. Gray. He turns his head from side to side and snakes his arm around me, pulling me to him. He kisses and nuzzles my belly. Thank you, he says. My pleasure. I bend and kiss him briefly. It's late. Bed. He gives my behind a playful slap. Ah! I should clean up in here. There is hair all over the floor. Christian frowns as if the thought would never have occurred to him. Okay, I'll get the broom, he says wryly. I don't want you embarrassing the staff with your lack of appropriate attire. Do you know where the broom is? I ask innocently. This stops Christian in his tracks. No. I laugh. I'll go. As I climb into bed and wait for Christian to join me, I reflect on how differently this day could have ended. I was so mad at him earlier, and he with me. How am I going to deal with this running a company nonsense? I have no desire to run my own company. I am not him. I need to head this off at the pass. Perhaps I should have a safe word for when he's being overbearing and domineering, or when he's being an arse. I giggle. Perhaps the safe word should be arse. I find the thought very appealing. What? He says as he climbs into bed beside me, wearing only his pajama pants. Nothing. Just an idea. What idea? He stretches out beside me. Here goes nothing. Christian, I don't think I want to run a company. He props himself up on his elbow and gazes down at me. Why do you say that? Because it's not something that has ever appealed to me. You're more than capable, Anastasia. I like to read books, Christian. Running a company will take me away from that. You could be the creative head. I frown. You see, he continues, running a successful company is all about embracing the talent of the individuals you have at your disposal. If that's where your talents and your interests lie, then you structure the company to enable that. Don't dismiss it out of hand, Anastasia. You're a very capable woman. I think you could do anything you wanted if you put your mind to it. Whoa, how can he possibly know that I'd be any good at this? I'm also worried it will take up too much of my time. Christian frowns. Time I could devote to you. I deploy my secret weapon. His gaze darkens. I know what you're doing, he murmurs, amused. Damn it. What? I feign innocence. You're trying to distract me from the issue at hand. You always do that. Just don't dismiss the idea, Anna. Think about it. That's all I ask. He leans down and kisses me chastely, then skims his thumb down my cheek. This argument is going to run and run. I smile up at him, and something he said earlier today pops unbidden into my mind. Can I ask you something? My voice is soft, tentative. Of course. Earlier today, you said if I was angry with you, I should take it out on you in bed. What did you mean? He stills. What did you think I meant? Holy shit. I should just say it. That you wanted me to tie you up? His eyebrows shook up in surprise. No, that's not what I meant at all. Oh, I'm surprised by my slight twinge of disappointment. You want to tie me up? He asks, obviously reading my expression correctly. He sounds shocked. I blush. Well, Anna, He stops, and something dark crosses his face. Christian, I whisper, alarmed. I move so that I am lying on my side, propped up on my elbow, like him. I caress his face. His eyes are large and fearful. He shakes his head sadly. Shit, something hard. Fuck. What is it? Anna, I don't know how I'd feel about you touching me if I were restrained. My scalp prickles. It's like he's confessing something deep and dark. This is still too new. His voice is low and raw. Fuck. It was just a question, and I realize that he's come a long way, but he still has a long way to go. Oh, 50-50-50. Anxiety grips my heart. I lean over and he freezes, but I plant a soft kiss at the corner of his mouth. Christian, I got the wrong idea. Please don't worry about it. Please don't think about it. I kiss him. He closes his eyes, groans, and reciprocates, pushing me down into the mattress, his hands clasping my chin. And soon, we're lost in each other again. Chapter 9. When I wake before the alarm the following morning, Christian is wrapped around me like ivy, his head on my chest, his arm around my waist, and his leg between mine. And he's on my side of the bed. It's always the same. If we argue the night before, this is how he ends up, coiled around me, making me hot and bothered. Oh, 50. He is so needy on some level. Who would have thought? The familiar vision of Christian as a dirty, wretched little boy haunts me. Gently, I stroke his shorter hair and my melancholy recedes. He stirs, and his sleepy eyes meet mine. He blinks a couple of times as he wakes. Why? He murmurs and smiles. Hi. I love waking to that smile. He nuzzles my breasts and hums appreciatively deep in his throat. His hand travels down from my waist, skimming over the cool satin of my nightgown. What a tempting morsel you are, he mutters. But, tempting though you are, he glances at the alarm. I have to get up. He stretches out, untangles himself from me, and rises. I lie back, put my hands behind my head, and enjoy the show. Christian stripping for his shower. He is perfect. I wouldn't change a hair on his head. Admiring the view, Mrs. Gray? Christian arches a sardonic brow at me. It's a mighty fine view, Mr. Gray. He grins and throws his pajama pants at me so they almost land on my face. But I catch them in time, giggling like a schoolgirl. With a wicked grin, he pulls the duvet off, puts one knee on the bed, grabs my ankles, and drags me toward him so that my nightdress rides up. I squeal, and he crawls up my body, trailing little kisses on my knee, my thigh, my... Oh, Christian. Good morning, Mrs. Gray. Mrs. Jones greets me. I flush, embarrassed, remembering her tryst with Taylor the night before. Good morning, I respond as she hands me a cup of tea. I sit on the bar stool beside my husband, who just looks radiant. Freshly showered, his hair still damp, wearing a crisp white shirt and that silver gray tie. My favorite tie. I have fond memories of that tie. How are you, Mrs. Gray? He asks, his eyes warm. I think you know, Mr. Gray. I gaze up at him through my lashes. He smirks. Eat, he orders. You didn't eat yesterday. Oh, bossy 50. That's because you were being an arse. Mrs. Jones drops something that clatters into the sink, making me jump. Christian seems oblivious to the noise. Ignoring her, he stares at me impassively. Arse or not, eat. His tone is serious. No arguing with him. Okay, picking up spoon, eating granola. I mutter like a petulant teenager. I reach for the Greek yogurt and spoon some onto my cereal, followed by a handful of blueberries. I glance at Mrs. Jones and she catches my eye. I smile and she responds with a warm smile of her own. She has provided me with my breakfast of choice, which was introduced to me on our honeymoon. I may have to go to New York later in the week. Christian's announcement interrupts my reverie. Oh, it'll mean an overnight. I want you to come with me. Christian, I won't get the time off. He gives me his, oh really, but I'm the boss stare. I sigh. I know you own the company, but I've been away for 3 weeks. Please, how can you expect me to run the business if I'm never there? I'll be fine here. I'm assuming you'll take Taylor with you, but Sawyer and Ryan will be here? I stop, because Christian is grinning at me. What? I snap. Nothing. Just you, he says. I frown. Is he laughing at me? Then a nasty thought pops into my mind. How are you getting to New York? The company jet. Why? I just wanted to check if you were taking Charlie Tango. My voice is quiet, and a shiver runs down my spine. I remember the last time he flew in his helicopter. A wave of nausea hits me as I recall the anxious hours I spent waiting for news. That was possibly the lowest point in my life. I notice Mrs. Jones has stilled too. I try to dismiss the idea. I wouldn't fly to New York in Charlie Tango. She doesn't have that kind of range. Besides, she won't be back from the engineers for another 2 weeks. Thank heavens. My smile is partly from relief, but also the knowledge that the demise of Charlie Tango has occupied a great deal of Christian's thoughts and time over the last few
Cox,
weeks.
who's a friend of the podcast, wrote in
Well,
just asking,
I'm glad she's nearly fixed, but
where is the podcast
I
going to go
stopped.
in the future? Well,
Can I tell him how nervous I'll be when he
it
flies
asks
next
you
time?
to time.
What?
When
He
you get
asks as he
separate
finishes his
volumes,
omelet. I shrug.
current volume,
Anna, he says,
probably
more
about
sternly.
just
I
over
just,
a quarter of the way through.
you know,
So it's going to be quite a large
last
volume,
time you
like
flew in her,
volume 3.
I thought,
But then
we
volume
thought
5 is going to be.
I can't finish the sentence, and Christian's expression softens. Hey, he caresses my face with the backs of his knuckles. That was sabotage. A dark expression crosses his face, and for a moment, I wonder if he knows who was responsible. I couldn't bear to lose you, I murmur. 5 people have been fired because of that, Anna. It won't happen again. 5? He nods, his face serious. Holy crap. That reminds me, there's a gun in your desk. He frowns at my non sequitur and probably at my accusatory tone, though I don't mean it that way.
There is so much to learn.
It's
Obviously, story
he says finally. It's fully loaded. How do you know? His frown deepens. I checked it yesterday. He scowls at me. I don't want you messing with guns. I hope you put the safety back on. I blink at him, momentarily stupefied. Christian, there's no safety on that revolver. Don't you know anything about guns? His eyes widen. No. Taylor coughs discreetly from the entrance. Christian nods at him. We have to go, Christian says. He stands, distracted, and slips on his gray jacket. I follow him into the hallway. He has Layla's gun. I am stunned by this news and briefly wonder what's happened to her. Is she still in, where is it? East somewhere? New Hampshire? I can't remember. Good morning, Taylor, Christian says. Good morning, Mr. Gray. Mrs. Gray. He nods at us both, but he's careful not to look me in the eye. I'm grateful, recalling my state of undress when we bumped into each other last night. I am just going to brush my teeth, I mutter. Christian always brushes his teeth before breakfast. I don't understand why.
Very good praise.
You should ask Taylor to teach you how to shoot, I say as we travel down in the elevator.
That's it for another week.
Christian gazes down at me, amused.
Next week,
Should I
back
now?
to the place.
He says dryly.
Excellent episode
Yes.
that will be.
Anastasia, I despise guns. My mom has patched up too many victims of gun crime, and my dad is vehemently anti-gun. I grew up with their ethics. I support at least 2 gun control initiatives here in Washington. Oh, does Taylor carry a gun? Christian's mouth bends. Sometimes. You don't approve? I ask as Christian ushers me out of the elevator on the ground floor. No, he says, tight-lipped. Let's just say that Taylor and I hold very different views with regard to gun control. I'm with Taylor on this. Christian holds the foyer door open for me and I head out to the car. He has not let me drive alone to SIP since he found out that Charlie Tango was sabotaged. Sawyer smiles pleasantly, holding the door open for me as Christian and I climb into the car. Please. I reach across and grasp Christian's hand. Please what? Learn how to shoot. He rolls his eyes at me. No. End of discussion, Anastasia. And again, I am a child to be scolded. I open my mouth to say something cutting, but decide I don't want to start my workday in a bad mood. I fold my arms instead and glimpse Taylor regarding me in the rearview mirror. He looks away, concentrating on the road in front, but shakes his head a little in obvious frustration. Christian drives him crazy too sometimes. The thought makes me smile, and my mood is safe. Where is Layla? I ask as Christian gazes out of his window. I told you, she's in Connecticut with her folks. He glances at me. Did you check? After all, she does have long hair. It could have been her driving the Dodge. Yes, I checked. She's enrolled in an art school in Hamden. She started to speak. You've spoken to her? I whisper, all the blood draining from my face.
The location for this
Christian
week's
whips his
episode
head around
is
at the
the
tone of my
southern coast
voice.
England, on
No.
the island of Great
Lynn
Britain,
has.
the largest of the
He searches
British
my
Isles.
face for a clue to my
Sometimes
thoughts.
referred to as
I
the
see.
Atlantic
I
Archipelago,
murmur,
those who
relieved.
prefer to be
What?
recognised as not being
Nothing.
specifically British.
Christian
The
sighs.
islands themselves
Anna,
multiple
what is it?
nationalities.
I shrug,
The island
not
of
wanting
Great
to
Britain
admit to
today
my irrational
is completely
jealousy.
within the country known
Christian
as the
continues.
United Kingdom.
I'm keeping tabs on her, checking that she stays on her side of the continent. She's better, Anna. Lynn has referred her to a shrink in New Haven, and all the reports are very positive. She's always been interested in art, so... He stops, his face still searching mine. And in that moment, I suspect that he is paying for her art classes. Do I want to know? Should I ask him? I mean, it's not as if he can't afford it. But why does he feel the obligation? I sigh. Christian's baggage hardly compares to Bradley Kent from biology class and his half-assed attempts to kiss me. Christian reaches for my hand. Don't sweat this, Anastasia. He murmurs, and I return his reassuring squeeze. I know he's doing what he thinks is right. Mid-morning, I have a break in meetings. As I pick up the phone to call Kate, I notice an email from Christian. From Christian Gray. Subject, flattery. Date, August 23rd, 2011, 9:54. To Anastasia Gray. Mrs. Gray, I have received 3 compliments on my new haircut. Compliments from my staff were new. It must be the ridiculous smile I'm wearing whenever I think about last night. You are indeed a wonderful, talented, beautiful woman, and all mine. Christian Gray, CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc. I melt reading it. From Anastasia Gray. Subject, trying to concentrate here. Date, August 23rd, 2011, 10:48. To Christian Gray. Mr. Gray, I am trying to work and don't want to be distracted by delicious memories. Is now the time to confess that I used to cut Ray's hair regularly? I had no idea it would be such useful training. And yes, I am yours, and you, my dear, overbearing husband, who refuses to exercise his constitutional right under the Second Amendment to bear arms, are mine. But don't worry, because I shall protect you, always. Anastasia Gray, Editor, SIP. From Christian Gray. Subject, Annie Oakley. Date, August 23rd, 2011, 10:53. To Anastasia Gray. Mrs. Gray, I am delighted to see you have spoken to the IT department and changed your name. Big smile emoticon. I shall keep safe in my bed knowing that my gun-toting wife sleeps beside me. Christian Gray, CEO and Hoplophobe, Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc. Hoplophobe? What the hell is that? From Anastasia Gray. Subject, long words. Date, August 23rd, 2011, 10:58. To Christian Gray. Mr. Gray, once more you dazzle me with your linguistic prowess. In fact, your prowess in general. And I think you know what I'm referring to. Anastasia Gray, Editor, SIP. From Christian Gray. Subject, gas. Date, August 23rd, 2011, 11:01. To Anastasia Gray. Mrs. Gray, are you flirting with me? Christian Gray, shocked, CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc. From Anastasia Gray. Subject, would you rather? Date, August 23rd, 2011, 11:04. To Christian Gray. I flirted with someone else. Anastasia Gray, Brave Editor, SIP. From Christian Gray. Subject, grrr. Date, August 23rd, 2011, 11:09. 2.
By
Anastasia
491,
Gray.
Ayla
No.
defeated the locals and
Christian Gray.
established his kingdom
Possessive
unchallenged.
CEO. Gray
His kingdom
Enterprises
was
Holdings,
regarded as
Inc.
the kingdom of the South
From
Saxons,
Anastasia Gray.
otherwise
Subject.
Sounds
Wow.
like a thing.
Date.
Really?
August 23rd,
Yeah, mine's-
2011.
of
11:14.
which was not
2.
going to
My
become
Christian Gray.
anything resembling
Are you
the modern
growling at
country
me?
of England
Because
until
that's
4
kinda
centuries
hot.
later.
Anastasia Gray.
Anglo-Saxon
Squirming
England was
in a good
actually
way.
a patchwork
Editor.
of local
SIP.
kingdoms on Great Britain, most of which
From
were established
Christian
by
Gray.
Angles or
Subject.
Saxons
Beware.
who had migrated
Date.
from the
August
European
23rd,
continent.
2011.
These kingdoms
11:16.
occupied areas
2.
collectively similar
Anastasia Gray.
to the territory of what
Flirting
would become
and toying with me, Mrs. Gray? I may pay you a
Sussex
visit this
does
afternoon.
not appear to have been a
Christian
powerful
Gray.
kingdom in its earliest
Priapic
years,
CEO.
and may have
Gray
even been
Enterprises
subject
Holdings,
to the thrones of Kent to its east,
From
and Wessex
Anastasia
to its
Gray.
west, at
Subject.
various times
Oh
throughout the
no.
6th and 7th
Date.
centuries.
August 23rd,
Britain,
2011.
England is
11:20. 2.
We have
Christian
a
Gray.
list for Sussex during
I'll
the 8th
behave.
century.
I wouldn't
But
want
even
my
if Sussex
boss's
did
boss's
have autonomy
boss getting on top of me at
independence
work.
during this period,
Winking
it would soon
emoticon.
come to an end when
Now
the
let me
powerful
get
King
on with my
Offa
job.
of
My
Mercia
boss's boss's
subjugated
boss
Sussex
may
in
fire
the
my ass.
770s.
Anastasia Gray.
After
Editor.
Offa's death,
SIP.
the balance of power in southern England switched
From
the
Christian
Mercians
Gray.
to the
Subject.
Wessexes.
Unspecified
Sussex
expletive
appears to have
symbols.
accepted Wessex
Date.
as
August
their
23rd, 2011. 11:23. 2. Anastasia Gray.
The Anglo-Saxons.
Believe me when I say there are a
Wessex
great many
gradually
things he'd like to
reunited
do
the
to your
Anglo-Saxon
ass right now.
kingdoms throughout
Firing
the
you
10th century
is
after
not
the
one of them.
invasions of the Danish
Christian
Vikings
Gray.
during the 9th century.
CEO and Assman. Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc. His
The
response
reconquest
makes
of
me
England
giggle.
started after the King of Wessex,
From
Alfred
Anastasia
the Great,
Gray.
resisted
Subject.
the Vikings
Go away.
in the late 9th
Date.
century.
August 23rd, 2011. 11:26. 2. Christian Gray. Don't you have an empire to run? Stop bothering me. My next appointment is here. I thought you were a breast man. Think about my ass, and I'll think about yours. ILYX. Anastasia Gray. Now moist. Editor. SIP. I cannot help my despondent mood as Sawyer drives me to the office on Thursday. Christian's threatened business trip to New York has happened, and though he's been gone only a few hours, I miss him already. I fire up my computer and there's an email waiting for me. My mood lifts immediately. From Christian Gray. Subject. Miss you already. Date. August 25th. 2011. 4:32. 2. Anastasia Gray. Mrs. Gray. You were adorable this morning. Behave while I'm away. I love you. Christian Gray. CEO. Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc. This will be the first night we've slept apart since our wedding. I intend to have a few cocktails with Kate. That should help me sleep. Impulsively, I email him back, although I know that he's still flying. From Anastasia Gray. Subject. Behave yourself. Date. August 25th, 2011. 9:03. 2. Christian Gray. Let me know when you land. I'll worry until you do. And I shall behave. I mean, how much trouble can I get into with Kate? Anastasia Gray. Editor. SIP. I hit send and sip my latte, courtesy of Hannah. Who knew I'd grow to love coffee? Despite the fact that I'm going out this evening with Kate, I feel like a chunk of me is missing. At the moment, it's 35,000 feet somewhere above the Midwest en route to New York. I didn't know I would feel this unsettled and anxious just because Christian's away. Surely over time I won't feel this loss and uncertainty, will I? I let out a heavy sigh and continue with my work. Around lunchtime, I start manically checking my email and my BlackBerry for a text. Where
There were a
is
number
he?
of potential
Has he landed
candidates.
safely?
Junior
Hannah
show.
asks if I want lunch, but I'm too apprehensive and wave her away. I know it's irrational, but I need to be sure he's arrived safely. My office phone rings, startling me. Anna Gray. Hi. Christian's voice is warm with a trace of amusement. Relief floods through me. Hi. I'm grinning from ear to ear. How was your flight?
Professor,
Long.
I was gonna get it.
What are you doing with Kate?
Like a hoe.
Oh no. We're just going out for a quiet drink. Christian says nothing. Sawyer and the new woman, Prescott, are coming to watch over us. I offer, trying to placate him. I thought Kate was coming to the apartment. She is. After a quick drink, please let me go out. Christian sighs heavily. Why didn't you tell me? He says quietly. Too quietly. I mentally kick myself. Christian, we'll be fine. I have Ryan, Sawyer, and Prescott here. It's only a quick drink. Christian remains resolutely silent, and I know he's not happy. I've seen her only a few times since you and I met. Please, she's my best friend. Anna, I don't want to keep you from your friends, but I thought she was coming back to the apartment. Okay, I acquiesce. We'll stay in. Only while this lunatic is out there. Please. I've said okay, I mutter in exasperation, rolling my eyes. Christian snorts softly down the phone. I always know when you're rolling your eyes at me. I scowl at the receiver. Look, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to worry you. I'll tell Kate. Good. He breathes, his relief evident. I feel guilty for worrying him. Where are you? On the tarmac at JFK. Oh, so you just landed? Yes. You asked me to call the moment I landed. I smile. My subconscious glares at me. See? He does what he says he's going to do. Well, Mr. Gray, I'm glad one of us is punctilious. He laughs. Mrs. Gray, your gift for hyperbole knows no bounds. What am I going to do with you? I am sure you'll think of something imaginative. You usually do. Are you flirting with me? Yes. I sense his grin. I'd better go. Anna, do as you're told, please. The security team knows what they're doing. Yes, Christian, I will. I sound exasperated again. Please, I get the message. I'll see you tomorrow evening. I'll call you later. To check up on me? Yes. Oh, Christian, I scold him. Au revoir, Mrs. Gray. Au revoir, Christian. I love you. He inhales sharply, and I, you, Anna. Neither of us hangs up. Hang up, Christian, I whisper. You're a bossy little thing, aren't you? You're a bossy little thing. My. He breathes. Do as you're told. Hang up. Yes, sir. I hang up and grin stupidly at the phone. A few moments later, an email appears in my inbox. From Christian Gray. Subject, twitching palms. Date, August 25th, 2011. 13:42 Eastern Daylight Time. To Anastasia Gray. Mrs. Gray, you are as entertaining as ever on the phone. I mean it. Do as you're told. I need to know you're safe.
What is it called?
I love you.
It doesn't have a name.
Christian Gray, CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc. Honestly, he's the bossy one. But one phone call and all my anxiety has disappeared. He's arrived safely and he's fussing about me as usual. I hug myself momentarily. God, I love that man. Hannah knocks on my door, distracting me, and brings me back to the now.
How about the
When
other guy?
Godwin
Kate
Wessex
looks
is
gorgeous.
relative
In her tight white jeans and red camisole, she's ready to rock the town. She's chatting animatedly with Claire in reception when I make my entrance. "Anna!" she cries, scooping me up in a Kate hug. She holds me at arm's length. "Don't you look the mogul's wife?" "Who would have thought? Little Anna Steele. You look so sophisticated." She grins. I roll my eyes at her. I'm wearing a pale cream shift dress with a navy blue belt and navy pumps. "It's good to see you, Kate." I hug her back. "So, where are we going?" "Christian wants us to go back to the apartment." "Aw, really? Can't we sneak a quick cocktail at the Zigzag Cafe? I've booked us a table." I open my mouth to protest. "Please." She whines and pouts prettily. She must be picking this up from Mia. She never pouts normally. I'd really like a cocktail at the Zigzag. We had such fun the last time we went there, and it's close to Kate's apartment. I hold up my index finger. 1. She grins. 1. She links her arm in mine, and we stroll out to the car, which is parked at the curb with Sawyer at the wheel. We're followed by Miss Belinda Prescott, who's new to the security team. A tall African-American with a no-nonsense attitude. I've yet to warm to her, maybe because she's too cool and professional. The jury's definitely out, but, like the rest of the team, she's been hand-picked by Taylor. She's dressed like Sawyer, in a dark, somber pantsuit. "Can you take us to the Zigzag, please, Sawyer?" Sawyer turns to look at me, and I know he wants to say something. He's obviously been given his orders. He hesitates. "The Zigzag Cafe. We'll have only one drink." I give Kate a sideways glance, and she's glaring at Sawyer. Poor man. "Yes, ma'am." "Mr. Gray requested you go back to the apartment." Prescott pipes up. "Mr. Gray isn't here." I snap. "The Zigzag, please." "Ma'am." Sawyer replies with a sideways glance at Prescott, who wisely holds her tongue. Kate gapes at me as if she can't believe her eyes and ears. I purse my lips and shrug. "Okay, so I'm a little more assertive than I used to be." Kate nods as Sawyer pulls out into the early evening traffic. "You know the additional security is driving Grace and Mia crazy," Kate says casually. I gawk at her, baffled. "You didn't know?" She seems incredulous. "Know what?" "Security for all of the Grays has been tripled. Gazillioned even." "Really? He hasn't told you?" I flush. "No." Damn it, Christian. "Do you know why?" Jack Hyde. "What about Jack? I thought he was just after Christian." I gasp. "Jeez, why hasn't he told me?" "Since Monday," Kate says. "Last Monday?" We identified Jack on Sunday. But why all the Grays? "How do you know all this?" "Elliot." "Of course. Christian hasn't told you any of this, has he?" I flush once more. "No." "Oh, Anna. How annoying." I sigh. As ever, Kate has hit the nail squarely on the head in her usual sledgehammer style. "Do you know why?" If Christian's not going to tell me, then maybe Kate will. Elliot said it's something to do with information stored on Jack Hyde's computer when he was at SIP. Holy crap. You're kidding. A surge of anger pulses through me. How does Kate know about this when I don't? I glance up to see Sawyer eyeing me in the rearview mirror. The red light turns to green and he surges forward, focusing on the road ahead. I hold my finger up to my lips and Kate nods. I bet Sawyer knows too, and I don't. "How's Elliot?" I ask to change the subject. Kate grins stupidly, telling me all I need to know. Sawyer pulls up at the end of the passageway that leads down to the Zigzag Cafe, and Prescott opens my door. I scoot out, and Kate slides out after me. We link arms and meander down the passage, followed by Prescott, who's wearing a thunderous expression on her face. Oh, for heaven's sake, it's just a drink. Sawyer drives off to park the car.
By this time,
So, how does Elliot know Gia? I ask, taking a sip of my second strawberry mojito. The bar is intimate and cozy, and I don't want to leave. Kate and I have not stopped talking. I had forgotten how much I like hanging with her. It's liberating to be out, relaxing, enjoying Kate's company. I contemplate texting Christian, then dismiss the idea. He'll just be mad and make me go home like an errant child. Don't talk to me about that bitch, Kate splutters. Kate's reaction makes me laugh. What's so funny, Steele? She snaps, but not seriously. I feel the same way. You do? Yes, she was all over Christian. She had a fling with Elliot. Kate pouts. No. She nods, her lips pressed together in the patented Catherine Kavanaugh scowl. It was brief. Last year, I think. She's a social climber. No wonder she has her sights set on Christian. Christian is taken. I told her to leave him alone or I would fire her. Kate gapes at me once more, stunned. I nod proudly, and she lifts her glass to salute me, impressed and beaming. Mrs. Anastasia Gray, way to go. We clink. Does Elliot own a gun? No, he's very anti-gun. Kate stirs her third drink. Christian, too. I think it was Grace and Carrick's influence. I mutter. I'm feeling a little tipsy. Carrick's a good man. Kate nods. He wanted a prenup. I mutter sadly. Oh, Anna. She reaches across the table and grasps my arm. He was only looking out for his boy. As we both know, you have gold digger tattooed on your forehead. She smiles at me, and I poke my tongue out at her, then giggle. Mature, Mrs. Gray, she says, grinning. She sounds like Christian. You'll do the same for your son one day. My son? I gape at her. It hadn't even crossed my mind that my kids will be rich. Holy crap, they'll want for nothing. I mean, nothing. This needs further thought, but not right now. I glance at Prescott and Sawyer seated nearby, watching us and the evening crowd from a side table, while they each nurse a glass of sparkling mineral water. Do you think we should eat? I ask. No, we should drink, Kate says. Why are you in such a drinking mood? Because I don't see enough of you anymore. I didn't know you'd up and marry the first guy who turned your head. She pouts again. Honestly, you married so quickly that I thought you were pregnant. I giggle. Everyone thought I was pregnant. I mutter. Let's not rehash that conversation again, please. And I have to use the restroom. Prescott accompanies me. She says nothing. She doesn't have to. Disapproval radiates off her like a lethal isotope. I haven't been out on my own since I got married. I mutter wordlessly at the closed stall door. I make a face, knowing that she's standing on the other side of the door, waiting while I pee. What precisely is Hyde going to do in a bar anyway? Christian is just overreacting, as usual. Kate, it's late. We should go. It's 10:15 and I have downed my fourth strawberry mojito. I am definitely feeling the effects of the alcohol. Warm and fuzzy. Christian will be fine. Eventually. Sure, Anna. It's been so good to see you. You just seem so much more, I don't know, confident. Marriage obviously agrees with you. My face warms. Coming from Miss Catherine Kavanaugh, this is indeed a compliment. It does, I whisper. And because I've probably had too much to drink, tears prick the backs of my eyes. Could I be any happier? In spite of all his baggage, his nature, his 50ness, I have met and married the man of my dreams. I quickly changed the subject to stem my sentimental thoughts, because I know I will cry otherwise. I have really enjoyed this evening. I grasp Kate's hand. Thank you for dragging me out. We hug. As she releases me, I nod at Sawyer and he hands Prescott the keys to the car. I'm sure Miss Goody Two-Shoes Prescott has told Christian I'm not at home. He'll be mad, I mutter to Kate. And maybe he'll think of some delicious way to punish me. Hopefully. Why are you grinning like a loon, Anna? You like making Christian mad? No, not really, but it's easily done. He's very controlling sometimes. Most of the time. I've noticed, Kate says wryly. We pull up outside Kate's apartment. She hugs me hard. Don't be a stranger, she whispers, and kisses my cheek. Then she's out of the car. I wave, feeling strangely homesick. I have missed girl talk. It's fun and relaxing, and it reminds me that I'm still young. I must make more of an effort to see Kate. But the truth is, I love being in my bubble with Christian. Last night we attended a charity dinner together. There were so many men in suits and well-groomed, elegant women talking about real estate prices and the failing economy and the plunging stock markets. I mean, it was dull. Really dull. So, it's refreshing to let my hair down with someone my own age. My stomach rumbles. I still haven't eaten. Shit. Christian. I scramble through my purse and fish out my BlackBerry. Holy crap. 5 missed calls. 1 text. Where the hell are you? And 1 email. From Christian Grey. Subject, angry. You've not seen angry. Date, August 26th, 2011. 0042, Eastern Standard Time. To Anastasia Gray. Anastasia, Sawyer tells me that you are drinking cocktails in a bar when you said you wouldn't. Do you have any idea how mad I am at the moment? I'll see you tomorrow. Christian Grey, CEO, Grey Enterprises Holdings, Inc. My heart sinks. Oh shit. I really am in trouble. My subconscious glares at me, then shrugs, wearing her, you made your bed, you lie in it, face. What did I expect? I contemplate calling him, but it's late and he's probably asleep. Or pacing. I decide a quick text may be enough. I'm still in one piece. I had a nice time. Missing you. Please don't be mad. I gaze at my BlackBerry, willing him to respond, but it's ominously silent. I sigh. Prescott pulls up outside of Scala, and Sawyer gets out to hold the door open for me. As we stand waiting for the elevator, I take the opportunity to quiz him. What time did Christian call you? Sawyer flushes. About 9:30, ma'am. Why didn't you interrupt my conversation with Kate so I could speak with him? Mr. Gray told me not to. I purse my lips. The elevator arrives and we ride up in silence. I'm suddenly grateful that Christian has a whole night to recover from his conniption, and that he's on the other side of the country. It gives me some time. On the other hand, I miss him. The doors to the elevator open, and for a split second, I stare at the foyer table. What is wrong with this picture? The vase of flowers lies smashed into fragments all over the floor of the foyer. Water and flowers and chunks of china are strewn everywhere, and the table is overturned. My scalp prickles, and Sawyer grabs my arm and pulls me back into the elevator. Stay there. he
William
hisses,
decided to set
drawing a gun.
himself up at a
He
base
steps into the
camp
foyer
on
and
soil.
disappears from my field of vision.
He had landed
I
around
cower in the
Herod's
back of the
Bay,
elevator.
the same place that the Romans
Luke!
had previously
I hear
set
Ryan
up a
call from
Saxon
inside the
shore
great room.
many
Code blue!
centuries previous.
Code blue?
William would use this
You have the perp?
fortress
Sawyer
as his
calls back.
own camp.
Jesus
Building
H.
a wooden
Christ!
castle.
I flatten myself against the elevator wall.
Adaptation of a
What
fortress.
the hell is going on?
The Norman fleet
Adrenaline
was
spikes
believed to
through my
number
body,
around
and my
600
heart
ships,
leaps into my
which
throat.
carried thousands
I
of
hear
men,
soft
some of
voices,
which
and a
were
moment later,
specialised as archers,
Sawyer reappears
others
in the foyer,
specialised as knights.
standing in the puddle of water.
Logistics,
He holsters his gun.
a few thousand
You can come
horses
in,
across
Mrs.
the
Gray.
channel, including
He says
everything
gently.
they needed for their
What's
care and
happened,
maintenance.
Luke?
Is
My
simply
voice is
mind-boggling.
barely a whisper.
This
We've
was
had a
huge
visitor.
operation.
He takes my elbow,
When
and I'm
Harold
grateful
Godwin's
for the
tired
support.
army
My
finally
legs have
arrived
turned
in
to
South
jelly.
England,
I walk with him through the open double
14th of
doors.
October, they
Ryan
specifically
is standing
set
at the
up
entrance of the
an
great room,
expedition
a cut above his
top of
eyes
the mountain,
bleeding,
possibly
and there's another on his mouth.
a
He
few
looks
miles
roughed up,
inland from the
his
coast.
clothes disheveled.
With
But
woodland
what's
to
more
their back,
shocking is
swamp
Jack
lands to their
Hyde
sides,
slumped
and
at
great
his
view
feet.
of the landscape below. The Anglo-Saxon position was strong,
Chapter 10.
to be impregnable as a consequence.
My heart is pounding and blood thrums loudly in my eardrums. The alcohol flowing through my system amplifies the sound. Is he? I gasp, unable to finish the sentence and gazing wide-eyed and terrified at Ryan. I can't even look at the prone figure on the floor. No, ma'am. Just knocked out cold. Relief floods through me. Oh, thank God.
Start of the battle.
And you? I ask, gazing at Ryan. I realize I don't know his first name. He's panting as if he's run a marathon. He wipes the corner of his mouth, removing the trace of blood, and a faint bruise is forming on his cheek. He put up one hell of a fight, but I'm okay, Mrs. Gray. He smiles reassuringly. If I knew him better, I'd say he looked a little smug. And Gail? Mrs. Jones? Oh no. Is she okay? Has she been harmed? I'm here, Anna. Glancing behind me, I see she's in a nightdress and robe, her hair loose, her face ashen and her eyes wide, like mine, I imagine. Ryan woke me, insisted I come in here. She points behind her into Taylor's office. I'm fine. Are you okay? I nod briskly and realize she's probably just come out of the room to join Taylor's office. Who knew we'd need it so soon? Christian had insisted on its installation shortly. Gail standing in the doorway? I'm grateful for his foresight. A creak from the door to the foyer distracts me. It's hanging off its hinges. What the hell happened to that? Was he alone? I asked Ryan. Yes, ma'am. You wouldn't be standing here if he wasn't, I can assure you. Ryan sounds vaguely a form of sorts. Coveralls, I think. When? About 10 minutes ago. I caught him on the security monitor. He was wearing gloves. Strange in August. I recognized him and decided to give him access. That way, I knew we'd have him. You weren't here, and Gail was safe, so I figured it was now or never. Ryan looks very pleased with himself once more, and Sawyer scowls at him in disapproval. Gloves? The thought distracts me, and I glance once more at Jack. Yes, he's wearing brown leather gloves. Creepy. What now? I try to dismiss the ramifications from my mind. We need to secure him, Ryan replies. Secure him? In case he wakes. Ryan glances at Sawyer. What do you need? Asks Mrs. Jones, stepping forward. She's recovered her composure. Something to restrain him. Cord or rope? Ryan replies. Cable ties. I flush as memories of the previous night invade my mind. Reflexively, I rub my wrists and glance quickly down at them. No bruising. Good. I have something. Cable ties. Will they do? All eyes turn to me. Yes, ma'am. Perfect, Sawyer says, serious and straight-faced. I want the floor to swallow me up, but I turn and head for our bedroom. Sometimes you just have to brazen things out. Perhaps it's the combination of fear and alcohol making me audacious. When I return, Mrs. Jones is surveying the mess in the foyer, and Miss Prescott has joined the security team. I hand the ties to Sawyer, who slowly, and with unnecessary care, ties Hyde's hands behind his back. Mrs. Jones disappears into the kitchen and returns with a first aid kit. She takes Ryan's arm, leads him into the doorway of the great room, and starts tending to the cut above his eye. He flinches as she dabs it with an antiseptic wipe. Then I notice the Glock on the floor with a silencer attached. Holy shit! Jack was armed? Bile rises in my throat and I fight it down. Don't touch, Mrs. Gray, says Prescott when I bend to pick it up. Sawyer emerges from Taylor's office, wearing latex gloves. I'll take care of that, Mrs. Gray, he says. It's his? I ask. Yes, ma'am, says Ryan, wincing once more from Mrs. Jones's ministrations. Holy crap! Ryan fought an armed man in my home. I shudder at the thought. Sawyer bends and gingerly picks up the Glock. Should you be doing that? I ask. Mr. Gray would expect it, ma'am. Sawyer slides the gun into a Ziploc bag, then squats to pat down Jack. He pauses and partially pulls a roll of duct tape from the man's pocket. Sawyer blanches and pushes the tape back into Hyde's pocket. Duct tape? My mind idly registers as I watch the proceedings with fascination and an odd detachment. Then, bile rises to my throat again as I realize the implications. Rapidly, I dismiss them from my head. Don't go there, Anna. Should we call the police? I mutter, trying to hide my fear. I want Hyde out of my home, sooner rather than later. Ryan and Sawyer glance at each other. I think we should call the police, I say, rather more. Maybe he's asleep. Sawyer checks his watch. It's 1:45 in the morning on the East Coast. Oh, no. Have you called Christian? I whisper. No, ma'am. Were you calling Taylor for instructions? And he needs to be removed by the police. But looking at the four of them into their anxious eyes, I decide I must be missing something. So I decide to call Christian. My scalp prickles. I know he's mad at me. Really, really mad at me. And I falter at the thought of what he'll say. And how he'll stress because he's not here and can't be here until tomorrow evening. Perhaps I shouldn't call him. And then it occurs to me. Shit. Maybe I won't be in so much trouble after all. Is he okay? I ask, pointing at Jack. He'll have an aching skull when he wakes, Ryan says. At Jack with straight to voicemail. He must have switched it off because he's so mad. I cannot think what to say. Turning away, I walk down the hallway a little, away from everyone. Hi, it's me. Please don't be mad. We've had an incident at the apartment, but it's under control, so don't worry. No one is hurt. Call me. I hang up. Call the police, I tell Sawyer. He nods, takes out his cell, the call. Officer Skinner is deep in conversation with Ryan at the dining room table. Officer Walker is with Sawyer in Taylor's office. I don't know where Prescott is. Perhaps in Taylor's office? Detective Clark is barking questions at me as we sit on the couch in the great room. He's tall, dark, and would be good-looking if it weren't for his permanent scowl. I suspect he's been woken and dragged from his warm bed because the home of one of Seattle's most influential and wealthy businessmen has been breached. He used to be your boss? Clark asks tersely. Yes. I am tired, beyond tired, and I want to go to bed. I still haven't heard from Christian. On the plus side, the paramedics have removed Hyde. Mrs. Jones hands Detective Clark and me each a cup of tea. Thanks. Clark turns to me. And where is Mr. Gray? New York, on business. He'll be back tomorrow evening. I mean, this evening. It's after midnight. Hyde is known to us, Detective Clark murmurs. I'll need you to come down to the station to make a statement, but that can wait. It's late, and there are a couple of reporters camped out on the sidewalk. Do you mind if I look around? Of course not, I offer, relieved his questioning is finished. I shudder at the thought of the photographers outside. Well, they won't be a problem until tomorrow. I remind myself to call Mom and Ray just in case they hear anything and worry. Mrs. Gray, may I suggest you go to bed? Mrs. Jones says, her voice warm and full of concern. Looking into her warm, kind eyes, I suddenly feel an overwhelming need to cry. She reaches over and rubs my shoulder. We're safe now, she murmurs. This will all look better in the morning, once you've had some sleep. And Mr. Gray will be back tomorrow evening. I glance nervously up at her, keeping my tears at bay. Christian is going to be so mad. Can I get you anything before you go to bed? She asks. I realize how hungry I am. I'd love something to eat. She smiles broadly. Sandwich and some milk?
What up, Westside?
I nod with gratitude, and she heads into the kitchen. Ryan is still with Officer Skinner. In the foyer, Detective Clark is examining the mess outside the elevator. He looks thoughtful despite his scowl. And suddenly, I feel homesick. Homesick for Christian. Holding my head in my hands, I wish fervently that he were here. He'd know what to do. What an evening. I want to crawl into his lap, have him hold me and tell me that he loves me, even though I don't do as I'm told. But that won't be possible until this evening. Inwardly, I roll my eyes. Why didn't he tell me about the increased security for everyone? What exactly is on Jack's computer? He's so frustrating. But right now, I just don't care. I want my husband. I miss him. Here you are, Anna dear. Mrs. Jones interrupts my inner turmoil. When I glance up at her, she hands me a butter and jelly sandwich, her eyes twinkling. I haven't had one of these for years. I smile shyly and dig in. When I finally crawl into bed, I curl up on Christian's side, dressed in his t-shirt. Both his pillow and his t-shirt smell of him. And as I drift off, I silently wish him safe passage home and a good mood. I wake with a start. It's light and my head is aching, throbbing at my temples. Oh no, I hope I don't have a hangover. Cautiously, I open my eyes and notice the bedroom chair has moved, and Christian is sitting in it. He's wearing his tux, and the end of his bow tie is peeping out of the breast pocket. I wonder if I'm dreaming. His left arm is draped over the chair, and in his hand he holds a cut glass tumbler of amber liquid. Brandy? Whiskey? I have no idea. One long leg is crossed at the ankle over his knee. He's wearing black socks and dress shoes. His right elbow rests on the arm of the chair, his hand up to his chin, and he's slowly running his index finger rhythmically back and forth over his lower lip. In the early morning light, his eyes burn with grave intensity, but his general expression is completely unreadable. My heart almost stops. He's here. How did he get here? He must have left New York last night. How long has he been here watching me sleep? Hi, I whisper. He regards me coolly, and my heart stutters once more. Oh no. He moves his long fingers away from his mouth, tosses back the remainder of his drink, and places a glass on the bedside table. I half expect him to kiss me, but he doesn't. He sits back, continuing to regard me, his expression impassive. Hello, he says finally, his voice hushed, and I know he's still mad, really mad. You're back. It would appear so.
Thank you very much for that.
Slowly, I pull myself up into a sitting position, not taking my eyes off him. My mouth is dry. How long have you been sitting there watching me sleep? Long enough.
Why don't I just do it myself?
You're still mad. I can hardly speak the words. He gazes at me as if considering his response. Mad, he says, as if testing the word, weighing up its nuances, its meaning. No, Anna, I am way beyond mad. Holy crap. I try to swallow, but it's hard with a dry mouth. Way beyond mad. That doesn't sound good. He gazes at me, completely impassive, and doesn't respond. A stark silence stretches between us. I reach over to my glass of water and take a welcome sip, trying to bring my erratic heart rate under control. Ryan caught Jack. I try a different tack, and I place my glass beside his on the bedside table. I know, he says icily. Of course he knows. Are you going to be monosyllabic for long? His eyebrows move fractionally, registering his surprise as if he hadn't expected this question. Yes, he says finally. Oh, okay. What to do? Defense, the best form of attack. I'm sorry I stayed out. Are you? No, I mutter after a pause, because it's true. Why say it then? Because I don't want you to be mad at me. He sighs heavily, as if he's been holding this tension for 1,000 hours, and runs his hand through his hair. He looks beautiful. Mad, but beautiful. I drink him in. Christian's back. Angry, but in one piece. I think Detective Clark wants to talk to you. I'm sure he does. Christian, please what? Don't be so cold. His eyebrows rise in surprise once more. Anastasia, cold is not what I'm feeling at the moment. I'm burning with rage. I don't know how to deal with these. He waves his hand, searching for the word. Feelings. His tone is bitter. Oh, shit. His honesty disarms me. All I want to do is crawl into his lap. It's all I've wanted to do since I came home last night. To hell with this. I move, taking him by surprise and climbing awkwardly into his lap, where I curl up. He doesn't push me away, which is what I'd feared. After a beat, he folds his arms around me and buries his nose in my hair. He smells of whiskey. How much did he drink? He smells of body wash, too. He smells of Christian. I wrap my arms around his neck and nuzzle his throat, and he sighs once more, deeply this time. Oh, Mrs. Gray, what am I going to do with you? He kisses the top of my head. I close my eyes, relishing the contact with him. How much have you had to drink? He stills. Why? You don't normally drink hard liquor. This is my second glass. I've had a trying night, Anastasia. Give a man a break. I smile. If you insist, Mr. Gray. I breathe into his neck. You smell heavenly. I slept on your side of the bed because your pillow smells of you. He nuzzles my hair. Did you now? I wondered why you were on this side. I'm still mad at you. I know. His hand rhythmically strokes my back. And I'm mad at you, I whisper. He pauses. And what, pray, have I done to deserve your ire? I'll tell you later when you're no longer burning with rage. I kiss his throat,
about
He closes his eyes and leans into my kiss, but makes no move to kiss me back. His arms tighten around me, squeezing me. When I think of what might have happened, his voice is barely a whisper, broken, raw. I'm okay. Oh, Anna, it's almost a sob. I'm okay. We're all okay. A bit shaken, but Gail is fine, Ryan is fine, and Jack is gone. He shakes his head. No thanks to you, he mutters. What? I lean back and glare at him. What do you mean? I don't want to argue about it right now, Anna. I blink. Well, maybe I do, but I decide against it. At least he's talking to me. I nestle into him once more. His fingers move to my hair and start playing with it. I want to punish you, he whispers. Really beat the shit out of you. He adds. My heart leaps into my mouth. Fuck. I know, I whisper as my scalp prickles. Maybe I will. I hope not. He hugs me tighter. Anna, you try the patience of a saint. I could accuse you of many things, Mr. Gray, but being a saint isn't one of them. Finally, I am blessed with his reluctant chuckle. Fair point well made as ever, Mrs. Gray. He kisses my forehead and shifts. Back to bed. You had a late night, too. He moves quickly, picking me up and depositing me back on the bed. Lie down with me? No, I have things to do. He reaches down and collects the glass. Go back to sleep. I'll wake you in a couple of hours. Are you still mad at me? Yes. I'll go back to sleep then. Good. He pulls the duvet over me and kisses my forehead once more. Sleep. And because I'm so groggy from the night before, relieved that he's back, and emotionally fatigued by our early morning encounter, I do exactly as I'm told. As I drift off, I'm curious though grateful, given the nasty taste in my mouth, to know why he hasn't deployed his usual coping mechanism and leaped on me to have his wicked way. There's some orange juice for you here, Christian says, and my eyes flutter open again. I have had the most restful 2 hours of sleep I can remember, and I wake refreshed, my head no longer throbbing. The orange juice is a welcome sight, as is my husband. He's in the sweats, and I'm momentarily zapped back to the hotel in the first time I ever woke up with him. His gray tank top is damp with his sweat. Either he's been working out in the basement gym, or he's been for a run. But he shouldn't look this good after a workout.
This is the history
I'm going to take a shower, he murmurs, and disappears into the bathroom. I frown. He's still distant. He's either distracted by all that's happened, or still mad, or wow. I sit up and reach for the orange juice, drinking it down too quickly. It's delicious, ice cold, and it makes my mouth a much better place. I clamber out of bed, anxious to close the distance, real and metaphysical, between my husband and me. I glance quickly at the alarm. It's 8 o'clock. I strip off Christian's t-shirt and follow him into the bathroom. He is in the shower, washing his hair, and I don't hesitate. I slip in behind him, and he stiffens the moment I wrap my arms around him, my front to his wet, muscular back. I ignore his reaction, holding him tightly, and press my cheek flat against him, closing my eyes. After a moment, he shifts so we are both under the cascade of hot water and carries on washing his hair. I let the water wash over me as I cradle the man I love. I think of all the times he's fucked me and all the times he's made love to me in here. I frown. He's never been this quiet. Turning my head, I start to trail kisses across his back. His body stiffens again. Anna,
recording,
warns.
just a brief one, just because mainly
My
because I've
hands
got
travel
quite a
slowly
busy
down
month
over
this
his taut
month.
stomach to his belly.
Otherwise,
He places both his hands
things
on mine and
outside
brings them to an
the
abrupt
podcast
halt.
like, so.
He shakes his
But,
head.
it's
Don't,
nice to be back.
he warns.
And,
I release him
would like to tell
immediately.
you about something that
He's
I did last
saying
month,
no?
which
My
was,
mind goes into free fall.
visit to
Has this
the
ever happened
podcast
before?
show. And,
My subconscious shakes her head, her
I'll tell you
lips
about that
pursed.
just briefly
She
before I
glares
go
at me
into
over
it.
her
I just
half-moon
want to tell you,
glasses,
like,
wearing
I
her,
did actually,
"You really fucked up this time"
go
look.
away.
I feel like I've been
from the
slapped,
UK
hard,
over to the USA.
rejected. And a lifetime of
as I was
insecurity
passing through
spawns the
Tuesday
ugly
free,
thought that
funnily enough,
he doesn't want me
after the
anymore.
book that I could
I
read on
gasp
the
as the
airplane,
pain sears through me.
the one that I did,
Christian turns, and I'm
the one that
relieved
caught
to
my
see he's
attention,
not completely oblivious to
was
my charms.
the book, The Norman
Grasping my
Conquest by
chin,
Mark
he
Morrison.
tilts my head back,
The absolute
and I find myself
strangeness
gazing
of
into his
it.
wary gray eyes.
You know, I
I'm
probably should
still
have bought
fucking
this
mad
book
at you,
before I recorded
he
the Back
says,
to Hastings
his voice
episode,
quiet
but
and serious.
subsequently,
Shit.
I bought it afterwards. Just
Leaning
'cause it
down,
really
he
appealed
rests
to
his
me. It's
forehead
something
against
that I
mine,
quite like to read,
closing his eyes.
especially with
I reach up and caress his
some
face.
background knowledge of it.
Don't
Also,
be mad at
I
me.
wrote about the
Please.
Norman Conquest a few
I think
years
you're
ago as well,
overreacting, I whisper.
So I find
He
myself
straightens,
revisiting
blanching.
that episode
My
again.
hand falls free to my
But
side.
I would recommend that if you
Overreacting?
like,
He
the story of the
snarls.
Norman Conquest,
Some fucking
what
lunatic
I
gets
have
into my
read about
apartment to
the whole
kidnap my
thing,
wife,
what I have
and you
read
think
is a
I'm
very
overreacting?
guide.
The restrained menace in his voice is frightening, and his eyes blaze as he stares at me as if I'm the fucking lunatic. No, that's not what I was referring to. I thought this was about me staying out. He closes his eyes once more as if in pain and shakes his head. Christian, I wasn't here. I try to appease and reassure him. I know, he whispers, opening his eyes. And all because you can't follow a simple fucking request. His tone is bitter, and it's my turn to blanch. I don't want to discuss this now, in the shower. I am still fucking mad at you, Anastasia. You're making me question my judgment. He turns and promptly leaves the shower, grabbing a towel on the way and stalking out of the bathroom, leaving me bereft and chilled under the hot water. Crap,
It was actually quite good. There was a number of speakers
Then,
there.
the significance of what he's just said dawns on me.
Is how isolated we all are as podcasters.
Dak wanted to
We don't really
kidnap me?
network
I recall the
too
duct
much.
tape
We
and not
like
wanting to
sort of
think too deeply
independent
about why
projects
Jack
like
hadn't.
mine.
Does Christian
I
have
only
more
really know
information?
what I hear,
Hurriedly, I wash
from
myself,
others.
then shampoo and rinse my hair.
The
I want to
comfort
know.
of my own
I
home,
need
but
to know.
I don't really
I am
understand
not going to let him keep me in the dark about
podcasting
this.
well because I don't really
Christian's
get to
not in the
meet
bedroom when I
people,
come out.
don't network, I
Jeez,
don't
he
talk
dresses
to people
quickly.
within the
I do the
industry.
same, throwing on my
That was
favorite
one
plum
thing
dress
that
and black
really- the biggest
sandals,
thing that
and
I
I'm
took
conscious
away
that I've
from
chosen
our
this outfit
podcast
because
shows
Christian
is
likes it.
how much
I vigorously
the
towel dry my
driving
hair, then braid it and wind it into a bun.
just really
Fitting
how
diamond
much
studs into my
support
ears,
is
I
out
dash
there,
to the
how it is
bathroom to
like
apply a
almost
little
like
mascara
a bit
and
of a
glance at myself in
family
the mirror.
of
I'm
this
pale.
new
I'm
industry
always
that's popped
pale.
up out of nowhere,
I take a
this
deep,
podcasting
steadying
industry.
breath.
And
I
it
need to
seems
face the
like there's a lot
consequences of
of
my rash
community and a lot
decision
of
to actually
protectiveness
enjoy
about the
myself
whole
with my
industry.
friend.
From
I
within,
sigh,
it's probably
knowing that
shared,
Christian won't see it
to
that
a large
way.
degree by our listeners
Christian
as
is
well,
nowhere
so
to be
you're
seen in the
sort of
great room.
part of this
Mrs.
podcast
Jones is
community.
busying herself in the kitchen.
People have embraced
Good morning,
this
Anna,
new
she
branch
says
of,
sweetly.
media,
Morning.
and,
I smile
who,
broadly at her.
support
I am
and
Anna again.
promote it through
Tea?
listening to it,
Please.
through making
Anything to
donations to it, through sharing.
Please. I'd like an omelet this morning.
The
With
stuff that
mushrooms
we
and
produce
spinach?
with other
And
people.
cheese. Coming
So
up.
It really did make
Where's
me a
Christian?
great sense of warmth.
Mr. Gray's in his study.
Has
he had breakfast? I glance at the two places set on the breakfast bar. No, ma'am. Thanks. Christian is on the phone, dressed in a white shirt with no tie, looking every bit the relaxed CEO. How deceptive appearances can be. Perhaps he's not going into the office after all. He glances up when I appear in the doorway, but shakes his head at me. indicating that I am not welcome. Shit. I turn and wander dejectedly back to the breakfast bar. Taylor appears, snappily dressed in a somber suit, looking like he's had 8 hours of uninterrupted sleep. Morning, Taylor, I murmur, trying to gauge his mood and see if he'll offer me any visual cues about what has been going on. Good morning, Mrs. Gray, he replies, and I hear the sympathy in those 4 words. I smile compassionately back at him, knowing he had to endure an angry, frustrated Christian returning to Seattle way ahead of schedule. How was the flight? I dare to ask. Long, Mrs. Gray. His brevity speaks volumes. May I ask how you are? He adds, his tone softening. I'm good. He nods, if you'll excuse me. He heads toward Christian's study. Taylor's allowed in, but not me. Here you go. Mrs. Jones places my breakfast in front of me. My appetite has vanished, but I eat anyway, not wishing to offend her. By the time I've finished what I can of my breakfast, Christian has still not emerged from his study. Is he avoiding me? Thanks, Mrs. Jones, I murmur, sliding off the bar stool and making my way to the bathroom to clean my teeth. As I brush them, I'm reminded of Christian's sulk over the wedding vows. He holed up in his study then, too. Is that what this is? And sulking? I shudder as I recall his subsequent nightmare. Will that happen again? We really need to talk. I need to know about Jack and about the increased security for the Greys. All the details that have been kept from me, but not from Kate. Obviously, Elliot talks to her. I glance at my watch. It's 8:50. I'm late for work. I finish brushing my teeth, apply a little lip gloss, grab my lightweight black jacket, and head back to the great room. I am relieved to see Christian there, eating his breakfast. You're going? He says when he sees me. To work? Yes, of course. Bravely, I walk toward him and rest my hands on the edge of the breakfast bar. He gazes at me blankly. Christian, we've hardly been back a week. I have to go to work. But he stops and rakes his hand through his hair. Mrs. Jones walks quietly out of the room. Discreet, Gail. Discreet. I know we have a great deal to talk about. Perhaps if you've calmed down, we can do it this evening. His mouth pops open with dismay. Calmed down? His voice is eerily soft. Flesh. You know what I mean. No, Anastasia, I don't know what you mean. I don't want to fight. I was coming to ask you if I could take my car. No, you can't. He snaps. Okay. I acquiesce immediately. He blinks. He was obviously expecting a fight. Prescott will accompany you. His tone is slightly less belligerent. Damn it, not Prescott. I want to pout and protest, but decide against it. Surely now that Jack has been caught, we can cut back on our security. I remember my mom's words of wisdom the day before my wedding. Anna, honey, you really have to choose your battles. It'll be the same with your kids when you have them. Well, at least he's letting me go to work. Okay, I mutter. And because I don't want to leave him like this, with so much unresolved and so much tension between us, I step tentatively toward him. He stiffens, his eyes widening, and for a moment, he looks so vulnerable it pulls at some deep, dark place in my heart. Oh, Christian, I'm so sorry. I kiss him chastely on the side of his mouth. He closes his eyes as if relishing my touch. Don't hate me, I whisper. He grabs my hand. I don't hate you. You haven't kissed me, I whisper. He eyes me suspiciously. I know. He mutters. I'm desperate to ask him why, but I'm not sure I want to know the answer. Abruptly, he stands and grabs my face between his hands, and in a flash, his lips are hard on mine. I gasp with surprise, inadvertently granting his tongue access. He takes full advantage, invading my mouth, claiming me, and just as I'm beginning to respond, he releases me, his breath quickening. Taylor will take you and Prescott to SIP, he says, his eyes flaring with need. Taylor, he calls. I flush, trying to recover some composure. Sir, Taylor is standing in the doorway. Tell Prescott Mrs. Gray is going to work. Can you drive them, please? Certainly. Turning on his heel, Taylor disappears. If you could try to stay out of trouble today, I would appreciate it. Christian mutters. I'll see what I can do. I smile sweetly. A reluctant half-smile tugs at Christian's lips, but he doesn't give in to it. I'll see you later then, he says coolly. Later, I whisper. Prescott and I take the service elevator down to the basement garage in order to avoid the media outside. Jack's arrest and the fact that he was apprehended in our apartment are now public knowledge. As I settle into the Audi, I wonder if there will be more paparazzi waiting at SIP like the day our engagement was announced. We drive a while in silence, until I remember to call first Ray and then my mom to reassure them that Christian and I are safe. Mercifully, both calls are short, and I hang up just as we arrive outside SIP. As I feared, there's a small crowd of reporters and photographers lying in wait. They turn as one, looking expectantly at the Audi. Are you sure you want to do this, Mrs. Gray? Taylor asks. Part of me just wants to go home, but that means spending the day with Mr. Burning Rage. I hope that with a little time, you'll gain some perspective. Jack is in police custody, so 50 should be happy, but he's not. Part of me understands why. Too much of this is out of his control, including me. But I don't have time to think about this now. Take me around to the delivery entrance, please, Taylor. Yes, ma'am.
Passed away.
It's 1 o'clock, and I've managed to immerse myself in work all morning. There's a knock, and Elizabeth pops her head around the door. Can I have a moment? She asks brightly. Sure, I mutter, surprised at her unscheduled visit. She enters and sits down, tossing her long black hair over her shoulder. I just wanted to check you're okay. Roach asked me to pay you a visit, she adds hurriedly, as her face reddens. I mean, with all that went on last night. Jack Hyde's arrest is all over the newspaper, but no one seems to have made the connection yet with the fire at GEH. I'm fine, I answer, trying not to think too deeply about how I feel. Jack wanted to harm me. Well, that's not news. He's tried before. It's Christian I'm more concerned about. I glance quickly at my email. There's still nothing from him. I don't know if I were to send him an email, whether I'd just be provoking Mr. Burning Rage further. Good, Elizabeth answers, and her smile actually touches her eyes for a change. If there's anything I can do, anything you need, let me know. Will do. Elizabeth stands. I know how busy you are, Anne. I'll let you get back to thanks. That has to have been the briefest, most pointless meeting in the Western Hemisphere today. Why did Roach send her here? Perhaps he's worried given I'm his boss's wife? I shake off the dark thoughts and reach for my BlackBerry in the hope that there might be a message from Christian. As I do, my work email pings from Christian Gray. Subject, Statement.
he became a
Date,
different
August
friend.
26,
He made
2011.
contributions to
13:04. 2. Anastasia Gray.
the support that I gave
Anastasia.
to his channel
Detective
by
Clark will be
donating
visiting
my
your office today at
money.
3 p.m. to take your statement.
And in
I
turn,
have
I'm
insisted
sure
that he should come to you,
his massive
as I don't want
following
you
on his
going to the
YouTube
police
channel, The
station.
Study of Antiquity and
Christian
Middle
Gray,
Ages.
CEO, Gray
He has
Enterprises
sent a number of
Holdings, Inc.
listeners
I
to
gaze
me,
at his email for a full
in the
5
process.
minutes,
And
trying
Dude,
to
there's
think
a
of a light
financial
and witty
contributions
response
light
to
right
lift his
there.
mood.
willingly
I draw a complete blank
made to the podcast.
and opt
Not
for
on-
brevity
and
instead.
I hasten to add it because
From
I didn't request
Anastasia
anything
Gray.
from him.
Subject, statement.
Because I only
Date,
saw my
August
relationship
26,
with him and his channel was
2011.
beneficial.
13:12.
But all of those
2. Christian Gray.
donations he gave
Okay.
willingly and
A.
voluntarily,
X.
all of them
Anastasia
are now
Gray.
given back
Editor,
to him and his
SIP.
family. Because that's
I stare at the
Yoshi.
screen for
That's
another
where it
5
should be.
minutes, anxious for his
This
response. But there's
will
nothing.
survive. And
Christian is
Yoshi.
not in the mood to play today. I sit back. Can I blame him? My poor 50 was probably frantic back in the early hours of this morning. Then a thought occurs to me. He was in his tux when I woke this morning. What time did he decide to come back from New York? He normally leaves functions between 10 and 11. Last night at that hour, I was still at large with
All you gotta
Pete.
do is sing along.
Did Christian come home because I was out, or because of the Jack incident? If he left because I was out having a good time, he would have had no idea about Jack, about the
Everybody
police,
sing along.
nothing,
It's
until he landed in Seattle.
Your show.
It's suddenly very important to me to find out. If Christian came back merely because I was out, then he was overreacting. My subconscious sucks her teeth, wearing her harpy face. Okay, I'm glad he's back, so maybe it's irrelevant. But still, Christian must have had one hell of a shock when he landed. No wonder he's so confused today. His earlier words come back to me. I am still fucking mad at you, Anastasia. You're making me question my judgment. I have to know. Did he come back because of Cocktailgate or because of the fucking lunatic? From Anastasia Gray. Subject, your flight. Date, August 26, 2011. 13:24. 2. Christian Gray. What time did you decide to come back to Seattle yesterday? Anastasia Gray. Editor, SIP. From Christian Gray. Subject, your flight. Date, August 26, 2011. 13:26. 2. Anastasia Gray. Why? Christian Gray, CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc. From Anastasia Gray. Subject, your flight. Date, August 26, 2011. 13:29. 2. Christian Gray. Call it curiosity. Anastasia Gray. Editor, SIP. From Christian Gray. Subject, your flight. Date, August 26, 2011. 13:32. 2. Anastasia Gray. Curiosity killed the cat. Christian Gray. CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc. From Anastasia Gray. Subject, huh? Date, August 26, 2011. 13:35. 2. Christian Gray. What is that oblique reference to? Another threat? You know where I am going with this, don't you? Did you decide to return because I went out for a drink with my friend after you asked me not to? Or did you return because a madman was in your apartment? Anastasia Gray. Editor, SI. I stare at my screen. There is no response. I glance at the clock on my computer. 1:45 and still no response. From Anastasia Gray. Subject, here's the thing. Date, August 26th, 2011. 13:56. 2. Christian Gray. I will take your silence as an admission that you did indeed return to Seattle because I changed my mind. I am an adult female and went for a drink with my friend. I did not understand the security ramifications of changing
This
my
is the
mind
History of the
because
World
you
podcast,
never tell me
unscripted.
anything. I found out from Kate that security has, in fact, been stepped up for all the grades, not just us. I think you generally overreact where my safety is concerned, and I understand why. But you're like the boy trying wolf. I never had a clue about what is a real concern or merely something that is perceived as a concern by you. I had 2 of the security detail with me. I thought both Kate and I would be safe. Fact is, we were safer in that barn than at the apartment. Had I been fully informed of the situation, I would have taken a different course of action. I understand your concerns are something to do with material that was on Jack's computer here. Or so Kate believes. Do you know how annoying it is to find out my best friend knows more about what's going on with you than I do? And I am your wife. So are you going to tell me? Or will you continue to treat me like a child, guaranteeing that I continue to behave like one? You are not the only one who is fucking pissed, okay? Anna. Anastasia Gray, editor, SIP.
All I wanted to do, because
I hit
yesterday's
send.
episode I was
There.
focused mainly
Stick
on
that in your pipe and
podcast
smoke
show
it, Gray.
and paying tribute
I take a
to
deep breath.
Nick Barksdale,
I have
good
worked
friend of the
myself up
podcast,
into
who's
quite
no
a
longer with
rage.
us.
Here I was,
I
feeling
just
sorry
wanted
and
to,
guilty for behaving
put
badly.
off the,
Well, no longer.
looking at the
From
listener messages
Christian
and
Gray.
reviews, which we
Subject,
haven't looked at for a
here's the
couple of
thing.
weeks. So,
Date,
now
August
is a good
26,
time to
2011,
now, have a look at,
13:59. To
have a look at that.
Anastasia Gray.
So,
As ever,
listener
Mrs. Gray,
messages, let's,
you are forthright
let's
and
read out the ones
challenging
that
in
we've
email.
received.
Perhaps we can
Samuel
discuss this
Vincent
when you get
from
home to
Chandler,
our
Indiana,
apartment.
USA.
You should watch
Just
your
wanted to say
language.
that this is
I
an
am
amazing
still
podcast. I
fucking
get
pissed, too.
8 hours a day
Christian
while I'm
Gray,
at work to listen to your
CEO,
podcast.
Gray
I just
Enterprises
finished
Holdings,
Volume
Inc.
3, Episode 25.
Watch
and
my
have really
language.
enjoyed listening to you.
I
I'm
scowl at
excited
my
to get
computer,
caught up.
realizing
At the
this
same
is getting
time,
me
I'm not,
nowhere.
because then
I don't
I'll
respond,
only get to
but
listen
pick up a
to you once
manuscript
a week.
recently
I
received
didn't
from a
want to
promising
share
new
this
author
article.
and begin to
Sorry, I
read.
beg your pardon, I've misread that. I did want to
My
share
meeting
this
with
article.
Detective
I came
Clark is
across this past
uneventful.
weekend.
He is less
It was a nice
growly
bit
than
of
the night
history
before,
and thought to
maybe
me,
because
might
he's
like it as well
managed
to keep
decent
up with the
sleep,
work. Well,
or maybe he just
I
prefers
always say
working
this
during
to
the
anyone
day.
that does post links or
Thank you
send
for your statement, Mrs. Gray.
information to me.
You're welcome,
On one
Detective.
hand,
Is Hyde in
on the
police
social
custody
media
yet?
platform, there's,
Yes,
you
ma'am.
know, there's
He was released from the hospital
a
earlier
couple
this
of
morning.
thousand people
With
involved
what he's
on
charged
there
with,
that would love to
he
read
should
this
be with us
article.
for
So
a
if you
while.
want to send
He
something,
smiles, his dark eyes
you
crinkling
know,
in the
as
corners.
much as I appreciate
Good.
receiving
This has been an anxious time for my husband
these
and me.
links to articles,
I spoke at
don't
length with
send
Mr.
them
Gray
to
this
me.
morning.
Put them on the
He's
social
very
media
relieved.
page so that we can all
Interesting
see
man, your husband.
anything that you
You
might
have
want
no
to share
idea.
it with everybody.
Yes,
You know,
I
all
think
your
so.
works.
I
It's
offer
about
him a polite
Italian
smile,
city
and he knows he's
that
being
was,
dismissed.
submerged,
If you think of anything,
that
you can call
was,
me. Here's my card.
revealed by
He wrestles a card out of his wallet and
water
hands it to
levels
me.
since
Thank you,
replenished
Detective. I'll do that.
this,
Good day to you,
this
Mrs.
Italian
Gray.
city again. And
Good day.
It's not the first time
As he
we've seen
leaves,
this
I
place.
wonder
It's
exactly
Italian
what
culture.
Hyde has been
It's
charged with.
uncovered.
No doubt
It's,
Christian won't tell me.
You know, it's a relatively
I purse my
inaccessible
lips.
area of the world, and
We ride in
it's,
silence to
it's
Escala.
fascinating.
Sawyer is driving this time, Prescott at his side, and my heart grows heavier and heavier as we head back. I know Christian and I are going to have an almighty fight, and I don't know if I have the energy. As I ride in the elevator from the garage with Prescott beside me, I try to marshal my thoughts. What do I want to say? I think I said it all in my email. Perhaps he'll give me some answers. I hope so. I can't help my nerves. My heart's pounding, my mouth is dry, and my palms are sweaty. I don't want to fight, but sometimes he's so difficult, and I need to stand my ground. The elevator doors slide open, revealing the foyer, and it's once more neat and tidy. The table is upright, and a new vase is in place with a gorgeous array of pale pink and white peonies. I quickly check the paintings as we wander through. The Madonnas all look to be intact. The broken foyer door is fixed and operational once more. and Prescott
also
kindly
got a
opens
message
it
from
for me.
Richard
She's been so quiet today. I think I prefer her this
just
way.
wanted to take a moment of your
I
time
drop
to
my
tell you how
briefcase in the
thoroughly I
hall and
enjoyed
head
the
into the
podcast
great
and
room.
thank you for sharing
I
your
stop.
research and knowledge with the world.
Holy
I've
fuck.
recently finished volume 1
Good evening,
and
Mrs.
looking
Gray.
forward to catching up. Your
Christian
podcast
says
is something
softly.
I look forward to
He's
every
standing
day.
by the piano,
Thank you very
dressed
much.
in a
It's
tight
very,
black t-shirt
kind
and
message.
jeans. Those
Layla,
jeans.
Is it a West
The ones he wore in the playroom.
Canada, has been,
My.
hi Chris, I
They
hope
are
you're doing well.
overwashed
My name is
pale
Layla
blue
and I'm
denim,
a high
smug,
school maths
ripped at
teacher
the knee,
in
and
Toronto.
hot.
I wanted to
He
thank you for your
saunters over to
amazing
me,
job.
his
I
feet
cannot wait
bare,
to start my day
top
by
button of the
listening to
jeans
you
undone,
while
his
I'm
smoldering
driving to
eyes
school.
never leaving mine.
This has
Good
made
to have you home.
driving enjoyable
I've been waiting for
experience.
you.
I've learned a lot from your podcast and I can say that you are my favourite history teacher.
Chapter 11.
I recommended your podcast to many of my friends and
Have you
family
now?
in Canada
I whisper.
and my home country,
My mouth goes
Iran.
drier still,
I wish
my
you
heart
the best of
pounding
luck.
in my
Cannot wait
chest.
to hear more of your
Why is
podcast.
he
Best
dressed
regards,
like this?
Layla.
What does it mean?
Thank you very
Is
much.
he still
It's
sulking?
really blown away
I
by how
His
warm
voice is
these
kitten
messages
soft,
are.
but he's smirking as he strolls closer to me.
Nanette McCrone
He looks
from
hot,
Staffordshire, right
his
here
jeans hanging
in the
that
UK.
way from
Thank
his
you, Chris,
hips.
for the fantastic
Oh no,
podcast. I found
I'm
you
not
from
going
the
to be
YouTube
distracted by
channel.
Mr.
The
Sex
study
on
of
Legs.
antiquity and
I try to
Middle
gauge his
Ages,
mood as he stalks toward me.
created
Angry?
by a
Playful?
Barstow, God bless,
Lustful?
who is no longer
Ah,
with us.
it's impossible to
As
tell.
I had a phase of being
I like
obsessed
your
with
jeans,
ancient Mesopotamia,
I murmur.
watching the videos.
He grins a disarming, wolfish grin that doesn't reach his eyes. Shit. He's still mad. He's wearing these to distract me. He halts in front of me, and I'm seared by his intensity. He gazes down, wide, unreadable eyes burning into mine. I swallow. I understand you have issues, Mrs. Gray. He says sulkily, and he pulls something from the back pocket of his jeans. I can't tear my gaze from his, but hear him unfold a piece of paper. He holds it up, and glancing briefly in its direction, I recognize my email. My gaze returns to his, as his eyes blaze bright with anger. Yes, I have issues, I whisper, feeling breathless. I need distance if we're going to discuss this, but before I can step back, he leans down and runs his nose along mine. My eyes flutter to a close as I welcome his unexpected, gentle touch. So do I, he whispers against my skin, and I open my eyes at his words. He straightens and gazes intently at me once more. I think I'm familiar with your issues, Christian. My voice is wry, and he narrows his eyes, suppressing the amusement that sparks there momentarily. Are we going to fight? I take a precautionary step back. I must physically distance myself from him, from his smell, his look, his distracting body in those hot jeans. He frowns as I move away. Why did you fly back from New York? I whisper. Let's get this over and done with. You know why. His tone carries a warning ring. Because I went out with Kate? Because you went back on your word, and you defied me, putting yourself at unnecessary risk. Went back on my word? Is that how you see it? I gasped, ignoring the rest of his sentence. Yes. Holy crap. Talk about overreaction. I start to roll my eyes, but stop when he scowls at me. Christian, I changed my mind. I explain slowly, patiently, as if he's a child. I'm a woman. We're renowned for it. That's what we do. He blinks at me as if he doesn't comprehend this. If I had thought for 1 minute that you would cancel your business trip, words fail me. I realize I don't know what to say. I am momentarily catapulted back to the argument over our vows. I never promised to obey you, Christian. But I hold my tongue, because Deep down, I'm glad he came back.
Now, if you
In
want
spite
to
of
do
his
more
fury,
podcasts,
I'm glad
you can.
he's here in one piece,
Sign up to make a
angry
monthly
and smoldering in
contribution.
front of me.
And when you do,
You
gain
changed
the
your mind?
distinction of being
He can't
a
hide his
lifelong
contemptuous
member
disbelief.
of what we call
Yes,
the History of the
and
World
you didn't
podcast
think to
Illuminati,
call me?
those people
He
who have
glares
been
at me,
enlightened
incredulous, before
by the
continuing.
stories of history.
What's more,
And,
you left the
have been
security
kind
detail
enough
short
to
here and put
towards
Ryan
the
at risk.
continuation,
Oh,
certainly in
That'd be
this
a big
I hadn't
one,
thought
yeah.
about that.
podcast form.
I should have called,
when you
but
do
I didn't
sign
want to
up
worry you.
become a member of the
If I
History of the
had,
World
I'm
podcast
sure you would have
Illuminati,
forbidden me to
qualify,
go, and I've missed
for
Kate.
rewards.
I
You can
wanted to see
qualify for
her.
rewards and,
Besides,
they
it
can
kept
be
me
gifts,
out
they
of the
can be
way when Jack was
opportunities
here.
to,
Ryan shouldn't have let him in.
Subject
This
to
is
your
so
own choice for a
confusing.
podcast episode
If Ryan
in the future.
hadn't, Jack would
We'll
still
be
be at
exploring a bit more
large.
about that in next
Christian's
week's
eyes
Unscripted
gleam
episode.
wildly, then shut,
But,
his face tightening as if
before
in
we do
pain.
that, let's introduce
Oh, no.
and welcome in.
He shakes his
some
head,
new members
and
to the
before I
History of
know
the
it,
Podcast
he has folded
Illuminati.
me in his arms,
Nettie
pulling me
Gaming,
hard against
Ronnie
him.
Anderson, and
Oh,
Eva
Anna.
May. Thank
He
you so
whispers
much for
as he tightens his hold on me so that I can barely breathe. If
If
something were to happen to you, his voice is barely a whisper. It didn't, I managed to say. But it could have. I've died 1,000 deaths today thinking about what might have happened. I was so mad, Anna. Mad at you, mad at myself, mad at everyone. I can't remember being this angry except... He stops again. Except, I prompt, once in your old apartment when Layla was there.
You are part of an
Oh,
exclusive club.
I don't want to think about that.
I'll be exploring ways in which I
You
can
were so
maybe
cold this morning.
provide you with some
I murmur.
exclusive
My
content.
voice cracks on the
It
last
won't be
word
anything,
as I remember the hideous feeling of rejection in the shower.
differ from
His hands move
main
to the nape of my
podcast
neck,
itself, so
loosening their grip on me.
you
and I
needn't
take a
worry
deep
that you
breath.
miss out on anything,
He pulls my head back.
to do with the
I
chronology.
don't know how to
to
deal
do
with
the
this
actual,
anger.
podcast
I don't think I want to
episodes,
hurt
they
you,
will always remain
he
free of
says,
charge.
his eyes wide and
But,
wary.
those
This
people
morning,
do make
I wanted to
financial
punish you
contributions to the
badly,
project.
and
You know, I'm exploring
he stops,
ways in which
lost
I
for
can
words,
reward you
I
for
think,
doing so.
or too afraid to
a
say
heartfelt
them.
thank you, and
You were worried you'd hurt me?
there we go. We like to
I finished his sentence for him, not believing that he'd hurt me for a minute, but relieved,
anyway,
too.
that's
A small,
that
vicious
I've got
part
to
of
say
me feared it
for
was
this
because he
particular
didn't
episode.
want me
Next
anymore.
week will be another unscripted episode.
didn't
Might
trust
talk a little
myself.
bit more about the
He says
upcoming
quietly,
Valley History Festival,
Christian,
which,
I know you'd never hurt
I'm
me,
planning to visit.
not physically
And,
anyway.
I haven't made
I
my
clasp
mind
his
up
head
which
between my
days and
hands.
days. I think it might be
Do you?
Tuesday
He asks,
Wednesday,
and there's
perhaps,
skepticism in his
maybe.
voice.
The
Yes,
21st and the
I knew what
22nd
you said was an
June,
empty,
maybe.
idle
So
threat.
if you're going to the
I know
TRUMAN
you're not going to beat
History
the shit out of
Festival
me.
on either of those days, I might well
I
bump into
wanted
you
to.
down there. So, but
No,
I may
you didn't.
mention a little bit more
You
about
just
that
thought
next
you
week.
did. I don't
But
know if
until
that's
then,
true.
thanks for listening.
He murmurs.
And don't
Think
forget
about
to
it.
be good.
I urge, wrapping my arms around him once more and nuzzling his chest through the black t-shirt. About how you felt when I left. You've told me often enough what that did to you, how it altered your view of the world, of me. I know what you've given up for me. Think about how you felt about the cuff marks on our honeymoon. He stills, and I know he's processing this information. I tighten my arms around him, my hands on his back, feeling his taut, toned muscles beneath his t-shirt. Gradually, he relaxes as the tension slowly ebbs away.
See you next
Is
time.
this what's been worrying him? That he'll hurt me? Why do I have more faith in him than he has in himself? I don't understand. Surely we've moved on. He's normally so strong, so in control. But without that, he's lost. Oh, 50. I'm sorry.
This is the History
This is
of
my
the
hair.
World podcast.
I turn my face up to
unscripted.
his, and his lips find mine, searching, taking, giving, begging. For what? I don't know. I just want to feel his mouth on mine, and I return his kiss passionately. You have such me, he whispers after he breaks away. I do. He strokes my face with the backs of his knuckles and the tip of his thumb, gazing intently into my eyes. His anger has gone. My 50 is back from wherever he's been. It's good to see him. I glance up and smile shyly. Besides, I whisper, you don't have the paperwork.
Hello everyone, it's Chris here from the
His
History of the
mouth
World
drops
podcast,
open in
and
amused
this
shock,
is an unscripted
and he
episode.
clutches me
We
to
take
his
a
chest
short
again.
summer break
You're right.
while we write
I
new
don't.
episodes,
He
and
laughs.
also episodes for
We stand
our
in the middle of the great
patrons,
room,
so our
locked
paying
in our embrace, just
subscribers,
holding
if you
each
like,
other.
or, well, I say subscribers,
to bed.
we don't do a subscription,
He whispers,
just
after
basically
heaven
take
knows how
voluntary
long.
contributions,
Oh,
and
my.
some of those people
Christian,
who make voluntary
we need to talk.
contributions qualify
Later,
to commission
he
their own
urges
special
softly.
episodes.
Christian, please,
Let's
talk to me.
introduce you to some of the subjects
He sighs.
we're talking about when
About
we do
what?
fire up the new episodes, probably
You know,
sometime in July.
You keep me in the dark.
So,
I want to
firstly,
protect
I
you.
think we're going to concentrate
I'm not a
on
child.
our
I am
episode
fully
on
aware of
the
that,
Khoisan
Mrs. Gray.
cultures
He runs
of
his hands
Africa.
down my body and cups my
It's quite a
backside.
tricky subject to
Flexing
broach
his
that
hips,
one,
he
because
presses
the
his growing
Khoisan,
erection into me.
is
Christian,
more of an
I
exonym
scold.
for,
Talk
for
to
the
me.
cultures. There's a lot
He
more to
sighs
it
once
than
more
just
with
lumping
exasperation.
together as Khoisan cultures,
What do you
but
want to know?
there's
His voice is resigned as he
significant
releases me.
links to
I
history
balk.
among
I didn't
these
mean you had to
cultures.
let me
And
go.
also, it introduces
Taking my
us to
hand,
the
he reaches down to pick up my
struggles of how,
email from the floor.
indigenous
Lots of things,
peoples,
I mutter, as I let him lead me to the couch.
foreign invasion
Sit,
and
he orders.
colonialization.
Some things never
colonialism.
change, I muse,
So
doing as I'm told.
It's going to be a very
Christian sits
fascinating
beside me
episode,
and,
not
leaning
only
forward,
to write it,
puts his
but
head in his
relates
hands.
significantly to South
Oh,
African
no.
politics.
Is this too hard for him?
And also,
Then he sits
it
up,
sort of
rakes
reaches
both
back
hands
as
through his
far as
hair,
the
and
material
turns
of
to me,
Volume 1, where
at
we were
once
talking about the
expectant and
evolution
reconciled
period.
to
So,
his fate.
we can really
Ask
sort of
me,
tie a
he says
thread
simply.
from the
Oh,
beginning of
well,
human
that was
evolution
easier than I thought.
right through to modern day
Why the
politics,
additional security for your
the
family?
ongoing struggle of the
Hyde
Khoisan
was a threat to them.
cultures
How do you know?
to be recognised
From his computer.
their
It
modern
held personal
status.
details
So
about
it's
me
gonna
and
be
the
a
rest of my
really, really
family,
good episode, with a
especially
good
Carrick.
exploration into
Carrick?
the culture that probably
Why him?
should be talked about
I don't know
a
yet.
lot more.
Let's go to bed.
We're also going to be
Christian,
taking,
tell me.
I'm
Tell
gonna be
you
trying
what?
something new in actual fact.
You
We're
are
taking
so
a look at the history of
exasperating.
Crete. So, how
So
on earth am
are
I going
you.
to cram that all into
He
one
glares.
podcast episode? But
You
I'm gonna
didn't
give
ramp
it a
up the
try.
security when you
It
first
should be
found
quite
out
an
there was
entertaining
information about
episode
your
because
family
it'll
on the
be a,
computer.
like, very
So,
fast-paced,
what happened? Why now?
Good overview.
Christian narrows his eyes at me.
Interested in the history of that
I
island.
didn't know he was going to
Interested
attempt to
in the
burn
history of
down my
any
building,
Mediterranean
or...
island. They're really,
He stops.
they're
He
touched
thought it
by
was an
so
unwelcome
much,
obsession, but,
not
you know.
always,
He
not always
shrugs.
good, sometimes
When you're in the
quite
public
bad,
eye,
but,
people are interested.
Mediterranean
It
islands
was random
really all
stuff.
got a history of
News
their
reports
own,
on
so,
me from when I was at
really
Harvard,
very, very
my
interesting to
rowing,
speak
my
about the
career,
history of Crete,
reports
obviously.
on Carrick,
Crete itself
following his career,
very strongly
following my
linked to the
mom's
very
career,
first,
and to some
cultures
extent,
of Europe,
Elliot and
historical
Mia.
cultures of Europe,
How
with
strange.
the Minoans.
You said
Of course,
or,
we
I
bring that
prompted.
right forward. It's
Or what?
so many different
You said,
major
attempt
cultures,
to burn
such
down
as
my
Romans
building,
and
or
the
like you were going to
Arabs,
say something else.
Phoenicians, and
Are you
so
hungry?
many cultures had
What?
a hand in
I frown at him,
the history
and my
of Crete,
stomach rumbles.
right up until
Did you
the
eat
20th
today?
century, of course.
His voice is sterner,
The
and his
activity
eyes
of Nazi
frost.
Germany as well.
I'm betrayed by my flesh,
Quite directly, so
as I thought.
that's going to be
His voice
an
is
excellent
clipped.
episode. It's gonna
You
be
know how I
something
feel about
really
you not
drive
eating.
forward in terms
Come,
of, like,
he says.
fast-paced
He stands and holds out his hand.
Also,
Let me feed you.
episodes have been
And he
like that
shifts
also.
again.
I'm going to be
This
reading
time
some
his
emails
voice
out
full
as
of
well
sensual
that
promise.
he sent to me in the last week.
Feed
One
me?
of them sort of,
I whisper. as everything south of my navel liquefies. Hell, this is such a typically mercurial diversion from what we've been discussing. Is that it? Is that all I'm getting out of him for now? Leading me over to the kitchen, Christian grabs a bar stool and hefts it around to the other side of the island. Sit, he says. Where's Mrs. Jones? I asked, noticing her absence for the first time as I perched on the stool. I've given her and Taylor the night off. Why? He gazes at me for a beat, and his arrogant amusement is back. Because I can. So you're going to cook? My voice betrays my incredulity. O ye of little faith, Mrs. Gray, close your eyes. Wow, I thought we were going to have a full-on fight, and here we are, playing in the kitchen. Close them, he orders. I roll them first, then oblige. Not good enough, he mutters. I open one eye and see him take a plum-colored silk scarf out of the back pocket of his jeans. It matches my dress. Holy cow. I look quizzically at him. When did he get that? Close, he orders again. No peeking. You're going to blindfold me? I mutter, shocked. All of a sudden, I'm breathless. Yes. Christian, he places a finger upon my lips, silencing me. I want to talk. We'll talk later. I want you to eat now. You said you were hungry. He lightly kisses my lips. The silk of the scarf is soft against my eyelids as he ties it securely at the back of my head. Can you see? He asks. No, I mutter, figuratively rolling my eyes. He chuckles softly. I can tell when you're rolling your eyes, and you know how that makes me feel. I purse my lips. Can we just get this over and done with? I snap. Such impatience, Mrs. Gray. So eager to talk. His tone is playful. Yes! I must feed you first, he says, and brushes his lips over my temple, palming me instantly. Okay, have it your way. I resign myself to my fate and listen to his movements around the kitchen. The fridge door opens and Christian places various dishes on the countertop behind me. He pads over to the microwave, pops something in, and turns it on. My curiosity is piqued. I hear the toaster lever drop, the turn of the control, and the quiet tick of the timer.
Did you
Yes, I am eager to talk, I murmur, distracted. An assortment of exotic, spicy aromas fills the kitchen, and I shift in my chair. Be still, Anastasia, he murmurs, and he's close to me again. I want you to behave, he whispers. Oh my, and don't bite your lip. Gently, he tugs my bottom lip free of my teeth, and I can't help my smile. Next, I hear the sharp pop of a cork being drawn from a bottle, and the gentle glug of wine being poured into a glass. Then a moment of silence, followed by a quiet click and the soft hiss of white noise from their surround sound speakers as they come to life. A loud twang of a guitar begins a song I don't know. Christian turns the volume down to background level. A man starts to sing. His voice deep, low, and sexy. A drink first, I think, Christian whispers, diverting me from the song. Head back. I tip my head back. Further, he prompts. I oblige, and his lips are on mine. Cool, crisp wine flows into my mouth. I swallow reflexively. Memories flood back of not so long ago. Me trussed up on my bed in Vancouver before I graduated, with a hot, angry Christian not appreciating my email. Have times changed? Not much, except now I recognize the wine, Christian's favorite, a Sancerre.
gonna clear up all of that. All of
I
that
murmur in
backlog.
appreciation.
Special
You
episodes
like the
of
wine?
Mission
He whispers,
are
his
highly
breath
valued
warm on my
pages.
cheek.
Nice, man.
I'm bathed in his
Now,
proximity,
if you
his
would like
vitality,
to commission
the
your
heat
own
radiating from his
history
body,
of history
even
of
though
the
he doesn't
podcast,
touch
you
me.
can.
That's a really cool
Yes,
story.
You need to do, you
I
just need
breathe.
to qualify
Where is that?
by
Is it
making
selfie then?
I always want
accumulated,
more with you.
What's new?
donation
I almost
Idea
hear
where
his
you
grin.
go
It makes me grin
as
too.
per our Patreon.
Mrs.
Mrs.
Gray,
Want to
are
find
you
out more?
flirting
Just
with
go
me?
to the historyworldpodcast.com
Yes.
website, click on the
His
Patreon
wedding ring clinks against the
Yeah.
glass as he takes
explore
another
the
sip of
benefits
wine.
that are available.
Now
Very.
that
It's not
is a
just
sexy
podcast
sound.
episodes.
This
It's
time,
gifts
he
for
pulls my
everybody.
head right
So
back,
I know that there's a
cradling me.
backlog of gifts still
He
to be
kisses me
sent.
once
Yeah?
more,
If you've
and greedily I
qualified,
swallow the wine he
I've
gives me.
emailed you already.
He
Don't
smiles as he
worry,
kisses me
you've not
again.
been forgotten about.
Hungry?
We're just going to send
I
it all
think
off
we've
together.
already
So we're just
established
collecting
that,
them together and
Mr.
sending
Gray.
them all off together.
The troubadour on the iPod is singing about wicked games.
Hey, Wiki.
Hmm.
Remember
How
when
apt.
friends called me Wicked?
The microwave pings, and Christian releases me. I sit upright. The food smells spicy. Garlic, mint, oregano, rosemary, and lamb, I think. The door to the microwave opens, and the appetizing smell grows stronger. Shit! Christ! Christian curses, and a dish clatters onto the countertop. Oh, baby. You okay? Yes. He snaps, his voice tight. A moment later, he's standing beside me once more. I just burned myself. He eases his index finger into my mouth. Maybe you could suck it better.
You are now a
Oh.
lifelong member.
Clasping his hand, I draw his finger slowly from my mouth. There, I soothe, and leaning forward, I blow, cooling his finger, then kiss it gently twice. He stops breathing. I reinsert it into my mouth and suck gently. He inhales sharply, and the sound travels straight to my groin. He tastes as delicious as ever. And I realize that this is his game, the slow seduction of his wife. I thought he was mad, and now? This man, my husband, is so confusing. But this is how I like him. Playful, fun, sexy as hell. He's given me some answers, but I'm greedy. I want more, but I want to play too. After the anxiety and tension of today, and the nightmare of last night with Jack, this is a welcome diversion. What are you thinking? Christian murmurs, stopping my thoughts in their tracks as he pulls his finger out of my mouth. How mercurial you are. He stills beside me. 50 Shades, baby, he says eventually, and plants a tender kiss at the corner of my mouth. My 50 Shades, I whisper. Grabbing his t-shirt, I pull him back to me. Oh, no you don't, Mrs. Gray. No touching. Not yet. He takes my hand, pries it off his t-shirt, and kisses each finger in turn. Sit up, he commands. I pout. I will spank you if you pout. Now open wide. Oh, shit. I open my mouth, and he pops in a forkful of spicy hot lamb covered in a cool, minty yogurt sauce. I chew.
You are right,
like?
of course.
Yes. He makes an appreciative noise, and I know he's eating and enjoying too. More. I nod. He gives me another forkful, and I chew it enthusiastically. He puts the fork down and he tears bread, I think. Open, he orders. This time it's pita bread and hummus. I realize Mrs. Jones, or maybe even Christian, has been shopping at the delicatessen I discovered about 5 weeks ago, only 2 blocks from Escala. I chew gratefully. Christian, in a playful mood, increases my appetite. More, he asks. I nod. More of everything, please. I'm starving. I hear his delighted grin. Slowly and patiently, he feeds me, occasionally kissing a morsel of food from the corner of my mouth, or wiping it off with his fingers. Intermittently, he offers me a sip of wine in his unique way. Open wide, then bite. He murmurs. I follow his command. One of my favorites. Stuffed vine leaves. Even cold, they are delicious. Though I prefer them heated up. But I don't want to risk Christian burning himself again. He feeds it to me slowly, and when I've finished, I lick his fingers clean. He asks, his voice low and husky. I shake my head. I'm full. Good, he whispers against my ear, because it's time for my favorite course, you. He scoops me up in his arms, surprising me so much I squeal. Can I take the blindfold off? No. I almost pout, then remember his threat and think better of it. Playroom. He murmurs. Oh, I don't know if that's a good idea. You up for the challenge? He asks, and because he's used the word challenge, I can't say no. Bring it on, I murmur, desire and something that I don't want to name thrumming through my body. He carries me through the door, then up the stairs to the second floor. I think you've lost weight, he mutters disapprovingly. I have? Good. I remember his comment when we arrived back from our honeymoon, and how much it smarted. Jeez, was that just a week ago?
I'm sure there are.
Outside the playroom, he slides me down his body and sets me on my feet, but keeps his arm wrapped around my waist. Briskly, he unlocks the door. It always smells the same, polished wood and citrus. It's actually become a comforting smell. Releasing me, Christian turns me around until I'm facing away from him. He undoes the scarf, and I blink in the soft light. Gently, he pulls the hairpins from my updo, and my braid falls free. He grasps it and tugs gently, so I have to step back against him. I have a plan, he whispers in my ear, sending delicious shivers down my spine. I thought you might, I answer. He kisses me beneath my ear. Oh, Mrs. Gray, I do. His tone is soft, mesmerizing. He tugs my braid to the side and plants a trail of soft kisses down my throat. First, we have to get you naked. His voice hums low in his throat and resonates through my body. I want this, whatever he has planned. I want to connect the way we know how. He turns me around to face him. I glance down at his jeans, the top button still undone, and I can't help myself. I brush my index finger around the waistband, avoiding his t-shirt, feeling the hairs of his happy trail tickle my knuckle. He inhales sharply, and I look up to meet his eyes. I stop at the unfastened button. His eyes darken to a deeper gray. Hi. You should keep these on, I whisper. I fully intend to, Anastasia. And he moves, grabbing me with one hand on the back of my neck and the other around my backside. He pulls me against him, then his mouth is on mine, and he's kissing me like his life depends on it. Whoa! He walks me backward, our tongues entwined, until I feel the wooden cross behind me. He leans into me, the contours of his body pressing into mine. Let's get rid of this dress, he says, peeling my dress up my thighs, my hips, my belly, deliciously slowly, the material skimming over my skin, skimming over my breasts. Lean forward, he says. I comply, and he pulls my dress over my head and discards it on the floor, leaving me in my sandals, panties, and bra. His eyes blaze as he grasps both my hands and raises them over my head. He blinks once and tilts his head to one side, and I know he's asking for my permission. What is he going to do to me? I swallow, then nod, and a trace of an admiring, almost proud smile touches his lips. He clips my wrists into the leather cuffs on the bar above and produces the scarf once more. Think you've seen enough. He wraps it around my head, blindfolding me again. and I feel a frisson run through me as all my other senses heighten. The sound of his soft breathing, my own excited response, the blood pulsing in my ears, Christian's scent mixed with the citrus and polish in the room. All are brought into sharper focus because I can't see. His nose touches mine. I'm going to drive you wild, he whispers. His hands grasp my hips, and he moves down, removing my panties as his hands glide down my legs. Drive me wild. Wow. Lift your feet, one at a time. I oblige, and he removes first my panties, then each sandal in turn. Gently grasping my ankle, he tugs my leg gently to the right. Step, he says. He cuffs my right ankle to the cross, then proceeds to do the same with my left. I am helpless, spread-eagled on the cross. Standing, Christian steps toward me, and my body is bathed in his warmth once more, though he doesn't touch me. After a moment, he grasps my chin, tilts my head up, and kisses me chastely. Some music and voice, I think. You look beautiful like this, Mrs. Gray. I may take a moment to admire the view. His voice is soft. Everything clenches deep inside. After a moment, maybe two, I hear him pad quietly to the museum chest and open one of the drawers. The butt drawer? I have no idea. He takes something out and places it on the top, followed by something else. The speakers spring to life, and after a moment, the strains of a single piano playing a soft, lilting melody fill the room. It's familiar. Bach, I think, but I don't know what piece it is. Something about the music makes me apprehensive. Perhaps because the music is too cool, too detached. I frown, trying to grasp why it unsettles me. But Christian grasps my chin, startling me, and tugs gently so that I release my bottom lip. I smile, trying to reassure myself. Why do I feel uneasy? Is it the music? Christian runs his hand from my chin, along my throat, and down my chest to my breast. Using his thumb, he pulls on the cup, bringing my breast from the restraint of my bra. He makes a low, appreciative humming noise in his throat and kisses my neck. His lips follow the path of his fingers to my breast, kissing and sucking all the way. His fingers move to my left breast, releasing it from my bra. I moan as he skates his thumb across my left nipple, and his lips close around my right, tugging and teasing me gently until both nipples are long and hard. He doesn't stop. With exquisite care, he slowly increases the intensity on each. I pull fruitlessly against my restraints as sharp pleasure spikes from my nipples to my groin. I try to squirm, but I can hardly move, and it makes the torture all the more intense. Christian, I plead. I know, he murmurs, his voice hoarse. This is what you make me feel. What? I groan, and he begins again, subjecting my nipples to his sweet, agonizing touch over and over, taking me closer. Please, I mule. He makes a low, primal sound in his throat, then stands, leaving me bereft, breathless, and squirming against my restraints. He runs his hands down my sides, one pausing on my hip while the other travels down my belly. Let's see how you're doing, he croons softly. Gently, he cups my sex, brushing his thumb across my clitoris and making me cry out. Slowly, he inserts one, then two fingers inside me. I groan and thrust my hips forward, eager to meet his fingers and the palm of his hand. Oh, Anastasia, you are so ready, he says. He circles his fingers inside me, around and around, while his thumb strokes my clitoris, back
cheap
and
ticket
forth
for the
once
day.
more.
So much to do
It's
down
the
there.
only
It's quite
point on my
amazing.
body where he's
So,
touching me, and
hopefully
all the
I
tension,
will see one or
all
two
the
down
anxiety
there,
of
and
the
if
day
not,
is concentrated on this
down there
one
anyway.
part of my anatomy.
Also,
Holy shit.
this week, very
It's
special week,
intense
World
and
Podcast.
strange.
Is,
The
on,
music.
what are we now, Tuesday?
I
On
begin to
Friday,
build.
it will be our
Christian
4th
shifts, his
birthday.
hand
So
still
this
moving
coming
against
Friday,
and in me,
24th
and I
June,
hear a low
is,
buzzing
4
noise.
years to the day
What?
since we
I
released our
gasp.
first episode. So
Hush.
here we are, still
He
going
soothes,
4 years later.
and his lips are on mine, effectively
wouldn't have
silencing
imagined
me.
it when I started
I
out.
welcome the warmer, more intimate contact,
One day,
kissing him
perhaps,
voraciously.
maybe,
He breaks the contact and the buzzing noise gets nearer. This is a wand, baby. It vibrates. He holds it against my chest, and it feels like a large ball-like object vibrating against me. I shiver as it moves across my skin, down between my breasts, across to first one, then the other nipple, and I'm awash with sensation, tingling everywhere, synapses firing as dark need pools at the base of my belly. Ah! I groan, while Christian's fingers continue to move inside me. I'm close. All this stimulation. Tilting my head back, I moan loudly and Christian stills his fingers. All sensation stops. No! Christian! I plead, trying to thrust my hips forward for some friction. Still, baby, he says while my impending orgasm melts away. He leans forward once more and kisses me. Frustrating, isn't it? He murmurs. Oh no. Suddenly, I understand his game. Christian, please. Hush, he says, and kisses me. And he starts to move again. Wand, fingers, thumb. A lethal combination of sensual torture. He shifts so his body brushes against mine. He's still dressed, and the soft denim of his jeans brushes against my leg, his erection at my hip, so tantalizingly close. He brings me to the brink again, my body singing with need, and stops. No! I mule loudly. He plants soft, wet kisses on my shoulder as he withdraws his fingers from me and moves the wand down. It oscillates over my stomach, my belly, onto my sex, against my clitoris. It's intense. Ah! I cry out, pulling hard on the restraints. My body is so sensitized I feel I am going to explode. And just as I am, Christian stops again. Christian! I cry out. Frustrating, yes. He murmurs against my throat. Just like you. Promising one thing, and then... His voice trails off.
Hello everyone, this is Christian.
Christian, please. I beg. He pushes the wand against me again and again, stopping just at the vital moment each time. Each time I stop, it feels more intense when I start again, right? Please, I whimper. My nerve endings are screaming for release. The buzzing stops, and Christian kisses me. He runs his nose down mine. You are the most frustrating woman I have ever met.
At the moment, I'm writing special episodes for those History of the World
Christian,
podcast
I never promised to obey you. Please, please.
Just to give you a little
He moves in front of me, grabs my behind, and pushes his hips against me, making me gasp. His groin rubbing into mine, the buttons of his jeans pressing into me, barely containing his erection. With one hand, he pulls off the blindfold and grasps my chin, and I blink up into his scorching eyes. You drive me crazy, he whispers, flexing his hips against me once, twice, 3 times more, causing my body to spark, ready to burn. And again, he denies me. I want him so badly. I need him so badly. I close my eyes and mutter a prayer. I can't help but feel I'm being punished. I'm helpless, and he's ruthless. Tears spring
Also,
to my
regards
eyes.
to weaponry,
I don't know how far
so,
he's going to take
something
this.
a lot to look
Please,
forward to
I
there,
whisper
really,
once
and,
more.
the two special
But he gazes
episodes
down
on
at me,
travelling communication
implacable.
and weaponry
He's just going to
will,
continue.
will be
For how long?
the start of
Can
the
I play
resumption
this game?
of Volume 4
No.
episodes. So,
No,
so
no,
they will
I can't
take
do
the place
this.
of episodes 29
I know he's not
and 30,
going to
and
stop.
we'll be back in the
He's
room
going to
again
continue to
and
torture me.
publishing weekly
His
episodes
hand
as we
travels
do.
down
So
my body
don't
once
worry,
more.
we
No.
haven't forgotten about
And
you.
the dam
I've
bursts.
just had a bit of
All
a
the
busy month,
apprehension,
to be quite
the
honest.
anxiety,
June was
and the
very
fear
busy.
from the last couple of
The
days
podcast celebrated
overwhelming
its
me
fourth
anew as
birthday,
tears
so that's
spring
always
to my eyes.
something worth
I turn
mentioning,
away from him.
and, I'd
This
like
is
to
not
thank you
love.
sincerely for
It's
your
revenge.
support of the podcast,
Red,
because I'm not sure
I
that I could
whimper.
have done it without
Red,
you, so
Red.
thank you so much.
The tears course down my face.
I had
He
to,
stills. No,
I
he
had
gasps,
to sort of
stunned.
go away.
Jesus Christ,
Briefly,
no.
at the start of
He
June,
moves
so,
quickly,
I wasn't
unclipping
at
my
home,
hands, clasping me around my waist and leaning down to unclip my
Then
ankles,
I also
while I
actually
put my
made
head in my
time to go to
hands
the
and
Shop
weep.
Valley History Festival,
No,
which is one of
no,
my favourite
no, Anna,
activities of the year.
please,
Is to,
no.
is to go down there and
Picking me
just
up,
spend
he
a couple
moves
of
to the
days
bed,
down there.
sitting
Very
down and
interesting
cradling me in
indeed,
his lap while I
gentleman
sob
called Ian
inconsolably.
Caffrey,
I'm overwhelmed,
was,
my body wound up to
working
breaking
down
point,
there,
my mind a blank,
project
and my
involving
emotions scattered to the wind.
meteorite that
He
landed
reaches
in,
behind him,
Egypt,
drags the satin sheet off the four-poster bed, and drapes it around
ancient
me.
Egypt
The cool
was
sheets
king,
feel
and,
alien
the
and
ancient
unwelcome
Egyptians,
against my
worked
sensitized skin.
this meteorite
He wraps his
and
arms around me,
produced jewelry, and
hugging me close,
it's been a matter
rocking
of
me
debate
gently
how
backward and
they
forward.
did this, what
I'm
method
sorry.
they used,
I'm
and,
sorry,
Ian with his
Christian
colleague
murmurs,
Will,
his voice raw.
were
He kisses my hair
attempting
over
to
and over again.
recreate,
Anna,
what they believed
forgive
to
me,
be the
please.
method that the Egyptians
Turning my
used,
face
and,
into his neck,
their
I continue
method,
to cry,
has
and it's
been
a
sort of
cathartic
debunked
release.
slightly by
So much has happened over
experts
the
who
last few
believe
days.
that,
Fires and
the
computer rooms,
meteorite
car
properties
chases,
were cold
careers
blooded.
planned out for me,
Ian
slutty
disagrees.
architects,
He thinks that it was
armed lunatics in the apartment,
different heat
arguments,
that was
his
used, and
anger,
he was at the Chalk Valley
and Christian
History
has
Festival
been
all
away.
week long,
I hate Christian going away.
trying to,
I use the corner of the sheet to wipe my nose and gradually become aware that the clinical tones of Bach are still echoing around the room. Please switch the music off. I sniff. Yes, of course.
Museums,
Christian shifts,
maybe
not
did
letting me
give him
go,
the time
and
of
pulls the
day
remote
when
out of
he
his
was
back
presenting
pocket.
his
He presses a
theory.
button and the piano
Now,
music ceases, to be
now
replaced by my
feel
shuddering
obliged to
breaths.
give him,
Better?
him
He
both
asks.
of them in, and we'll
I nod,
at time of
my
day,
sobs
maybe
easing.
their theory will now
Christian
gain
wipes
some
my tears
credibility.
away
So
gently with his thumb.
congratulations to Ian, a charming
Not a
gentleman
fan
as well.
of Bach's
He was,
Goldberg
very gracious in
variations.
telling me all
He
about his
asks,
project. You can see
"Not
the
that
enthusiasm
piece."
in his eyes as
He
he's very
gazes down at
excited
me,
to tell me about
trying
it. So
and failing to
that
hide the
was a great
shame in his
pleasure. I
eyes.
was also lucky
I'm
enough
sorry,
to
he says again.
listen to a
Why did you
lecture
do
given
that?
by Mary
My voice
Favreau,
is barely audible as I
who's
try to
written,
process my
a book
scrambled
called
thoughts
The
and
Horde,
feelings.
How the Mongols
He
Changed
shakes his
the
head
World.
sadly and closes his
It is
eyes.
just
I got
new
lost in the
perspective
moment,
on
he says
the,
unconvincingly.
on the
I
times
frown
of
at
the
him, and he
Mongols,
sighs.
and
Anna,
of course the Golden
Orgasm
Horde,
denial is a
and,
standard
their
tool
place
in...
in history, and
You never...
you can tell that it's
He
a
stops.
subject that really,
I shift in
really
his lap,
excites
and he
Marie,
winces.
and she's,
Oh, I flush.
she's worked.
Sorry, I mutter. He rolls his eyes, then leans back suddenly, taking me with him so that we're both lying on the bed, me in his arms.
And,
My bra is uncomfortable, and I adjust it.
A book, of course.
Need a hand?
Why wouldn't I?
He asks
Hopefully I'll
quietly.
be able to,
I shake my head. I don't want him to touch my breasts. He shifts, so he's looking down at me, and tentatively raising his hand, he strokes his fingers gently down my face. Tears pool in my eyes again.
So that was also
How can he be so callous one minute and so tender the next? Please don't cry,
obviously all the
he
usual,
whispers.
fun and games.
I'm dazed and
down
confused
there.
by this man.
I was
My
part of the
anger has
reenactment
deserted
of
me in
the
my
Battle
hour
of
of need.
Gaugamela,
I feel
which
numb.
was provided,
I want to curl up
history
in a
hit
ball and
stage.
withdraw. I blink, trying to hold back my tears as I gaze into his harrowed eyes. I take a shuddering breath,
of
my
the
eyes not
Ancients-
leaving his.
Ancients podcast.
What
It's
am I
his
going
name is
to
Tristan
do with this
Hughes.
controlling man?
And I
Learn
played
to
the
be
part
controlled?
of one of the
I don't
Rice
think
Third's scythed chariots.
I never what?
So
I
I
asked.
met a very quick
Do as you're
and
told.
grisly end.
You changed your mind.
So I
You didn't tell me where you
sort
were.
of take part to
Anna,
now,
I was in New York, powerless and
Alexander the
livid.
Great soon,
If I'd been in Seattle, I'd have brought you home.
But anyway, still
So
great
you are
fun
punishing me?
to take part in.
He swallows, then closes his eyes. He doesn't have to answer. And I know that punishing me was his exact intention. You have to stop doing this, I murmur. His brow furrows. For a start, you only end up feeling shittier about yourself. He snorts. That's true. He mutters. I don't like to see you like this. And I don't like feeling like this. You said on The Fair Lady that you hadn't married a submissive. I know. His voice is soft and raw. Well, stop treating me like one. I'm sorry I didn't call you. I won't be so selfish again. I know you worry about me. He gazes at me, scrutinizing me closely, his eyes bleak and anxious. Okay, good, he says eventually. He leans down but pauses before his lips touch mine, silently asking if it's allowed. I raise my face to his, and he kisses me tenderly. Your lips are always so soft when you've been crying, he murmurs. I never promised to obey you, Christian. I whisper. I know. Deal with it, please, for both our sakes. And I will try to be more considerate of your controlling tendencies. He looks lost and vulnerable, completely at sea. I'll try, he murmurs, his voice burning with sincerity. I sigh, a long, shuddering sigh. Please do. Besides, if I had been here, I know, he says and blanches. Lying back, he puts his free arm over his face. I curl around him and lay my head on his chest. We both lie silent for a few moments. His hand moves to the end of my braid. He pulls the tie from it, freeing my hair, and gently, rhythmically combs his fingers through it. This is what this is really about. His fear, his irrational fear for my safety. An image of Jack Hyde slumped on the floor in the apartment with a Glock comes to mind. Well, maybe not so irrational. Which reminds me. What did you mean earlier when you said or? I asked. Or? Something about Jack. He peers down at me. You don't give up, do you? I rest my chin on his sternum, enjoying the soothing caress of his fingers in my hair. Give up? Never. Tell me. I don't like being kept in the dark. You seem to have some overblown idea that I need protecting. You don't even know how to shoot. I do. Do you think I can't handle whatever it is you won't tell me, Christian? I've had your stalker ex-sub pull a gun on me, your pedophile ex-lover harass me, and don't look at me like that, I snap when he scowls at me. Your mother feels the same way about her. You talked to my mother about Eleanor? Christian's voice raises a few octaves. Yes, Grace and I talked about her. He gapes at me. She's very upset about it. Blames herself. I can't believe you spoke to my mother. Shit. He lies down and puts his arm over his face again. I didn't go into any specifics. I should hope not. Grace doesn't need all the gory details. Christ, Anna, my dad too? No! I shake my head vehemently. I don't have that kind of relationship with Karen. His comments about the prenup still sting. Anyway, you're trying to distract me, again. Jack, what about him? Christian lifts his arm briefly and gazes at me, his expression unreadable. Sighing, he puts his arm back over his face. Hyde is implicated in Charlie Tango's sabotage. The investigators found a partial print, just partial, so they couldn't make a match. But then you recognized Hyde in the server room. He has convictions as a minor in Detroit, and the prints matched his. My mind reels as I try to absorb this information. Jack brought down Charlie Tango? But Christian is on a roll. This morning, a cargo van was found in the garage here. Hyde was the driver. Yesterday, he delivered some shit to that new guy who's moved in. The guy we met in the elevator. I don't remember his name. Me neither. Christian says. But that's how Hyde managed to get into the building legitimately. He was working for a delivery company. And what's so important about the van? Christian says nothing. Christian, tell me. The cops found things in the van. He stops again and tightens his hold around me. What things? He's quiet for several moments, and I open my mouth to prompt him, but he speaks. A mattress, enough horse tranquilizer to take down a dozen horses, and a note. His voice has softened to barely a whisper, while horror and revulsion roll off him. Note? My voice mirrors his, addressed to me. What did it say? Christian shakes his head, indicating he doesn't know, or that he won't divulge its contents. Oh. Hyde came here last night with the intention of kidnapping you. Christian freezes, his face taut with tension. As he says those words, I recall the duct tape, and a shudder runs through me. Though deep down, this is not news to me. Shit, I mutter. Why? Christian says tightly. I try to remember Jack in the office. Was he always insane? How did he think he could get away with this? I mean, he was pretty creepy, but this unhinged? I don't understand why, I murmur. It doesn't make sense to me. I know. The police are digging further, and so is Welch. But we think Detroit is the connection. Detroit? I gaze at him, confused. Yeah, there's something there. I still don't understand. Christian lifts his face and gazes at me, his expression unreadable. Emma, I was born in Detroit.
Aspects, not least of all the clicky consonant
Chapter 12.
they make when they talk, which,
I thought you were born here in Seattle, I murmur. My mind races. What does this have to do with Jack? Christian raises the arm covering his face, reaches behind him, and grabs one of the pillows. Placing it under his head, he settles back and gazes at me with a wary expression. After a moment, he shakes his head. No. Elliot and I were both adopted in Detroit. We moved here shortly after my adoption. Grace wanted to be on the West Coast, away from the urban sprawl, and she got a job at Northwest Hospital. I have very little memory of that time. Mia was adopted here. So Jack is from Detroit? Yes. Oh. How do you know? I ran a background check when you went to work for him. Of course he did. Do you have a manila file on him too? I smirk. Christian's mouth twists as he hides his amusement. I think it's pale blue. His fingers continue to run through my hair. It's soothing. What does it say in his file? Christian blinks. Reaching down, he strokes my cheek. You really want to know? Is it that bad? He shrugs. 5 years. He whispers. No. Is he referring to himself? And the image I have of Christian as a small, dirty, fearful, lost boy comes to mind. I curl around him, holding him tighter, pulling the sheet over him, and I lay my cheek against his chest. What? He asks, puzzled by my reaction. Nothing, I murmur. No. This works both ways, Anna. What is it?
The scope
I
of this
glance up,
project is wonderfully
assessing his
ambitious.
apprehensive
So
expression.
thorough, but never
Resting my cheek upon his chest once more, I decide to tell him. Sometimes I picture you as a child, before you came to live with the Greys. Christian stiffens. I wasn't talking about me. I don't want your pity, Anastasia. That part of my life is done, gone. It's not pity, I whisper, appalled. It's sympathy and sorrow. Sorrow that anyone could do that to a child. I take a deep, steadying breath as my stomach twists and tears prick my eyes anew. That part of your life is not done, Christian. How can you say that? You live every day with your past. You told me yourself. 50 Shades, remember? My voice is barely audible.
Thank you very much.
Christian snorts and runs his free hand through his hair, though he remains silent and tense beneath me. I know it's why you feel the need to control me, keep me safe. And yet, you choose to divide me, he murmurs, baffled, his hand stilling in my hair. I frown. Holy cow, do I do that deliberately? My subconscious removes her half-moon glasses and chews the end, pursing her lips and nodding. I ignore her. This is confusing. I'm his wife, not his submissive, not some company he's acquired. I'm not the crack whore who was his mother. Fuck. The thought is sickening. Dr. Flynn's words come back to me. Just keep doing what you're doing. Christian is head over heels. It's a delight to see. That's it. I'm just doing what I've always done. Isn't that what Christian found attractive in the first place? Oh, this man is so confusing.
This is the history
Dr.
of
Flynn
the
said I
World
should give you the
podcast,
benefit of the doubt.
unscripted.
I think I do. I'm not sure. Perhaps it's my way of bringing you into the here and now, away from your past. I whisper. I don't know. I just can't seem to get a handle on how far you'll overreact. He's silent for a moment. Fucking Flynn, he mutters to himself. He said I should continue to behave the way I've always behaved with you. Did he know? Christian says dryly. Here goes nothing. Christian, I know you loved your mom and you couldn't save her. It wasn't your job to do that. But I'm not her. He freezes again.
This is Chris from
Don't.
the History of the World podcast.
He whispers.
And
No,
we're here
listen.
with another unscripted
Please.
episode because we're
I raise my head to stare into wide eyes that are paralyzed with fear. He's holding his breath.
So it won't be
Christian,
long before we start
my heart
publishing those.
constricts.
In the meantime,
I'm
we're
not her.
publishing a few
I'm
episodes
much stronger
of
than she was.
unscripted,
I have
podcasts
you,
just to let
and
you know
you're
that
so
we're
much
still
stronger
here.
now.
We haven't
And I know you
disappeared
love
off
me.
the face of the earth.
I love you too.
But normally
whisper.
what I do when I have
His brow creases
unscripted
as if my
episode
words were not what he
sessions,
expected.
I'll make some
you
of them
still
topic
love me?
related. And,
He asks.
I haven't done
Of
that
course I do.
too much on this
Christian,
occasion. Just basically,
I will
I thought
always
how
love
long
you,
the break was
no
going
matter
to
what
be.
you do to me.
But
Is
I
this
did
the
want to speak
reassurance he
today
wants?
about a character that's always
He exhales and
fascinated
closes his
me,
eyes, placing his arm
in
over his
relation
face
to
again,
economic
but
conquest
hugging me
and
closer
all of
too.
the politics that led
Don't
up to
hide
it.
from me.
And of course,
Reaching up, I grasp
when
his
we need a
hand and pull his
conqueror,
arm away from his face. You've
won
spent
the
your
Battle of
life hiding.
Hastings and
Please don't.
effectively
Not
wiped
from
out
me.
the Godwin line.
He looks at me with incredulity
There
and
was
frowns.
one brother
Hiding?
who was
Yes.
not among the
He shifts
Godwins,
suddenly,
Harold Godwin's
rolling over
sons,
onto his side and moving me so that I am lying beside him on the bed.
all the
He reaches up,
sons of Earl
smooths
Godwin
my
of
hair off my
Wessex.
face, and
And
tucks it
his
behind my
name
ear.
was Tostig. And
You asked me
Tostig's
earlier
fortunes
today if
took
I
him
hated
in a
you.
completely
I didn't understand
different
why.
direction.
And
His
now
story is unique.
he stops,
And
staring
I just
down at
wanted
me
to
as if I'm a
explore
complete
that
conundrum.
today, just because
You still think I
find
hate you?
Tostig quite a fascinating
Now my
character
voice is
in a
incredulous.
very interesting
No.
political
He shakes his head.
situation that developed
Not
in
now.
England at that time.
He looks
had a very
relieved,
unique path.
but
We're gonna take
I
a
need
look
to
at
know.
that this week.
Why did you say for it, Anna?
Now, we mentioned that
I blanch. What can I tell him? That he frightened me? That I didn't know if he'd stop? That I begged him and he didn't stop? That I didn't want things to escalate? Like that one time in here. I shudder as I recall him whipping me with his belt. I swallow. Because you were so angry and distant and cold. I didn't know how far you'd go. His expression is unreadable. Were you going to let me come? My voice is barely a whisper, and I feel a blush steal over my cheeks, but I hold his gaze. No, he says eventually. Holy crap. That's harsh. His knuckle gently grazes my cheek, but effectively. He murmurs. He gazes down at me as if he's trying to see into my soul, his eyes darkening. After an eternity, he murmurs, I'm glad you did. Really? I don't understand. His lips twist in a sad smile. Yes, I don't want to hurt you. I got carried away. He reaches down and kisses me, lost in the moment. He kisses me again. Happens a lot with you. And for some bizarre reason, the thought pleases me. I grin. Why does that make me happy? He grins too. I don't know why you're grinning, Mrs. Gray. Me neither. He wraps himself around me and places his head on my chest. We are a tangle of naked and denim-clad limbs and satin-red sheets. I stroke his back with one hand and run the fingers of my other hand through his hair. He sighs and relaxes in my arms. It means I can trust you. Stop me. I never want to hurt you. He murmurs, I need... He halts. You need what? I need control, Anna. Like I need you. It's the only way I can function. I can't let go of it. I can't. I've tried. And yet, with you... He shakes his head in exasperation. I swallow. This is the heart of our dilemma. His need for control and his need for me. I refuse to believe these are mutually exclusive. I need you too, I whisper, hugging him tighter. I'll try, Christian. I'll try to be more considerate. I want you to need me, he murmurs. How? I do. My voice is impassioned. I need him so much. I love him so much. I want to look after you. You do, all the time. I missed you so much while you were away. You did? He sounds so surprised. Yes, of course. I hate you going away. I sense his smile. You could have come with me. Christian, please, let's not rehash that argument. I want to work. He sighs as I run my fingers gently through his hair. I love you, Anna. I love you too, Christian. I will always love you. We both lie still in the quiet after our storm, listening to the steady beat of his heart. I drift, exhausted, into sleep. I wake with a start, disoriented. Where am I? The playroom. The lights are still on, softly illuminating the blood-red walls. Christian moans again, and I realize this is what woke me. No, he groans. He sprawled out beside me, his head back, his eyes screwed shut, his face contorted in anguish. Holy shit, he's having a nightmare. No, he cries out again. Christian, wake up! I struggle to sit up, kicking off the sheet. Kneeling beside him, I grab his shoulders and shake him as tears spring to my eyes. Christian, please, wake up! His eyes spring open, gray and wild, his pupils enlarged with fear. He stares vacantly up at me. Christian, you're having a nightmare. You're home. You're safe. He blinks, looks around frantically, and frowns as he takes in our surroundings. Then his eyes are back on mine. Anna, he breathes, and with no preamble whatsoever, he grabs my face with both hands, pulls me down onto his chest, and kisses me hard. His tongue invades my mouth, and he tastes of desperation and need. Barely giving me a chance to breathe, he rolls over, his lips locked to mine so that he's pressing me into the hard mattress of the four-poster. One of his hands clasps my jaw, the other spreads out on top of my head, keeping me still as his knee parts my legs, and he nestles, still clothed in his jeans, between my thighs. Anna, he gasps, as if he can't believe I'm there with him. He gazes down at me for a split second, allowing me a moment to breathe. Then his lips are on mine again, plundering my mouth, taking all I have to give. He groans loudly, flexing his hips into me. His erection sheathed in denim pushes into my soft flesh. Oh, I moan, and all the pent-up sexual tension of earlier erupts, resurfacing with a vengeance, flushing my system with desire and need. Driven by his demons, he urgently kisses my face, my eyes, my cheeks, along my jaw. I'm here, I whisper, trying to calm him, our heated, panting breath mingling. I wrap my arms around his shoulders as I grind my pelvis against his in welcome. Oh, Anna, he pants, his voice rough and low. I need you. Me too. I whisper urgently, my body desperate for his touch. I want him. I want him now. I want to heal him. I want to heal me. I need this. His hand reaches down and tugs on the button of his fly, fumbling momentarily, then freeing his erection. Holy shit. I was asleep less than a minute ago. He shifts, staring down at me for a split second, suspended above me. Yes, please. I breathe, my voice hoarse and needy, and in one swift move, he buries himself inside me. Ah! I cry out, not from any pain, but from surprise at his alacrity. He groans, and his lips find mine again as he pushes into me, over and over, his tongue possessing me too. He moves frantically, impelled by his fear, his lust, his desire, his love. I don't know, but I meet him thrust for thrust, welcoming him. Anna, he growls, almost inarticulately, and he comes powerfully, pouring himself into me, his face strained, his body rigid, before he collapses with his full weight onto me, panting, and he leaves me hanging. Again. Holy shit, this is not my night. I hold him, drawing in a lungful of air and practically writhing in need beneath him. He eases out of me and holds me for minutes. Many minutes. Finally, he shakes his head and leans up on his elbows, taking some of his weight. He gazes down at me as if seeing me for the first time. Oh, Anna, sweet Jesus. He bends and kisses me tenderly. You okay? I breathe, caressing his lovely face. He nods, but he looks shaken and most definitely stirred. My own lost boy. He frowns and stares intently into my eyes as if finally registering where he is. You? He asks, concern in his voice. I wriggle beneath him, and after a moment he smiles, a slow, carnal smile. Mrs. Gray, you have me. He murmurs. He kisses me swiftly, then scoots off the bed. Kneeling on the floor at the end of the bed, he reaches up, grabs me just above the knees, and pulls me toward him so my behind is on the edge of the bed. Sit up, he murmurs. I struggle into a sitting position, my hair falling like a veil around me, down to my breasts. His gray gaze holds mine as he gently pushes my legs apart as far as they'll go. I lean back on my hands, knowing full well what he's going to do. But he's just, you are so fucking beautiful, Anna. He breathes, and I watch his copper-haired head dip and plant a trail of kisses up my right thigh, heading north. My whole body clenches in anticipation. He glances up at me, his eyes darkening through long lashes. Watch, he rasps. Then his mouth is on me. Oh my. I cry out as the world is concentrated at the apex of my thighs, and it's so erotic. Fuck. Watching his tongue against what feels like the most sensitive part of my body. And he shows no mercy, teasing and taunting, worshipping me. My body tenses and my arms start to tremble from the strain of staying upright. No, I murmur. Gently, he eases one long finger inside me, and I can bear it no more. Collapsing back onto the bed, relishing his mouth and fingers on and in me. Slowly and gently, he massages that sweet, sweet spot deep inside me. And that's it. I'm gone.
7 days.
I explode around him, crying out an incoherent rendition of his name as my intense orgasm arches my back off the bed. I think I see stars. It's such a visceral, primal feeling. Vaguely, I'm aware that he's nuzzling my belly, giving me soft, sweet kisses. Reaching down, I caress his hair. I'm not finished with you yet, he murmurs. And before I fully come back to Seattle, planet Earth, he's reaching for me, grasping my hips and pulling me off the bed to where he's kneeling, into his waiting lap and onto his waiting erection. I gasp as he fills me. Holy cow. Oh, baby. He breathes as he wraps his arms around me and stills,